My ex-wife's best friend is still harassing me. Han Feng was framed for rape by his sister-in-law's scheme. The company he painstakingly built was ruthlessly seized by his in-laws. Bound and thrown into a raging fire, they sought to stage his death as a guilt-driven suicide. But fate intervened. At death's door, the ancestors took pity. A divine gift was bestowed, the celestial eye awakened. Now, with supernatural sight and newfound power, vengeance shall be his. Alternative version for a more dramatic tone. Betrayed. Framed. Left to burn. Han Feng had it all until his sister-in-law's lies branded him a criminal. His empire, stolen. His name, ruined. Bound and tossed into the flames, his in-laws thought they had erased him forever. They were wrong. In his final moments, the ancestors answered. The celestial eye opened, revealing truths unseen and power untamed. Now, the hunted becomes their hunter. Chapter 1, the show must go on. Burn him. Yes. Burn him. A beast like him deserves worse than death. Han Feng woke to the sound of curses, his head throbbing with pain. He tried to reach for the wound, only to realize he was tied to a chair, his hands bound behind him. His vision blurred as he lifted his heavy eyelids. The faces of 3 or 4 people swayed in his sight, making him nauseous. Cough. Cough. The violent coughing sent sharp jolts of agony through his skull. Han Feng, you vile beast. Qin Shou, the Qin family patriarch, trembled with rage as he pointed his cane at Han Feng. How dare you try to rape your sister-in-law in broad daylight? Master, don't dirty your hands on this scum, the butler, Qin Taofen, intervened, soothing Qin Shou before turning to Qin Lianlian, who was sobbing into a maid's shoulder. Once we burn him, it'll be like nothing ever happened. What did I do? Han Feng muttered, his memory foggy from the blow to his head. How could I have assaulted Lianlian? Who knocked me out? You dare ask? Qin Lianlian stormed forward, her white bikini barely concealed beneath a sheer bathrobe. Her flawless skin flushed with fury as she slapped him hard across the face. You groped me on the poolside lounge. Forced your tongue into my mouth. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I've never even had a boyfriend. How can I face anyone now? Another slap. Disgraceful. Qin Shou's beard bristled as he struck the floor with his cane. After everything our family has done for you. I used my tongue. Han Feng frowned, trying to piece together the missing moments. Still playing dumb. Qin Taofen sneered. Douse him. Bucket of ice-cold water crashed over Han Feng's head, shocking him into full awareness. No. This is a setup. Earlier, his wife, Qin Jinjin, had burst into his cabin, claiming Lianlian was drowning. He rushed to the pool to find her unconscious on a lounge chair, her bikini clinging to her wet body. He performed CPR, nothing more. Father, I was saving her. Check the cameras. Jinjin can vouch for me. The cameras you broke yesterday. Qin Taofen smirked. And Jinjin is gone. Face it, everyone saw you assault her. If I hadn't stopped you, you'd have gone further. Han Feng's blood ran colder than the water soaking him. They planned this. For 5 years, he endured humiliation as the Qin family's live-in punching bag. Even his wife treated him like a stray dog, banishing him to a shack outside the mansion. Yet through sheer grit, he built Qin Feng Group into a billion-dollar empire only for the Qins to plot its theft. And now, they wanted him dead. Burn him in his hovel, Lianlian hissed, her tear-streaked face twisting into something venomous. No one will miss an orphan like him. As servants gagged him with filthy socks and hauled him toward the door, Han Feng thrashed uselessly against his bonds. The last thing he saw before being thrown into his cabin was Lianlian's triumphant sneer. You think you could ever touch me? She dug her nails into his jaw. Even as ashes, you'll rot as a rapist. The door slammed. Smoke curled through the walls. Desperate, Han Feng spotted a knife on the table. He rocked his chair toward it, knocking it to the floor with his chin. Kick sent him crashing down. Fumbling with bound hands, he grabbed the blade and soared through the ropes just as flames engulfed the room. Years ago, he secretly dug a cellar beneath the cabin to store his family's ancient medical texts. Now, it was his only escape. He yanked open the hatch and leaped inside. Crash. Burning beam smashed onto the sealed hatch above, knocking him unconscious. Blood from his split forehead seeped into the yellowed pages below. Then, voice, ancient and resonant, echoed in his mind. Great-great-grandson Han Feng. By blood, the celestial eye awakens. By legacy, the sacred arts are yours. Golden light erupted from the texts, swirling with characters and diagrams, medical secrets, martial techniques, divine methods, all flooding into his mind. When Han Feng awoke in the pitch-black cellar, his body felt reborn. No pain. No wounds. Only power. He activated the celestial eye and gasped. He could see through the earth above, watching the Qin stroll obliviously over his would-be grave. You thought fire would end me. Smile cut across his face. Now, Qin Lian. Let us make your lie a reality. Chapter 2, Payback for the Poisonous Princess. That night, Han Feng climbed the ladder to the cellar entrance, about to emerge when he suddenly heard voices above. Second young miss, as you instructed, we scattered over a dozen cigarette butts at the scene. When the fire department and police arrive, they conclude Han Feng accidentally started the fire by smoking in the cabin. The butler, Qin Taofan, wiped soot from his face with one hand while adjusting his miner's headlamp with the other. He sprayed the last remnants of a fire extinguisher onto the charred ruins before slicking back his disheveled hair into its usual greased-back style. Have you found Han Feng's body yet? Qin Lian pressed a handkerchief to her nose, her delicate brows furrowed as she surveyed the smoldering wreckage. After the cabin burned, a freak wind scattered the ashes. He's probably dust in the wind by now. Even if he's been reduced to nothing, there should still be some trace. Lian took a step back, scanning the grass for remnants of bone or fabric. He was tied up and burned for 4 hours. Even the Monkey King would turn to ash. There's no way he survived. Taofan scoffed. Lian fanned herself with her handkerchief, her voice a venomous whisper. I just wanted to see his charred corpse with my own eyes. Second young miss, Han Feng is dead. His Qin Feng group belongs to the Qin family now, and his name will rot in Gusu City for eternity. Isn't he that enough? Taofan flashed a shark-like grin. It's late. You should rest. After a moment's hesitation, Lian nodded and left with the others. So she even staged the scene to frame me as a smoker who caused his own death. Han Feng's fist slammed into the cellar wall, leaving a dent. The cabin's half-ton beam had collapsed onto the cellar hatch. The old Han Feng would been trapped forever. But not now. With the celestial eye confirming the Qins were gone, Han Feng channeled energy through his dantian and lifted the beam one-handed, emerging into the night. Silent as a shadow, he scaled the villa's walls to Lian's third-floor balcony and peered inside. Qin Lian sat on her bed, cheeks flushed, murmuring into her phone. My hands are in zone 16, where are yours? TCH. This chaste saintess plays erotic text games in secret. Han Feng's nose wrinkled at the citrusy sweetness perfuming her room. Tonight's payback will be hands-on. Lian cultivated an untouchable ice queen image. At 168 centimeters with golden ratio curves, porcelain skin, and eyes that sparkled like morning dew, she glowed with an almost ethereal coldness like a flawless kill masterpiece. Countless suitors, from Jiangnan's elite to industry titans, had been rejected. She vowed to remain pure until marriage, saving herself for a perfect man. Yet for the vice-chair seat at Qin Feng Group, she sacrificed her first kiss to frame Han Feng and now hated him for it. Husband, she panted into the phone. Boom. Han Feng materialized before her. Why, you're alive. Lian jerked upright, her doe eyes wide with terror. Are you a ghost? A vengeful one. Han Feng's smirk radiated a predator's confidence as he advanced, his shadow engulfing her frilly princess bed. Phut. Lian stood, arms crossed, disdain dripping from her voice. You seeking revenge? Don't make me laugh. The weak Han Feng did die in that fire. The one before you now? Reborn. Your parents cured my father's illness, so he took pity and let you marry Jinjin. She sneered. Too bad they died in that accidental shipwreck, leaving you as our burden. A weakling like you would never been allowed into the Qin family otherwise. Her voice rose to a shrill pitch. If not for your dumb luck in business, we'd have disposed of you years ago. To her, Han Feng would always be the cowering dog who endured abuse without protest, a jinx who killed his own parents. Her taekwondo white belt LOL made her fearless. Crack. Crack. Han Feng's knuckles popped as fury ignited his veins. The Qins had seen him as trash after his parents' death. Then they plotted to steal his company. Now, they tried to murder him. Time to collect. His hand shot out, gripping her jaw exactly as she done to him in the cabin harder. Lian's protests died in her throat. For the first time, the man she treated as livestock stood before her as steel. She clawed at his wrist, nails drawing blood. Rip. The RU Kill masterpiece shattered its casing. Waxing S done well. Smooth. Han Feng glanced down, loosening his grip just enough to let her speak. What are you? You know. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Will you cooperate, or must I persuade you? You bastard. Help. Summon. His palm muffled her scream. I'm not worthy of this. Smack. Her left cheek bloomed red. Not worthy to stand behind you. Smack. The right matched. MMPH. MMMPH. Tears welled as she thrashed. This, a third slap left her dizzy, is for framing me. Then. Thud. MMPH. Her eyes flew wide, tears spilling as she bit her lip against the pain. 5 hours later, Dawn's first light crept across the room. Han Feng stood refreshed. Lian lay broken. You thought a staged fire and rapist label would erase me. He adjusted his collar. Everything stolen from me, I'll take it back. With interest. I'll kill you. Lian's whisper was raw. One day I'll. Good. I'll return whenever I please, giving you plenty of chances. He slid open the balcony door. Starting tonight, every Qin will pay for what they've done. As he vanished into the morning mist, Lian clutched the sheets, her gaze catching the cherry blossom stains. Han Feng, she trembled with rage before exhaustion dragged her under. Some time later. Knock. 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 The door startled her awake. Chapter 3. I am a Chinese medicine practitioner. The eldest sister Qin Jinjin's voice came from outside the bedroom door. Lian, Han Feng's death has been identified as a safety accident and has nothing to do with our Qin family. But don't tell third sister Ari about this for now. She doesn't usually have a good brain. She has the best relationship with Han Feng in our family. I'm afraid she'll find out something. Sister, Han Feng is not dead. Qin Lian rolled up the bed sheet stained with cherry red and milky white, threw it under the bed, and yelled towards the door. Not dead. How is that possible? Uncle Shit Cleaner and Xiao Sai and Xiao Wu were watching the fire last night. There is no way Han Feng could have escaped from his doghouse. Qin Jinjin's puzzled voice came from outside the door. Sister, you have to be careful. I'm worried that Han Feng will take revenge on you. Qin Lian couldn't help but curl up slowly and cover her chest with the quilt. How she wished that last night was just 2 extremely painful nightmares and extremely comfortable dreams. He used to be a limp donkey, who would tolerate being beaten or scolded without fighting back. Now he is a vicious hungry tiger, biting people everywhere. Humph, even if Han Feng is not dead, he is now a useless person with his account cancelled. He still dares to come and retaliate against me. If I don't find someone to destroy him, I'm not even surnamed Qin. Qin Jinjin's vicious voice outside the door suddenly increased by 10 decibels. Sister, you must bring a bodyguard with you when you go out these days. Qin Lian suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen and said weakly, I didn't sleep well last night. I need to rest. Okay, I got it. Outside the door, Qin Jinjin said perfunctorily, and the footsteps gradually disappeared. Hatilda. Qin Lian let out a long sigh. She didn't want her elder sister Qin Jinjin to get involved in the plan to kill Han Feng, or to have any contact with Han Feng again. If Qin Jinjin knew that she had lost her virginity to Han Feng, the perfect image of talented, beautiful, and flawless that she had worked hard to create over the years would collapse. Uncle Shit Collector, Han Feng didn't die yesterday. You know a lot of friends in the underworld, find someone to kill him for me. Anyway, he has already been classified as dead, so even if he dies again, it won't attract anyone's attention. Qin Lian called the housekeeper Qin Taofen and spoke in a commanding tone. What? Han Feng is not dead. Qin Taofen on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said firmly. Don't worry, Miss Second. I'll go find someone right away. I promise to bring Han Feng's body to you within 3 days. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Qin Lianlian then held her stomach in satisfaction and hung up the phone with gritted teeth. After Han Feng opened the pink bud, he rushed to Suzhou Huangfu Hospital. His parents were close friends with Huangfu Cheng, the director of Huangfu Hospital. The three of them took a cruise together that year, and Huangfu Cheng must have been very aware of his parents' death. He must find out whether his parents fell into the sea accidentally or were murdered by a villain. When Han Feng arrived at the hospital, he learned that Huangfu Cheng's operation on Lin Zhongwan, chairman of Gusu Lin's bank, had failed, and the patient's family was blocking the door of the operating room, so he hurried over. As soon as I arrived at the corridor, I saw 7 or 8 tall and strong men in black, wearing earphones and black sunglasses, surrounding the operating room. Leading the group was a bright and beautiful woman wearing a black Gucci sportswear, a high ponytail, thick eyebrows, large inner canvas eyes, and an imposing heroic air. What happened to my dad? The beauty's face flushed with excitement, her towering chest heaved violently, and she grabbed Huangfu Cheng's collar tightly and yelled. She is Lin Zhongwan's daughter, Lin Xiana. Lin Xiana has been interested in antiques and jades since she was a child. The Lin Shixian she founded is the largest and most reputable antique shop in Gusu City. Ms. Lin, Mr. Lin suffered a sudden cerebral congestion. I have done my best. He is now in a coma. Even if he wakes up, he will most likely be paralyzed and unable to communicate normally. Huangfu Cheng was a little out of breath. He combed his Mediterranean hair with trembling hands, adjusted his glasses, and turned his head away. If only it could be delivered 10 minutes earlier. He was known as the best doctor in Jiangnan, proficient in both internal medicine and surgery. Even this, Deluo Jingxian declared that Lin Zhongwan would become a useless person. An atmosphere of despair instantly spread outside the operating room. The men in black all lowered their heads. You mean? Lin Xiana's pupils trembled, and the force of grabbing the collar increased instantly, and she said angrily. Get back to the operating room right now and continue the rescue. If my dad doesn't recover, I'll make you pay with your life. The Lin family's main businesses in Jinling City are banks and security companies. In addition to having money and thugs, they also have extremely deep political backgrounds. What Lin Xiana said was definitely not just an angry remark. Ms. Lin, calm down. Calm down. Ahem. Huangfu Cheng instantly felt a sense of suffocation, veins popped out on his forehead, and beads of sweat the size of beans oozed out and rolled down his flushed cheeks. He was about to suffocate. Han Feng hurriedly squeezed in from between 7 or 8 men in black like a loach. He didn't want Huangfu Cheng to make any mistakes. Bang! He pried Lin Xiana's hand apart, stood in front of Huangfu Cheng, and said loudly. It was clearly your fault for not sending the patient to the hospital in time. Uncle Huangfu has done his best. How can you vent your anger on him? Han Feng! Where did you come from, you bastard? How dare you teach me a lesson? Lin Xiana was furious and horrified. She and Qin Jinjin are best friends, so she naturally knows Han Feng, the loser who lives in a doghouse. However, she had been learning martial arts since she was young and became an external force warrior. When dealing with ordinary people, it would be difficult for 3 or 5 men to get close to her. Unexpectedly, the useless Han Feng could pry her hands apart so easily. I was invited by Uncle Huangfu to treat your father. Han Feng turned around and gave Huangfu Cheng a wink. Xiao Feng, you don't know the patient's condition, so don't get involved in this mess. Huangfu Cheng shook his head slightly, grabbed Han Feng's arm tightly, and dissuaded him in a low voice. I heard from Jinjin that your parents are very capable, but you can only treat minor illnesses such as headaches and fevers. The best Western doctors in Jiangnan can't cure my father's illness, so there's no way you, a little Chinese medicine doctor, can do it. You dare to stand up. If it weren't for Jinjin's sake, I would destroy you right now. Lin Xiana glanced at Han Feng with extreme contempt, and said impatiently with a cold face. You have no right to speak here, get out of here. Uncle Huangfu, the Western doctor, can't cure it, so of course I, a Chinese doctor, have to take a look. Han Feng said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Lin Xiana already looked down on Han Feng, and she had just been cheated by a so-called old Chinese medicine doctor some time ago, so she hated Chinese medicine from the bottom of her heart. The combination of the two made her feel even more sick, so she said with disdain. All Chinese medicine practitioners are frauds. Medical technology is so advanced now, but you still cheat people under the guise of Chinese medicine. Are you living off your wife too much? Don't you think you are embarrassing yourself enough? Which industry doesn't have scammers? Which place doesn't have bad people? You haven't seen me treat illnesses and save lives with Chinese medicine, so why do you think I'm a liar? Han Feng asked 3 questions calmly. All right, you're seeking death yourself. Now prove to me that you're not a liar. Lin Xiana raised her eyebrows and frowned. If you can't prove it, I won't even give face to Jinjin. You go into the operating room with him to accompany my dad. You guys should come out the same way my dad came out. Ms. Lin, the failure of the operation was caused by me alone. It has nothing to do with others. I didn't ask Feng to help. Huang Fucheng turned to look at Han Feng and stammered excitedly, You, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave. A group of men in black linked their arms and formed a double layer around the door of the operating room. The doctors and nurses in the corridor were so scared that they stayed away. Han Feng looked at the black-clad men who formed an iron wall, smiled slightly, opened his sky eye, and scanned Lin Xiana from head to toe like an X-ray, and said coldly, You want me to prove that I'm not a liar? Do you want me to tell you about your illness in public? Lin Xiana's eyes flashed with surprise, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked, What's wrong with me? Chapter 4, Showing Off Your Talents. You have had pain in your perineum for 2 months, right? No matter how you checked, the results were normal. Later, you consulted a Chinese doctor and got Chinese medicine, but it didn't get better. The pain is getting more and more intense every day, but as a girl with martial arts skills, you have greater endurance than ordinary people, which is why you have been able to hold on until now. But I am wondering, you took Chinese medicine and it didn't work, and you used those advanced Western medical equipment but couldn't find the cause of the disease. Why do you think that Chinese medicine practitioners are all scams, but Western medicine practitioners are not scams? Do you think Chinese medicine practitioners are easy to bully? Han Feng stared at Lin Xiana coldly, blaming her with a serious expression. You bastard! Lin Xiana was speechless, glared at Han Feng and cursed in a low voice. She has always presented herself as a strong woman, and she is usually the one who blames others. When has anyone ever dared to contradict her in person? Moreover, when Han Feng pointed out her illness in public, her delicate pink cheeks instantly turned red. She wished she could kill Han Feng and find a hole to crawl into. The perineum point is located at the midpoint of the line connecting the human body's water channel and anal canal, and is the most private part of a person. Lin Xiana's hidden illness was quite special, and she was too ashamed to let anyone know about it, not even her mother and best friend Qin Jinjin. When she went to the hospital for a checkup, she was fully armed, covering her face, and used a pseudonym. She was equally shocked beyond words. How did this coward Han Feng know that? Huang Fucheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Han Feng in surprise. In his memory, Han Feng's parents had extremely high levels of Chinese medicine skills, but Han Feng's medical skills were just average. Who would have thought that after not seeing him for a few years, Han Feng seemed like a different person, and his level of Chinese medicine skills even surpassed the most advanced physical examination equipment. I used their observation in Chinese medicine's observation, smell, question and feel. Your illness won't be life-threatening if it's left untreated for a long time, but if it's not treated in time, the pain will definitely become more and more intense, and in the end, life will be worse than death. Han Feng deliberately concealed his divine eye, with a smug look on his face, and winked at Lin Xiana, whispering, Fortunately, I know acupuncture, and I can cure your illness. Lin Xiana frowned, clenched her fists, and turned her head away. She understood that Han Feng must be waiting for her to ask for help. But her strong character made it difficult for her to bow her head. The most important thing is that she would rather die in pain than let a loser like Han Feng give her, a girl who has not yet lost her virginity, acupuncture on such a sensitive part of her body. She would rather die in pain than let Han Feng see her virginity. Seeing that Lin Xiana didn't speak, Han Feng didn't rush and asked, Can I go into the operating room now? When the man in black saw Han Feng trying to push open the door of the operating room, they rushed forward to stop him. Let him in. Lin Xiana stopped everyone and said to Han Feng fiercely with a cold face, I don't know what tricks you are playing. If you can't cure my father's illness, you and Huang Fucheng will both die. Xiao Feng, Mr. Lin is suffering from a sudden cerebral congestion, not just a headache or fever. Moreover, you don't have a medical team and don't know how to use medical equipment. How can you save him by yourself? Wang Fu Cheng said with fear and sincerity. I tried my best, but the operation was unsuccessful. The Lin family wants me to die, and there is nothing I can do. But you are the only child of the Han family, why would you want to die with an old man like me? Uncle Wang Fu, you can't die. I have something important to ask you. Han Feng smiled calmly, confident in what he had planned, then turned and entered the operating room. He walked to the operating table and saw Lin Zhongwan, who was lying on his back in a coma. He was probably in his early 50s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and slightly trembling eyelids, like a lion experiencing a nightmare. There were only two of them in the operating room. Han Feng opened his third eye and scanned Lin Zhongwan's entire body. He took out a silver needle from the acupuncture bag, condensed qi into the needle, and gently tapped the latter's yintang acupoint. Call. A black evil spirit wafted out from the yintang acupoint. Wow! Lin Zhongwan vomited a large amount of black pus and blood from his mouth and woke up. Here, rinse your mouth with glucose. Han Feng said this as he handed Lin Zhongwan a bag of glucose water. Puff. Cough cough cough. Lin Zhongwan remembered that when he was practicing martial arts, a surge of energy and blood in his body suddenly rushed to the top of his head and he fainted. He didn't remember anything that happened afterwards. At this moment, he woke up in the operating room, but there was no doctor or nurse around him. His eyes fell again on the handsome young man in casual clothes. With his ability to judge people gained from years of experience in the business world, he knew that this young man must be no ordinary person. Then he wiped his lips and asked in a very polite manner. Thank you, bro. What's going on here? Han Feng briefly recounted what had happened, but omitted the fact that he had opened his third eye. So you are my lifesaver. My daughter's Yana has been spoiled by Lin since she was young. She is arrogant and rude. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Zhongwan's words were full of gratitude and guilt. Like a warrior, he clasped his hands and bowed to Han Feng, then asked in confusion, but why did I suddenly have a cerebral congestion? I usually practice martial arts diligently and I am in very good health. Who is Mr. Lin's teacher? Han Feng asked instead of answering. The real person of Longhu Mountain-'s Tongxian realm, Master Gutongjin. His disciples are all over China. The patriarchs of several aristocratic families in Jiangnan province, business celebrities, and entertainment stars are all his disciples. He even has students overseas. Lin Zhongwan asked cautiously, you know, right? Han Feng shook his head and asked seriously, did you sign up for his crash course? You can become an external force warrior in 1 month, an internal force warrior in 3 months, and a transformation warrior in half a year. Yes. I paid a lot of money to sign up for the CEO crash course. This is the fastest one. Lin Zhongwan's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly, asking doubtfully. How do you know? You didn't pay attention to the basics when you were practicing martial arts. You were too eager for success. What's more, the one he taught was a pirated one. As a result, an evil spirit rushed into your body and reached the top of your head, causing cerebral congestion. Uncle Wang Fu helped you release the blood clots and sealed the 5 major acupuncture points on the top of your skull. According to the average patient with cerebral congestion, you should have recovered. But the evil spirit in your body has not dissipated, which has caused your heart pulse to become weak and you are in a coma. I used a silver needle to prick your yin-tang acupoint, which will remove the evil spirit and clear up the source of your illness. Han Feng told the story slowly. You mean I did a fake skill? Lin Zhongwan was quite surprised. That's understandable. Han Feng nodded and said calmly, that Master Jiu Tongjing is most likely a fake master and fake expert who specializes in defrauding people. This. Lin Zhongwan's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Han Feng saw that he was skeptical, so he asked, according to Gutongjing's standards, what realm are you in now? An internal force warrior. Lin Zhongwan answered proudly. The strength of an internal force warrior is comparable to that of a cultivator in the foundation building stage. Experts of this level are rare in the secular world. Han Feng took out a titanium scalpel from the surgical tray rack without any expression on his face, handed it to Lin Zhongwan, and said, a martial artist with internal energy should be able to break it easily, right? Certainly. Lin Zhongwan took it and twisted it hard, and the scalpel only bent slightly. No matter how hard he tried, the scalpel could no longer bend. Han Feng smiled and stretched out his hand, and Lin Zhongwan had to hand it back awkwardly. The former kneaded the scalpel into a small titanium alloy ball in just 3 to 5 seconds, just like kneading plasticine. Lin Zhongwan widened his eyes in disbelief. The young man in front of him not only had extremely high attainments in medical skills, but his martial arts strength was even more terrifying. It was not just the strength of an internal force martial artist, it was more likely that he was a master of the realm of transformation. He thought for a long time, swallowed his saliva, and changed his words. Today, I was saved by Master Han. I am extremely grateful. I will definitely get rid of this liar Gutong Jing in the future. Master Han is not only unparalleled in medicine and martial arts, but also has a kind heart. Master Han, please accept me as your disciple. After saying that, he got down from the operating table and knelt in front of Han Feng. I never thought of taking you as my apprentice. I just wanted to save Uncle Huang Fu from the noble daughter, I didn't think too much about it. This was beyond Han Feng's expectations. He saw that Chairman Lin was a powerful figure in the secular world, and was extremely obsessed with the practice of the technique, so he was willing to bow down to him. So he continued. Get up quickly. I, Lin Zhongwan, sincerely want to be your disciple. Master Han, please don't refuse. Lin Zhongwan, like a tamed lion, prostrated himself devoutly at Han Feng's feet. From now on, I am willing to serve Master Han at my utmost. Okay, Han Feng hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, but I have one condition. Master, what are the conditions? Lin Zhongwan raised his head, his face showing ecstasy, and looked up at Han Feng with great piety. Chapter 5 Qin Shou is a real beast. You must not tell anyone that I am accepting you as my apprentice. Han Feng said seriously, when there are outsiders present, we call each other, sir. When there are no outsiders present, we call each other master and disciple. He now needs to keep a low profile and develop slowly. Yes, master. Lin Zhongwan was overjoyed and kowtowed 3 times in a row. He thought that Han Feng wanted a lot of money, a lot of houses, a lot of cars, and a lot of beauties, but he didn't expect the conditions to be so simple. I will teach you some basic martial arts skills. You should practice them on a daily basis. Don't blindly seek to speed up. With your own talent, you can reach as high a level as you can. Don't force it. Han Feng gestured with his hand. Get up, I have something to talk to Uncle Huang Fu about. Follow master's instructions. Lin Zhongwan stood up, patted his knees with a flushed face, and asked respectfully. Master, when will I come to visit you? This. Han Feng hesitated. Now I have become a wandering ghost, not only penniless, but also without a place to stay. So he confessed everything the Qin family had done to him. Humph. This Qin Shou is such a beast. Master, don't worry. The Qin family is begging Lin's bank to give them a small project worth 2 billion yuan to tide them over. I will take this opportunity to help you restore your reputation and take back the Qin Feng group. Lin Zhongwan looked indignant and waved his hand. I handle my own affairs. Han Feng said lightly. Yes, master, Lin Zhongwan said sincerely, I own thousands of properties of all sizes in Gusu City, including villas in Lion Grove, Jinji Lake, and Taihu Lake. Please pick any one of them and consider it as a gift from your disciple. The places Lin Zhongwan mentioned are the top garden-style villa areas in Suzhou City, with prices ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. By the Jinji Lake. Han Feng thought for a moment and said. Okay, I have 8 villas by the Jinji Lake, and my family will live in one. If master moves there, I can ask for instructions in the morning and report in the evening every day. Lin Zhongwan's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he made a gesture of invitation respectfully. The two walked towards the operating room door one after the other. Master, after you finish talking to Dean Huang Fu, let Xianer invite you to choose a villa by Jinji Lake. If you are not satisfied, I will buy you any villa you like. Lin Zhongwan suddenly asked as he walked. Master, what is our sect or school? Phoenix Pavilion. Han Feng thought for a moment and said casually. He had no idea of establishing a sect, but since Lin Zhongwan asked, he simply gave it a name. The reason why it is called Phoenix Pavilion is that Phoenix means rebirth from Nirvana. He was reborn from a fire in the Qin family and completed his awakening. Guan means medical clinic. The two came out of the operating room. Everyone was surprised to see Lin Zhongwan walking calmly as if nothing had happened. 4 or 5 bodyguards in black were so shocked that they took off their sunglasses, their eyes widened as if they had hypothyroidism, and their mouths opened. "Dad, are you okay?" Lin Xiana's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she looked up and down at her father Lin Zhongwan in disbelief. She rushed over and hugged him, crying with joy. "Dad! Director Lin!" Wang Fu Cheng's head buzzed and he was speechless for a moment. He couldn't believe that Lin Zhongwan would ever walk out of here unharmed. With the help of various sophisticated medical instruments and assistants, he, their #1 doctor in Jiangnan, finally announced that the operation had failed. Han Feng went in alone for more than 10 minutes, and the patient came back to life and recovered as before. This medical miracle was unprecedented. Turning to look at Han Feng, who had a calm expression on his face, he felt that the latter's entire temperament had changed, as if a faint golden light was emanating from his entire body. "Alas, it's a pity that I was so eager to save people that I didn't have time to gamble." Han Feng crossed his arms and gave Lin Xiana a playful look. "You wimp, it must be the effect of Dean Huangfu's surgery, plus my father's strong will as an internal force warrior. You are just a blind cat catching a dead mouse." Lin Xiana looked at Han Feng with disgust. "Okay, I'm a blind cat." Han Feng smiled evilly. "You're stupid." Lin Xiana was just about to explode. "Xiana, don't be rude." Lin Zhongwan regained his former dignified demeanor as a powerful lord and said solemnly, "Apologize to Mr. Han and Dean Huangfu." "Dad, do you know who he is?" "His Han Feng, the Qin family's most useless son-in-law. He's a pure gigolo and a liar." Lin Xiana was so anxious that she almost cried. "Xiana, do you want me to say it a second time?" Lin Zhongwan's face turned pale as he stared at his daughter. "Miss Lin, you don't have to apologize to me. It's my poor medical skills that almost delayed Mr. Lin's treatment. It's completely understandable that Miss Lin is angry." Wang Fu Cheng said respectfully, then poked Han Feng secretly. Han Feng ignored her, gave Lin Xiana a smug smile, and raised his chin. "Dad, look at how he is doing." Lin Xiana frowned and looked at Han Feng with dissatisfaction. Lin Zhongwan's face flushed and he gave Lin Xiana an extremely oppressive look. Lin Xiana looked aggrieved and turned her head away from Han Feng. After a long while, she squeezed out 3 words in a soft mosquito-like voice, "I'm sorry. Mr. Han is my father's savior. You must show extra respect to Mr. Han from now on. Do you understand?" Lin Zhongwan was intimidating without being angry. "New." Lin Xiana replied weakly and unconvincedly. "Mr. Han, I'll have Xiana wait for you outside the hospital. Xiana, pay the surgery fee later, and then accompany Mr. Han to Jinji Lake to look at Villers. You can pick up whichever one he likes." Lin Zhongwan finally said to Wang Fu Cheng, "Dean Huangfu, I won't bother you anymore." "Okay." Han Feng nodded with a smile on his face. "Miss Lao Lin is here." A group of men in black surrounded Lin Zhongwan and walked away. "Dad." Lin Xiana was extremely dissatisfied. She called out from behind, stomped her feet, and followed. "Ms. Lin, please speak to me when you need me. Don't force yourself to be sick." Han Feng said with a smile to her back. "I can fix it by giving you an injection. Get lost. I will never come to you even if I die of pain." Lin Xiana turned around angrily and made an international gesture towards Han Feng. "Oh, you're pretty stubborn." Han Feng smiled and didn't care. He knew that Lin Xiana would ask him for help one day. "Xiao Feng, if you have something to say, please come to my office." Wang Fu Cheng's attitude towards Han Feng has obviously changed, and the tone of his voice has become gentler. As soon as the two arrived at the office, the former brewed tribute-grade Longjing tea that cost 5,000 yuan per tael. "Xiao Feng, how did you cure Director Lin?" Wang Fu Cheng poured tea for Han Feng and asked impatiently. Han Feng told it truthfully. "So that's how it is." Wang Fu Cheng sighed. He is known as their #1 doctor in Jiangnan province, but his reputation was almost smashed today. He still feels scared when he thinks about it. "The son of an old friend in front of me actually has the ability to turn the tide, so I must win him over. Xiao Feng, how about this? You come to our hospital as their vice president. You don't need to go to work during normal times, and your salary will be paid as usual. You can come to our hospital to help when the hospital encounters special situations like Director Lin. How do you think? Chapter 6 Full-time Female Driver. This is a bit sudden, let me think about it. Han Feng took a sip of Longjing tea. Okay, Wang Fu Cheng nodded, paused for a moment, and asked, Xiao Feng, what brought you to me today? Uncle Wang Fu, my parents went abroad with you back then, how did they die? Han Feng opened his third eye and looked at Wang Fu Cheng intently. He can tell if the other person shows the slightest sign of lying. That year, the Chinese Medical Conference sent a number of famous medical representatives to Japan on a cruise ship for negotiations. Your parents and I were among them. The night before we arrived in Japan, a storm suddenly blew up at sea, and the cruise ship shook violently. We were so scared that we couldn't sleep. Suddenly, we heard that someone on the deck fell into the water. Your parents went to rescue him, but accidentally fell into the sea, which led to the tragedy. Wang Fu Cheng sighed deeply after saying this, his face full of regret. Because your parents did not agree to sell China's precious Chinese herbal medicines and some top-secret prescriptions to Japan, I was worried that they were harmed by treacherous people. The next day, I carefully checked the scene, including the confessions of the rescue workers on the ship, and found nothing suspicious. You mean, my parents were killed by accident, not intentionally? Han Feng asked. He looked at Wang Fu Cheng with his divine eyes, and the latter was telling the truth. The suite I was staying in was quite far from your parents. I was not with them when they rushed to the deck. From my perspective, their falling into the sea was indeed an accident. Oh, by the way, I didn't have time to go up on the deck that year, but there was someone who should know better. He went up with your parents. Wang Fu Cheng's eyes lit up, and he rummaged through the drawer for a long time before pulling out an old, curled-edge cowhide-bound notebook. He turned to a page and showed it to Han Feng. His name is Xiao Jin. He is a Chinese medicine practitioner like your parents. You should know him. He fell seriously ill after returning from Japan. He aged 30 years in an instant. Later, he became deaf and blind, and his mind became a little blurry. He is now living in the countryside of Gusu in retirement. Xiao Jin, I'm going to find this person now. Han Feng took the notebook, which contained Xiao Jin's address. He nodded and said, Uncle Wang Fu, I promise you that I will be the vice president of Wang Fu Hospital. Seeing that Wang Fu Cheng was telling the truth, he agreed to his request. Wang Fu Cheng was naturally overjoyed. After chatting for a few more words, he personally escorted Han Feng out of the hospital gate. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan was parked outside the gate. Lin Xianer leaned against the car body, hung up the phone in a hurry, and stared at Han Feng from a distance with a strange look as he walked towards her. Ms. Lin, let's not go to Jinji Lake first. Please take me to this place. Han Feng took out Xiao Jin's address. Okay. Lin Xianer changed her hostile attitude, smiled, and responded sweetly, Mr. Han, I will take you wherever you want to go. Today, I will be Mr. Han's full-time female driver. After saying that, she gave Han Feng a coquettish look. Han Feng couldn't help but laugh, but didn't say anything. The car started and headed west. About half an hour later, the car drove into an abandoned factory with few people around. Ms. Lin, you're driving in the wrong direction, aren't you? Han Feng asked in pretended panic. Squeak. The car stopped and Lin Xianer got out first. Han Feng also followed down. Suddenly, four tall figures holding long knives and iron rods appeared from the abandoned workshop and gradually surrounded them. One of them was Qin Taofen, the Qin family's housekeeper. Han Feng, you bastard, I don't know how you bewitched my dad. You clearly took advantage of Dean Wang Fu, but you pretended to be a miracle doctor and asked me to apologize to you, a gigolo. Do you think I was just waiting for you outside the hospital? To tell you the truth, I have already talked to Jinjin on the phone. I can't believe that you attempted to rape Lian Lian but failed, and then set fire to create the illusion of self-immolation in an attempt to evade legal punishment. You are a scum worse than an animal, don't even think about running away today. Lin Xianer's face suddenly changed and she glared at Han Feng. So you, a professional female driver, want to take me on my way? Han Feng smiled calmly, nodded, and said, I'm more used to you being like this. I was a little uncomfortable with your shy look when you first got on the car. Damn Han Feng, we didn't burn you to death last night. If it weren't for Miss Lin calling the eldest lady, it would have taken us quite some time to find you. Now, we can hand your body over to the second lady tonight and put an end to all future trouble. Qin Daofeng crossed his arms over his chest with a smug look on his face. Lin Xiaoner, you colluded with the Qin family to harm me. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to report to your father? Han Feng ignored Qin Daofeng and had a calm expression. Complete? Damn it. When you die, I'll go back and tell my dad everything that happened yesterday. Lin Xiaoner completely disregarded her image as a rich girl and cursed loudly, which was rare. I already told him that in the operating room today. Han Feng said calmly. Impossible. If my dad knew you were a rapist, he wouldn't get close to you. And he wouldn't give you a villa. Lin Xiaoner flatly denied it. Ms. Lin, stop talking nonsense to this dead man. Qin Daofeng pointed his hand at his side and proudly introduced. Do you know who this is? Niu Wanqi, the right protector of the White Tiger Hall of the Kaogang, brother Niu. Back then, he defeated 18 Sonder Masters with just one hand, and shocked the whole of Gusu. Lin Xiaoner was quite surprised that the Qin family actually spent a large sum of money to invite a powerful warrior from the Kaogang. It seemed that Han Feng was doomed today. Niu Wanqi walked out with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He was 1.9 meters tall and stronger than a grizzly bear. He tore the black t-shirt as easily as tearing paper, revealing extremely abnormal tendon meat. The whole person stood in front of Han Feng like a god made of steel and iron tower. Brother Qin, is it worth asking me to help such a little brat? Any of my minions can kill him, Niu Wanqi said with an arrogant grin. This million was earned too easily. The eldest and second young ladies are just in case. Qin Dug smiled ingratiatingly. He has trained so much muscle that his brain has become stupid. His legs are like wooden sticks and he can hardly stand. TSK 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 TSK, he looks like a capable person, but he is actually weak and sick. Han Feng shook his head and teased. Sex life isn't okay either. He opened his third eye and looked at Niu Wanqi, who was just a martial artist with intimidating appearance, but very ordinary inside. Crackle, crackle. Niu Wanqi gritted his teeth when he heard that, and his knuckles cracked. Ms. Lin, Brother Qin, please make way, or you will be covered in blood later. Lin Xiaoner, Qin Daofeng and the other foresaw that Niu Wanqi was really angry, and they all moved away for fear of being affected. Boy, it would be best if you were born as a mute in your next life. R. Niu Wanqi gathered all his strength and smashed Han Feng with his angry iron fist. Boom! Han Feng seemed to be unable to react. After a moment of hesitation, he was knocked more than 10 meters away by the iron fist. He fell heavily into a pile of earth in the distance like a kite with a broken string. Han Feng is dead. Chapter 7, Spending an Extra Million in Vain. Har ha har ha, he's so weak and has such a bad mouth, how did he survive to this day? Niu Wanqi blew on his fist like a gun barrel, pulled the corner of his mouth, and revealed a ferocious smile. My sex life is very harmonious, and it's no problem for me to have sex with 8 women at night. His iron fist felt like it was hitting cotton, with no feeling of fist hitting flesh at all. However, Han Feng had already fallen down, so he didn't have time to think too much. The Qin family's 2 male servants, Qin Xiaoxi and Qin Xiaowu, ran over to check on Han Feng's condition. Amazing, so amazing. Not to mention 1 million, even 5 million is worth asking the great protector Niu to help. Qin was digging out dung with his back bent, giving Niu Wanqi a thumbs up with a fawning look on his face. I'm going to check on that bastard. Lin Xiaoner is extremely sensitive. Niu Wanqi just threw a lightning-fast punch, and Han Feng was knocked away, but she always felt that something was not right. Ms. Lin, what's so good about a corpse? It's a stain on your eyes. In my opinion, you should go back and explain to Director Lin as soon as possible, so that Director Lin won't blame you when he finds out that Han Feng is dead. Qin Daofeng advised from the side. Butler Qin, Han Feng has died. Qin Xiaoxi, who was far away, stood up and shouted over here. All right. Lin Xiaoner wanted to expose Han Feng's hypocrisy to her father in person as soon as possible, so she responded and drove away. Great Guardian Niu, the balance will be transferred to your account immediately. Leave this to us. Qin Daofeng said with a gleam in his eyes and a smile on his face. Okay. Brother Qin, come to me if you have such good things in the future. As Niu Wanqi spoke, he bulged his biceps, which were as big as a normal person's head, and said proudly. Your Miss Qin has become a widow, and I am very happy to relieve her hunger and loneliness. Of course, if your Miss Qin needs help in the future, I can do it for free, but she has to do me the honor of having dinner with me and spending a wonderful night with me. Hey! I heard that your third Miss Qin has been looking for a husband recently since she became a university teacher. Third Miss Qin's figure, wow. I will convey the meaning of the great protector Niu to our master. Qin Daofan looked embarrassed and quickly interrupted Niu Huanxi's words and made a gesture of invitation. Niu Huanxi looked Qin the excrement collector up and down, rubbed his butt with a wicked smile, and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "You can also." As he said this, he licked his lips, raised his eyebrows, and turned away. Qin Daofan's face was full of black lines. He looked at Niu Huanxi's back getting farther and farther away and shuddered all over. "Fuck it, put Feng in a body bag, hurry up, get out of here." He rushed to Qin Xiaoxi and Qin Xiaowu, slicked his hair back, and gave orders in a hurry. The two men hurriedly stuffed Feng into the bag, zipped it up and threw it into the trunk of the car. The car sped away from the abandoned factory. That night, at the Qin family villa, Qin Xiaoxi and Qin Xiaowu moved the body bag containing Feng into Qin Lianlian's bedroom. Second miss, this time I watched Feng being beaten to death with my own eyes. I guarantee that there will be no mistakes. Qin Daofan unzipped the body bag, revealing Feng's pale and green face. Good. Qin Lianlian covered her stomach with one hand, leaning against the table, a trace of fatigue on her delicate and flawless face. She forced a smile, waved her hand, and said, "Uncle Shit Cleaner, Xiao Sai and Xiao Wu, thank you for your hard work. You should go back and rest first." The three of them responded and left. "Oh, Feng, you're worse than pigs and dogs, and it's really hard to kill you. Your worthless life is not worth a penny. Our Qin family spent an extra million in vain. With 1 million, I can buy so many foreign master's degrees and fake awards to improve my status. You bastard." Qin Lianlian gnashed her teeth and poked Feng's pale face with her finger. She felt a chill running through her bones and took out a small saw from the drawer. "Weren't you feeling pretty good yesterday? Why aren't you moving today? Okay, I'll make the move today and make you feel even better." After saying that, he grinned and started to cut towards Feng's head with a small saw. "You said it yourself this time. I didn't force you." Feng suddenly sat up from the body bag as if he was resurrected from the dead, snatched a small saw, reached out and hugged Qin Lianlian in his arms, feeling like he was holding a piece of fragrant and soft jade. "R." Qin Lianlian hadn't screamed yet. "Sure, it's late at night, don't disturb others' sleep." Feng pinched her mouth, then loosened his grip slightly as he spoke. "Feng, aren't you dead?" Qin Lianlian was so frightened that her whole body was shaking and she closed her eyes in fear. She wanted to struggle, but it was as if she was locked in place by steel bars, unable to free herself at all. "I came out of the hospital and I knew something was wrong the moment Lin Xianer started to perform. I thought that she and your eldest sister were best friends and that you must have planned to harm me, so I just played along. I was originally planning to deal with the big idiot you brought, as well as your housekeeper who cleans out the manure and the two small fry, but he said he would bring my body to see you, so I came up with a plan and temporarily let the big idiot and your 3 dogs go." Feng said this as he sniffed Qin Lianlian's swan neck. "That's not right. If you were pretending to be dead, why would your face be so white and green, and still cold?" Qin Lianlian seemed to be furious, and like a cool Persian cat rejecting her owner's kiss, she turned her face away in resistance. "Faking my own death is easy for me." Feng smiled proudly and continued. "I can't believe you invited me over tonight after our wedding night. I have no choice but to obey. No, my lower abdomen is still hurting, and I haven't gotten out of bed all day. I can't do it tonight, no. Qin Lianlian muttered to herself as if she was stupid, but her eyes showed a look of reluctance and her cheeks were flushed. When a woman says no, she usually means yes. Feng ordered with a smug smile on his face. "Let's go to the mirror. You're in front of it and can see your expression clearly. Do you know how to be gentle and considerate to women? Are you a beast who only knows how to till the land but not how to maintain it?" Qin Lianlian put on a pitiful look and her chin twitched slightly. "Where did the energy you had in wanting to cut the body into pieces just now go? You don't seem like a good girl who can do nothing." Feng glanced at the small saw that fell to the ground. It was Qin Lianlian who had prepared in advance the tools to dismember the body and vent her anger. No, that's not. Qin Lianlian wanted to explain, but Han Feng pushed her in front of the dressing mirror and made her bend down. You want me dead, and you want me to be dismembered even after I die. It's unacceptable if I don't teach you a lesson. In the bedroom there was the sound of clothes being taken off. Han Feng, listen to me, can we do it tomorrow, I really. Qin Lianlian turned around and begged for mercy. Can you do your hair in twin ponytails next time? I like twin ponytails better. Han Feng ignored it. Okay, then stop for a moment, The next day at noon. Boom boom boom. The knock on the door woke Qin Lianlian up. Why is there someone knocking on the door again? Qin Lianlian weakly looked back at Han Feng, who was still sleeping soundly with his strong chest and abdominal muscles exposed, and quickly covered his face with her thin back and asked in panic. Who? Chapter 8 Third Sister Qin AI. Second sister, it's me. What happened to our family? Why is my eldest brother-in-law's cabin gone? Where is he? Qin AIAI's sweet and anxious voice came from outside the door. Qin AIAI is Qin Shou's third daughter. She is 1.6 meters tall, has a sweet and lovely appearance, and a slightly plump and well-proportioned figure, especially her proud E-cup breasts, which look like two round little white rabbits jumping around. She can be described as having a baby face and big breasts. In the Qin family, she never looked down on Han Feng. Although he was her brother-in-law in name, she actually treated Han Feng as her older brother. She gave Han Feng the feeling of being a real family member. Qin AIAI had just been hired as a trainee teacher at Suzhou University. She lived in the teacher's dormitory from Monday to Friday and returned home on Saturdays and Sundays. Her family kept it a secret from her, so she had no idea what had happened at the Qin family's house the day before yesterday and yesterday. Love, Han Feng. Qin Lianlian glanced at the sleeping Han Feng, and quietly reached out to the iron European-style table lamp on the bedside table. Bang! Han Feng closed his eyes and grabbed Qin Lianlian's wrist, mockingly saying, You're a female mantis, so you kill your mate after mating. Shut up! Qin Lianlian shouted in a low voice. Second sister. Why are you silent? I pushed the door open and went in. The sound of Qin AIAI stomping her feet came from outside the door. You are not allowed to come in. Qin Lianlian yelled towards the door. I've been sick these past 2 days and haven't left my room. I don't know where Han Feng is. Go ask the eldest sister. That's her husband. Before she could finish her words, Han Feng held her in his arms and touched her all over. She felt a strange sensation in her body and spat softly. You're asking for death. Ari is outside the door, why don't you hide quickly? Your Qin family is determined to kill me, where can I hide? Han Feng smiled cunningly, exhaled softly in Qin Lianlian's ear, and said softly, I won't hide anymore, you should just find someone to kill me. Qin Lianlian's body felt like it was electrified and she couldn't help but moan. My eldest sister asked me to ask you. Qin Ari's puzzled voice came from outside the door, what are you doing? Are you hiding something from me? Crack. Crack. There was a sound of the doorknob being turned outside. Fortunately the door was locked. Qin Ari. I told you I'm not feeling well. Qin Lianlian's voice became strange, and she gasped and shouted at the bedroom door, go away quickly. He turned around and begged for mercy in a low voice to Han Feng. Okay, please, hide in the closet. What if she's stubborn and really refuses to leave? Qin Lianlian put on a pitiful expression. If Qin AIAI caught her brother-in-law and sister-in-law together, she would be furious. I don't want to move. Han Feng lay down on his back with his arms and legs spread out, making the shape of the Chinese character, Tai. Forget it, I'll call my brother-in-law. I have something to talk to him about. Qin AIAI's disappointed voice was heard outside the door, and her footsteps gradually faded away. Hatilda. Qin Lianlian then breathed a sigh of relief. Ding-ling-ling. Han Feng's cell phone rang in Qin Lianlian's boudoir. Qin AIAI suddenly stopped and walked back. Fuck. Han Feng quickly hung up the phone and pulled out the calling card. Second sister. Qin Ari's questioning voice came from the other side of the door again. What's that noise in your bedroom? I won't hide anymore. I'd better retreat. Han Feng just wanted to play a trick on Qin Lianlian. If Qin AI really caught their affair, their big brother image in the latter's heart would collapse. He put on his clothes and walked towards the balcony, looking back and saying, "Whenever you want to kill me again, I'll come over again. You see, last night's cooperation was much better than the night before. Why is my back burning with pain?" After saying that, he opened the glass door of the bedroom and went down from the balcony. Pooh! Qin Lianlian looked at Han Feng's sturdy back with dozens of blood-red nail marks left by her scratches, and couldn't help but spit, frowning and glaring, and whispered, "Han Feng, if I really don't kill you next time, I, Qin Lianlian, will not be a human being. Second sister, open the door." Bang! 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 The knocking on the door became louder and louder. Qin Lianlian dragged her aching body to open the door. Qin AI wore a little makeup, her sweet and lovely face was a little chubby, she had 2 low ponytails and wore a beige lace suspender skirt. The tight design of the upper part of the skirt further highlighted her plump breasts. She held the cell phone in her hand and looked towards Qin Lianlian's bedroom. Ari, what are you looking for?" Qin Lianlian held her waist, hunched her back, and asked impatiently. "Do you think Han Feng is in my room? Are you crazy?" "No." Qin AI didn't notice anything unusual, so she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around and was about to leave when Qin Lianlian grabbed her pigtail. "Qin AI, I'm telling you, you are not allowed to contact Han Feng anymore." Qin Lianlian said seriously. Why?" Qin AI asked in confusion. "There's no reason. He's no longer a member of our Qin family." Qin Lianlian maintained a serious expression. "Did you guys bully my brother-in-law again, and he ran away from home in anger?" Qin AI put her hands on her waist and frowned as she said, "My eldest sister's wife is so nice, you bad guys are bullying the good and afraid of the evil. Even if my eldest brother-in-law runs away from home and doesn't recognize you, I still recognize him as my eldest brother-in-law, humph." Qin AI shook her pigtails and walked away angrily. Ari, come back." Qin Lianlian leaned against the door frame and called out, but the other party didn't even turn around. "Second miss, are you feeling better?" Qin the dung collector came out at some point and said with a flattering smile. "Good you deadhead." Qin Lianlian cursed weakly. Qin Taofen looked at Qin Lianlian in surprise, not knowing what he had done wrong. "Han Feng, how did you 3 losers examine Han Feng's body yesterday? Han Feng wasn't dead at all." Qin Lianlian shouted hysterically. "Not dead again." Qin Taofen's eyes widened, and he seemed to be acupunctured, freezing in place. His brain was spinning rapidly, reviewing where the mistakes had occurred during yesterday's operation. The only sound in the corridor was Qin Lianlian's heavy breathing. A long time. Second miss, it was the 4th and 5th children who examined the body. Qin Taofen looked embarrassed, and forced a smile that was uglier than crying, saying, "I failed in my duty, but at that time, Protector Niu punched Han Feng and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Miss Lin from the Lin family saw it at the scene, so I didn't lie at all." Qin Taofen scratched his hair fiercely, messing up his long back hair, and said with gritted teeth, "Han Feng is such a smelly and hard cockroach. What do you think we should do?" Qin Lianlian collapsed weakly on the ground. Second miss, Qin Taofen came over to help Qin Lianlian up and said, "In my opinion, I will ask for a more powerful killer, and this time you can personally invite Han Feng to our Qin family. He didn't die twice, so he will definitely keep the appointment. Then we will ambush the killer at home, and wait until the right time to catch him in one fell swoop. We don't even have to move the body, how about that?" Qin Lianlian was helped to stand up. After thinking for a moment, she was about to refute, but then she said with a sense of loss, "Just do as you say." Qin turned around and was about to leave. "I just don't know when is the right time to ask him to come. I'm going to have my period these 2 days." Qin Lianlian suddenly woke up. "Oh, no, I mean, I'm not feeling well because of my period. If I ask Han Feng to come, I will definitely have to meet the killer and greet the killer. I don't want to see outsiders. Then after you leave, we'll make another appointment. This time, I'll find a few more powerful ones to ensure that nothing goes wrong." Qin Taofen put on a confident expression. Han Feng, who escaped from the Qin family villa, finally put the SIM card back into the phone. It would be fine if it was someone else from the Qin family calling him, but he must answer Qin AI's call. Distinguishing clearly between gratitude and resentment is one of Han Feng's principles in life. What's wrong with Ari? What do you want from me? Han Feng called and asked. Chapter 9, Frustrated at the door. Brother-in-law, I have to attend the Teachers' Association at school tonight. I don't dare go alone. Can you accompany me? Qin AI's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Is it appropriate for you to bring me, an outsider, to a fraternity? Han Feng felt a little overwhelmed after hearing this. In what capacity will you go there? The Qin family has already cancelled their account, but Qin AIAI probably doesn't know about it yet. What's inappropriate about that? Who said you can't bring your family and friends to a social? I've already told our department head that if he doesn't allow me to bring them, I won't attend. The sound of Qin AIAI's coquettish voice continued to be heard. Brother-in-law, I know that you have a tense relationship with my eldest sister, second sister, and my father. Ever since you married into the Qin family, the two of us have always been a united front. Even if you run away from home, you must help me with this. Okay, I'll accompany you. Han Feng couldn't resist this lovely sister-in-law, so he had to agree. 9 o'clock in the evening, on the top floor of the Crown Plaza Hotel. Qin AIAI spoke at a very fast pace and hung up the phone, as if she was afraid that Han Feng would go back on his word. Han Feng smiled helplessly. For the past 5 years, I have worked like a slave in the Qin family and suffered insults from everyone in the Qin family. Even the Qin family servants Qin Xiaoxi and Qin Xiaowu could boss me around. Only this lovely little sister stood up to defend me every time. Thinking of the past, my heart couldn't help but warm. Ding ling ling tilde. Han Feng's cell phone rang. Master. Lin Zhongwan on the other end of the phone asked tentatively in an extremely nervous tone. It's me. Han Feng replied coldly. Great, Master, you're okay. Lin Zhongwan breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone suddenly became stern. Yesterday, Xianer came back and told me what happened. I immediately put this rebellious son in solitary confinement and asked my neighbor Miss Qin Wani to go with me to the Cao Gang's headquarters in Jinling City overnight to demand an explanation. Fortunately, Master, you are blessed by heaven and can turn misfortune into fortune. Thank you for your concern, but your daughter should be disciplined. Han Feng's tone softened. The Cao Gang was not the strongest in the whole Jiangnan region, but the scary thing was that they had so many members that they were omnipresent. No aristocratic family or martial arts sect dared to challenge the Cao Gang openly. Qin Wani lived next door to Lin Zhongwan, and was the daughter of Qin Muqian, the leader of the Cao Gang. She and Qin Shou were distant cousins, but their relationship was very ordinary. According to seniority, Han Feng should call Qin Wani aunt. Lin Zhongwan asked her to go to Nanjing with him to seek an explanation, which shows the sincerity of this disciple. Tomorrow, I will personally accompany Master to choose a villa by the Jinji Lake. Oh, by the way, the disciple also specially bought a car for the Master. I have other things to deal with in Jinling City today, and it will be midnight when I get back. I hope Master will forgive me. Lin Zhongwan said respectfully. It just so happens that I have an appointment tonight, so let's do it tomorrow. Han Feng hung up the phone. That night, on the top floor of the Crown Plaza Hotel, Soochow University hired 2 young and beautiful college students to serve as receptionists at the door. Han Feng followed the crowd of people coming out of the elevator on the top floor in groups of 2 or 3 and entered the open-air garden venue. Hello, sir. Please show me your invitation. One of the girls stopped Han Feng alone and let the others go in. I'm here with a friend and don't have an invitation. Han Feng said awkwardly. I'm sorry, sir. We're hosting a Gusu University faculty gathering in the rooftop garden. We've reserved the entire place and are not allowing anyone from the public to enter. The female college student politely declined. Okay, I'll wait for my friend. Han Feng walked aside and called Qin AIAI, but no one answered the call. Hello, sir. Please show me your invitation letter. Came the voice of a female college student. What? I need an invitation too. A young man wearing a white suit, a cool crew cut, thick hair wax, brown retro sunglasses, and holding 99 roses, pointed at Han Feng with his little finger, and said with a smile instead of anger. Do you think I'm the same as those poor losers who deliver food or drive DD? Huh. Han Feng hasn't had time to change his white t-shirt and jeans for the past 2 days, and he does look a little disheveled. The hotel manager rushed over and whispered a few words in the female college student's ear. I'm so sorry, Mr. Feng Chun, please come in. The female student gestured to the inside in panic. Pooh. Feng Chun spat in the direction of Han Feng and scolded the hotel manager. This is a 5-star hotel. Anyone who doesn't have an invitation and isn't staying at the hotel, get out. How can I possibly be on the same level as this kind of trash, fuck? Yes, what Mr. Feng said is true. The hotel manager nodded and bowed, with a fawning look on his face. Han Feng shook his head and couldn't help but smile. Today, he not only has superb martial arts and medical skills, but also has an open mind. Feng Chun's provocation is like an ant mocking an elephant. I don't take it seriously at all. Remember your brother's face next time. Feng Chun pinched the female college student's round buttocks firmly, and then stuffed the business card into the edge of her jeans, showing a playful smile and said, Call me when you have time and I'll drive to school to pick you up for a ride. The female college student was so frightened that her face turned pale. She took 2 steps back and lowered her head. Feng Chun laughed heartily and walked into the venue with a swagger. Who is he? Another female college student asked. He is the nephew of Chairman Lin of Lin S Bank and the small owner of this hotel. I heard that he is worth over 100 million yuan, has several villas in Gusu City, and has several luxury cars. The female college student who was molested was flushed. You're not really going to call him, are you? Another female college student asked. You're talking nonsense. How could I do that? The female college student who was molested took the business card out from the edge of her jeans and carefully put it into her pocket. The hotel manager came to Han Feng and asked politely, Sir, are you a guest of the hotel or a teacher who came to attend the social gathering? Neither, I'm here to look for someone. Han Feng hadn't finished speaking yet. I'm so sorry, why don't you go downstairs and look for someone outside the hotel? This is a 5-star hotel with strict management. There is a social gathering in the rooftop garden tonight, so it's not convenient for outsiders to stay here. The hotel manager had a professional smirk on his face. Han Feng nodded and continued to call Qin Ai while walking towards the elevator hall. Brother-in-law, where are you? Why haven't you come yet? Loud music and Qin Ai's anxious voice came from the other side. I was already at the door when someone stopped me. Han Feng laughed at himself. Oops, I forgot I need an invitation. Wait for me to pick you up at the door. Qin Ai hung up the phone in a hurry. Hey? Why haven't you left yet? What on earth are you doing? If you don't leave, I'm going to call security. When the hotel manager saw Han Feng coming back, his face suddenly changed and his tone became stiff. He took out the intercom and said sternly. Hey, there's an idiot causing trouble in the rooftop garden. Hurry up and get 2 people to take him away. Chapter 10 Ari has really grown up. Boom boom, boom boom. 3 security guards rushed to the entrance of the venue, holding rubber sticks and staring at Han Feng with hostility. Han Feng sneered and said, My friend will come out to pick me up soon, there's no need to go to such great lengths. Boy, I didn't feel comfortable scolding you just now because there were so many people around, but do you really think you are a human being? What a fucking friend, those who come here are all well-known figures, you should take a piss and look at your own poor appearance, and you dare to come to our 5-star hotel to eat and drink for free, you are crazy. The hotel manager had a grim expression on his face, rolled up his sleeves, and ordered. Take him to the blind spot of the surveillance cameras, give him a good dragon fruit feast, and then throw him out of the hotel. Yes. The 3 security guards shouted in unison and surrounded them with sticks in hand. Han Feng clenched his fists secretly. Stop. Feng Chun's voice came from behind the crowd. Director Feng. The hotel manager and 3 security guards instantly quieted down and responded respectfully. Han Feng saw Qin Ai actually walking towards him holding Feng Chun's arm. Qin Ai had her black hair parted in the middle and fluffy tonight, with fiery red lips, a tight black dress and a red scarf. The combination was extremely simple, but it showed a high-level beauty. Especially the black dress, which makes the fair skin emit a faint holy halo, and the 2 bouncing little white rabbits squeeze out a delicate and deep groove. Ari has really grown up. Han Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But when he saw her holding Feng Chun's arm, he frowned again. This is my friend's family and friends. Feng Chun nodded and smiled awkwardly at Han Feng, then his expression changed immediately and he angrily scolded the four people. You are blind. Mr. Feng, you just asked me to kick these little guys out. The hotel manager hadn't finished speaking yet. Bang! Feng Chun swung his fist and slapped the hotel manager in the face. Bullshit. When did I ever say that? Feng Chuani said righteously. What I'm saying is that when people come to our hotel, even if they are not guests, even if they are just passing by to rest or use the toilet, they should be treated as gods. Otherwise, we will be unworthy of our 5-star rating standard. Yes, yes, yes. The hotel manager covered his swollen face and said to Han Feng, Sir, we are really sorry. It was our fault for not taking good care of you. We apologize and we will reflect on this. Okay, get out of here. Feng Chun said impatiently, What are you three still doing here? Get out of here. The four of them responded and left in embarrassment. Ari, do you think I handled this well? Feng Chun pretended to be naive. Yeah, that's a bonus. Chin Ai nodded with satisfaction. Let me introduce you to each other. This is my brother-in-law, Han Feng. Han Feng. Feng Chun searched his mind for a moment, his expression changed again, and he asked in a mocking tone. You are Han Feng, the eldest son-in-law of the Chin family who attempted to rape his sister-in-law but failed, and then played with fire and got burned. Aren't you dead? Feng Chun, what are you talking about? Chin Ai looked at Han Feng with confusion. Ari, I'll explain it to you when I get back. Han Feng said seriously. Ari, you wouldn't ask this kind of people to be your friends and family, right? We should stay as far away from this kind of immoral beast as possible. Feng Chun looked at Han Feng with contempt and was about to leave while pulling Chin Ai away. Ari, you wouldn't choose someone like this as your boyfriend, would you? Han Feng opened his sky eye and scanned Feng Chun from head to toe. His hands were as fast as lightning as he took out 2 mobile phones from Feng Chun's pocket. Before Feng Chun could react, Han Feng had already opened WeChat and QQ on one of the phones and showed them to Chin Ai one by one. Ari, look at his WeChat groups, Fishpond number 1, Fishpond number 2, Fishpond number 3. These are all his flirtations and hookup partners. What? Chin Ai watched Han Feng open the various female avatars in Fishpond number 1, her brows furrowed and her chest heaving violently. Ari, don't get me wrong, I like fishing, and those are my fishing friends, Feng Chun explained nervously that he wanted to snatch his phone, but Han Feng was so strong that he couldn't snatch it away at all. Ari, you must believe that I only love you in the whole world. My heart, my liver, my spleen, lungs and kidneys only love you. I won't even look at other women. You are the only one in color in this world, other women are black and white. My love for you is witnessed by the heavens, the earth, the sun and the moon. Are you fishing for clams or fish? Han Feng easily blocked Feng Chun with one hand, opened the ball classification with the other hand, and continued to ask. Then how do you explain these Gusu harem and Jinling harem? Feng Chun. Explain to me. Chin Ai opened the group and saw girls with various names of concubines. Those are all script killing games I played. Many of my friends' characters in the scripts are not real people. Feng Chun didn't have the strength to snatch it back by force, and now he regretted extremely that he had kicked the security guards out. This phone of yours is the one you used to chat with your lover. There's nothing in it. Han Feng threw one of the phones back to Feng Chun and said, This phone is the one you use to hook up with people. You're quite good at it. Meeting spring. I think you should call it the beginning of spring. Ari, one is a fishing group, and the other is a script-killing group. Please don't misunderstand me. Feng Chun wanted to explain. Then what is this? Han Feng quickly took out 2 boxes of Durex from Feng Chun's trouser pocket again. Don't tell me you're going to a social gathering and bought so many balloons just to liven up the atmosphere. Feng Chun was stunned. How did this guy know that there was a hookup group on my phone, and how did he know that there was TT in my pocket? This was meant for tonight. Feng Chun, you bastard. Didn't you tell me that you were still a virgin and that we could only do it after we got married? Then who did you prepare all this for? Chin Ai's face turned red with anger and she slapped Feng Chun. Bang! Feng Chun's left cheek immediately showed a red and hot five-finger mountain mark. He then put his right cheek in front of Chin Ai and said in a pretentious manner, Ari, you really misunderstood me, these are what my friend wanted, so I brought them to him. If you want to hit me, I will let you hit me, but my love for you is absolutely true. For you, I would even die. He turned and looked at Han Feng fiercely, with fire in his eyes, and said, You, the rapist brother-in-law, are the real bad guy. Wait, I'll call the police and arrest him. Wait a minute. Chin Ai stopped him. It's okay, love, let him fight. Han Feng looked at Feng Chun coldly. Chen Yang saw the latter put his hands behind his back and blindly press the phone, but he did not stop him. Brother-in-law, what's going on at home these days? Chin Ai's eyes were misty and her two little hands were grabbing Han Feng's arms. Han Feng had no choice but to tell their whole story, but he saved himself the trouble of having to communicate with Chin Lian twice at a distance. I occasionally heard them planning to do this, but I thought they were just saying it out of anger. I should have warned you earlier. Chin Ai's eyes dimmed and she lowered her head guiltily. Ari, this has nothing to do with you. Han Feng held Chin Ari's chubby face in his hands and said with a comforting smile, Besides, nothing is wrong with me now. Ari, don't listen to his nonsense. Let's make peace, okay? Feng Chun interrupted urgently. As he said that, he reached out to pull Chin Ai, but was pushed away instead. Chin Ari, what do you mean? You would rather believe the words of a rapist and arsonist than the words of the best man in the world. Feng Chun looked at Chin Ai in surprise. How much have I paid for you in these 2 months? I ask for instructions in the morning and report in the evening, deliver breakfast and evening newspapers, pick you up and drop you off by car, and come whenever you call. I am your photographer, tour guide, driver, nanny, and makeup artist. I care about you more than any other girl in the past, and even a heartless woman will be moved. You actually turned your back on me today for a rapist. Feng Chun, get out of my sight right now. Chin Ai looked at Feng Chun with dissatisfaction. Okay, Chin Ari, don't blame me for being unjust if you're unkind. Feng Chun said indifferently. Boom boom, boom boom. More than a dozen armed security guards rushed out from the elevator and the walking stairs, surrounding the small elevator hall. Chin Ai hid in Han Feng's arms in fear. Chapter 11 Must Slap. Feng Chun, what do you want to do? Chin Ai looked at the security guards who surrounded her and Han Feng in horror. They were holding Han Feng tightly. The two little white rabbits were holding Han Feng's arms and threatening him. All the teachers in our school are here. I only need to shout and they will come over. The music in the open-air garden is so loud that they can't hear you even if you scream at the top of your lungs. Feng Chun took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of panda eyes, and moved his cervical vertebrae, wrists, and ankles in a gangster-like manner. He rubbed his fingers together, and the security guard next to him immediately understood and handed him an electric baton, which he turned on. Crackle! Crackle! Violent blue arcs of electricity rolled on the electric baton. Chin Ai was so scared that she was shaking all over and buried her head in Han Feng's chest. Han Feng patted her shoulder and whispered something to comfort her. Little Leo, go and guard the corridor from the elevator hall to the open-air garden. No one is allowed to come over. I need to exercise tonight. Feng Chun stared at Han Feng intently. Yes, Mr. Feng. The hotel manager responded with a gloating tone. Yellowish whites of the eyes and dark circles under the eyes are typical signs of alcohol addiction and excessive indulgence in sexual activities. You've made your kidneys turn into tofu pudding. Forget fighting. Even if you're asked to climb 10 floors, you'll be so tired that you'll lie down like a grandson and won't move. Han Feng smiled indifferently, not taking the security guards around him and the electric baton in Feng Chun's hands seriously at all. You rapist, stop pretending to be calm in front of that slutty big tits. Feng Chun pointed the electric baton at Han Feng and said through gritted teeth. I was displeased the first time I saw you. A loser like you came to our 5-star hotel. Your poor smell polluted our sweet air. You have lowered your taste. You've downgraded my star rating. You don't even deserve to drink the water in our hotel toilet. Still showing off in front of me. How can I not know your details? Feng Chun looked at Han Feng viciously. Tonight I'm going to peel off your skin and make jelly from it, and chop off your penis and feed it to the dogs. Feng Chun. Chin Ai turned her head back, tears welling up in her eyes, sobbing and saying, I was so blind that I actually fell for a scumbag like you. If you dare to touch me and my brother-in-law, our Chin family will not let you go. You stinky bitch, I pretended to be a gentleman and a romantic, and spent money and time chasing you for 2 months, but I couldn't fuck you. And you believed what this rapist said. Did you give it to him? I think he must have had a threesome with you 3 sisters. Let us first deal with this pretentious guy tonight, and then let him watch our live broadcast. Why are you wearing Durex? I'm going to fight you with real guns tonight. Kill. Han Feng's face was as cold as ice and he clenched his fists tightly. It would have been fine if the other party had falsely accused himself and Qin Jinjin, but he falsely accused the innocent Qin Ai and slandered Qin Ai's reputation. Die. Feng Chun shouted to everyone, tonight everyone will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Come on and destroy him. Go. More than a dozen security guards had been eager to try. After hearing the order, they all rushed towards Han Feng like wild dogs on a loose rein, with their batons in their hands. R. Qin Ai screamed in fright and closed her eyes. Han Feng instantly opened his third eye and extended the time, so that the security guards' originally sharp movements turned into the speed of Tai Chi. These security guards are ordinary people who don't even have the realm of martial arts. For Han Feng, a martial artist who has reached the realm of transformation, hitting them is no different from hitting a dozen wooden stakes. Bang! 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 In the narrow space, Han Feng used his inch-long punches, and each punch left an afterimage. In a moment, there were horrifying sounds of broken bones, cracking bones, the dull thud of fists hitting flesh, and the bang of the head hitting the concrete wall. The security guards wailed and fell to the ground one after another like tarot cards. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chun was the only one standing alone in the elevator hall. R. Feng Chun rubbed his eyes vigorously, not believing what was happening before his eyes. He lowered his head and glanced at the security guards who were lying on the ground screaming in agony, then rubbed his eyes again. You, aren't you a wimp? You, how come you are so powerful? Brother-in-law, did you defeat all these people? Why didn't I know you were good at martial arts before? Only after hearing Feng Chun's words did Qin Ai dare to slowly open her eyes. She looked at the tall and strong man in front of her in disbelief. Her admiration for him grew even stronger. She hugged him tighter and pressed her head against Han Feng's chest. Apologize to Ari first. Han Feng felt extremely comfortable with the 2 little white rabbits pressing against his arms, but he still spoke coldly on the surface. Apologize, Feng Chun knelt down sleekly, and then crawled forward 2 or 3 times, coming to the feet of Han Feng and Qin Ai, kowtowing like pounding garlic, and said, Ai, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those words to make you angry. I should have. Feng Chun suddenly raised his head and said with a wicked smile. I should have just taken action. He quickly stretched out the electric baton and hit Han Feng. He usually learned some fancy moves and thought he was better than the security guards. Han Feng was completely within his sneak attack range. Unexpectedly, Han Feng had already seen through his trick. He squatted down 1 step ahead, pressed his finger on the switch of the electric baton that Feng Chun was pressing, and then put the electric baton on Feng Chun's chin. Crackle! Crackle! R. The pain like an electric whip instantly swept through Feng Chun's entire body from his chin. He fell to the ground and twitched in agony. The elevator hall was filled with the pungent smell of burnt barbecue. Han Feng grabbed Feng Chun's collar with 1 hand. Bang! A heavy slap hit Feng Chun on the mouth. Just as he raised his hand to deliver the second slap. You can't hit me, Feng Chun said, drooling, my uncle is the big boss of this hotel, Lin Zhongwan. Bang! Han Feng slapped Feng Chun on the mouth again. Lin Zhongwan had problems raising his daughter, and raising a nephew like you is even more of a failure. Brother Han. I know I was wrong. Feng Chun's eyes were dazed, saliva and blood were dripping from his mouth, and his body occasionally twitched. Ari, I was wrong. You were the one who called me love. Bang! Another solid slap. Puff! Feng Chun spat out a mouthful of blood, in which were 2 front teeth. Brother-in-law, stop hitting me. Qin Ai squatted beside Han Feng, hugged Han Feng, and said in fear. That Lin Zhongwan is all-powerful in Gusu City. We can't afford to offend him. I think we should just forget about it. It's still love. Miss Qin is still sensible. Feng Chun opened his bloody mouth and gave a miserable smile. The noise here had long attracted the attention of the hotel manager, who was on guard. He tiptoed back, peeked over, and was so frightened that he tiptoed away again. Han Feng caught a glimpse of him amid the groans and ignored him. Today I must ask Lin Zhongwan to come over in person to see his good nephew. Qin Ai, the little white rabbit, leaned against Han Feng, and Han Feng's bones felt a little soft, and the strength in his hands weakened by 3 points. Snap! 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 The lower half of Feng Chun's face was beaten so hard that blood foam splattered all over it. Ding dong! The elevator suddenly stopped at the elevator hall on the top floor. Crash! The elevator door opened, and a young man about 1.95 meters tall, wearing a silver suit, with a neat crew cut and a resolute face walked out. Defend the city. You are here. Feng Chun shouted in a daze and then fainted. Chapter 12. Lin family's first master, Lin Huchen. Lin Huchen was also shocked when he saw the scene. As a conditioned reflex, he distanced himself from Han Feng. Lin Zhongwan received a call from their hotel manager saying that someone was causing trouble on the top floor of the hotel, so he hurried back from Jinling City and asked Lin Huchen to go ahead and he would arrive later. Unexpectedly, Lin Huchen encountered a tough opponent as soon as he arrived. Snap! Han Feng threw Feng Chun to the ground, stood up, and protected Qin Ai behind him. From what he saw with his divine eyes, the young man in front of him was an external force warrior who had reached the perfect stage. If he could get guidance from a master, he could instantly leap from an external force warrior to an internal force warrior. Both external strength and internal strength are divided into 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. External strength is dominated by fists and feet, while internal strength is used to kill people with qi. The difference between the two seems small, but in fact it is like a chasm. The former is a normal person's martial arts and physical skill, which only strengthens the muscles and bones when practiced to the extreme. The latter completely breaks through the limits of ordinary people, truly subduing tigers and fighting bears, and becoming a Superman. Excuse me, what lineage are you from, friend? Please tell me your name. Lin Huchen spoke very politely and kept staring at Han Feng vigilantly. He is young but meticulous. Seeing that Han Feng could protect a girl while easily dealing with more than a dozen security guards without any harm, he knew that he was definitely a strong opponent. But after thinking about it, I really can't think of anyone who dares to challenge the Lin family in Gusu City. Han Feng. Han Feng replied coldly. Han Feng. Lin Huchen pondered for a moment, but could not find any martial arts master named Han Feng in his mind, so he dragged Feng Chun up from the ground and pressed 2 acupoints on his body. The latter coughed up blood and woke up. Huchen, cough cough cough, look at what he did to me, and it was electric. Feng Chun seemed to have seen a savior, stretched out his hand to focus on Lin Huchen's collar, and said in a commanding tone. Kill him! Kill him! Turning around, he said to Han Feng and Qin Ai resentfully. Do you know who he is? The Jiangnan province martial arts champion. At the age of 16, he killed 8 mid-level Japanese warriors with his own hands. He's the top master of our Lin family, Lin Huchen. You are dead. Mr. Feng, who is he? There was a hint of disgust in Lin Huchen's eyes when he looked at Feng Chun, but his tone was respectful. Who is he? He is the son-in-law of the Qin family who lives off his wife. Qin Shou's son-in-law, the old butler, has no background at all. Feng Chun began to sob as he spoke. Just now he was saying something bad about my uncle, saying that in Gusu City, Lin Zhongwan is nothing and that Han Feng is the most awesome. People like this dare to shit and piss on our Lin family and don't take our Lin family seriously. Can you remain indifferent? Huchen, if you just help me get rid of this guy, I will give you a Lamborghini. Quick! Kill him. You're lying. When did my brother-in-law ever say such a thing? Qin Ai cursed angrily. I don't know who was the one kneeling on the ground like a dog, apologizing to the two of us just now. Huchen, this cheap big-breasted woman is a prostitute. She teamed up with Han Feng to set up a honey trap, but I exposed her. I'm going to keep her for questioning later. Let's see who's behind her. This time I'm going to use an electric baton to test her. You're such a clown. There was a murderous look in Han Feng's eyes. I don't know whether I cursed you or not, but I know you did come to the Lin family's place to cause trouble. I'm sorry. Lin Huqing frowned, his eyes focused slightly, and he made the starting posture of Xiao Hongquan. Han Feng saw that the man was handsome and capable, and his speech and behavior were quite decent. In particular, he used his divine eye to see that although this man did not have internal energy, he had a sense of righteousness in his chest. He felt a little bit of appreciation for his talent and wanted to give him some pointers. So, without wasting any words, he also performed the starting posture of Xiao Hongquan, using only fists and feet, and did not use the vital energy of the Grandmaster of the Realm of Transformation. The two men fought with physical skills, and the fight went on back and forth in the narrow elevator. After changing positions several times, when Lin Huqing was very close to Qin Ai, he had no intention of launching a sneak attack. Han Feng's favorable impression of her doubled unconsciously. Huqing, what are you dawdling about? Kill him. Feng Chun saw that Lin Huqing and Han Feng were evenly matched, and thought that Lin Huqing didn't need to use his full strength, so he said with dissatisfaction. You think one Lamborghini is too little? Okay, I'll give you a house in the old town as a gift, right? Drink. After Han Feng finished his inspection, he shouted loudly and exhaled vital energy. Lin Huqing was knocked back 2 or 3 meters, crashing into the wall and falling to the ground, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Feng Chun widened his eyes in disbelief, looked at Han Feng in horror, and immediately fainted. Who did you just say was the one who sold it? Are you pretending to be dead? Qin Ai took off her red high heels. Snap. 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 He slapped Feng Chun's mouth hard with the sole of his shoe. But she is a girl after all, so her strength is naturally much smaller. I was really dizzy just now, really dizzy. Feng Chun stretched out his hand to stop him. Han Feng also squatted in front of Feng Chun and said coldly. Even if your uncle is Lin Zhongwan, I will still clean up his mess for him, so that one day you won't offend a true master and bring trouble to your uncle. Brother Han, please spare my life. I really know I was wrong this time. Feng Chun crawled on the ground, with a flattering look on his face. I didn't know Brother Han was so skilled in martial arts. If I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to go against you. This love is for you, I give it to you. You're treating me like a commodity, you can give it to whoever you want. Besides, I'm not yours. Qin Ai's face flushed instantly, she cursed, and hit Feng Chun's head hard with the heel of her shoe. She turned to look at Han Feng with a frown in her eyes, and her tone became gentle and awkward. Brother-in-law, don't listen to his nonsense. I know. Han Feng couldn't stand Qin Ai's gaze, so he avoided the latter's scorching gaze and coughed lightly. Bang! A slap hit Feng Chun in the face. You're not allowed to talk too much. Brother Han, please stop fighting. I will give you whatever you want. Feng Chun burst into tears and wanted to block Han Feng's slap. What you just said, let me try it for you first. Qin Ai picked up the electric baton on the ground and pushed it towards Feng Chun's vital points. Crackle. Then he turned around and hit him in the back, where his vital parts were. Crackle. Han Feng watched intently and couldn't help swallowing. Love is really heavy. RR. Feng Chun rolled his eyes due to the electric shock, then his whole body convulsed, he became incontinent, and fainted. What a shame. You, an internal force warrior and an upright Chinese citizen, are aiding and abetting the evil. Lin Huqing slumped against the wall, holding his chest, and said regretfully. I know you were sent by Japan, but once you get here, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. I have never been out of Gusu City in my life, let alone come into contact with Japanese people. Han Feng scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why Lin Huqing suddenly mentioned Japan. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. All I could hear was the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. Director Lin is here. The hotel manager, who had been hiding in the corridor, shouted loudly as if the savior had arrived. Lin Zhongwan walked over with steady steps and was shocked when he saw the scene in the elevator hall. The 7 or 8 men in black who were following behind him and wearing sunglasses and earphones were also shocked and immediately entered combat mode. Feng Chun, who was pretending to be dead, suddenly jumped up, ignoring the splash of feces and urine, and laughed wildly. Har 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 har, my uncle is here, my uncle is here. Han Feng. Chin AI, you two are going to die. If I don't kill you tonight, my last name is not Feng. Chapter 13 Time Bomb. Uncle, please save me. Feng Chun's white suit had long been stained yellow by feces and urine, emitting waves of foul odor and urine smell. He rushed over and hugged Lin Zhongwan's thighs, looking up, sobbing sincerely. This couple is Japanese spies. I found out and they wanted to kill them to silence them. Master. Lin Huqing stood up and walked to Lin Zhongwan, looking at Han Feng with a look of regret. A dozen security guards who had been beaten endured the pain, waiting with glee for the big boss's black-clad bodyguards to make a move and tear the couple in front of them into pieces. This guy is full of nonsense. He is suitable for sales. Han Feng stood aside and joked lightly. Don't touch my brother-in-law. Chin Ai was shaking with fear, but she stood in front of Han Feng with tears in her eyes. Director Lin, my name is Chin Ai, the third daughter of the Chin family, and he is my eldest brother-in-law, Han Feng. We are not Japanese spies at all. If you want compensation, our Chin family will compensate your hotel for the losses. Ari, Mr. Lin can tell the good guys from the bad guys. Han Feng felt warm in his heart and patted Chin Ai's trembling shoulders to comfort her. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Zhongwan, waiting for the boss's judgment. Bang! Lin Zhongwan's face turned dark and he slapped Feng Chun hard in the face with his backhand. Feng Chun was slapped and rolled against the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a daze. Uncle, you hit the wrong person. Master. Lin Huqing looked at Lin Zhongwan in shock and was petrified. Chin Ai also widened her almond-shaped eyes and covered her mouth in disbelief. The nerves of the men in black relaxed, but the security guards were stunned. Master. Mr. Han, I'm so sorry. I just came back and ran into you here. Lin Zhongwan still acted like a big boss, but his tone was much calmer. I wonder what's going on here. The call of Mr. Han shocked everyone. Their ordinary Han Feng was actually addressed as Sir by the big shot Lin Zhongwan from Gusu City. Chin Ai looked back at Han Feng with admiration. The latter had become taller and more handsome, and even glowed slightly. Han Feng briefly explained the situation. You beast! How dare you do this to Mr. Han? Lin Zhongwan was furious and pulled Feng Chun up from the ground. Bang! Another hard slap. Although Lin Zhongwan learned fake martial arts skills, he still had brute strength. After 2 slaps with all his strength, Feng Chun's face was swollen like a pig's head. He never expected that his daughter Lin Xianer had just offended Han Feng yesterday, and today his alcoholic and lustful cousin offended him again. If Han Feng really turned against him, he would not even have an excuse to keep him. Lin Zhongwan's face turned pale. Why don't you give Mr. Han and Miss Chin an apology? Mr. Han, I'm sorry, Miss Chin, I'm sorry. Feng Chun was in a trance, curled up on the ground and knocked his head mechanically. You are usually greedy and lustful, and you are a traitor to your family. I always turn a blind eye to you, but today I can't do that. Lin Zhongwan solemnly announced. From today on, Feng Chun's shares in Crown Plaza Hotel will be taken back and transferred to Mr. Han's name as compensation. In addition, Feng Chun is relieved of all positions in all Lin family companies. Mr. Han, what do you think? Everyone was shocked again. They all cast envious glances at Han Feng. Han Feng had a blank expression on his face and remained silent. Uncle, no matter what, I am still your nephew. How can you take it back just like that? Feng Chun muttered while drooling. Don't say you are cousin, even if you are my nephew, Lin Zhongwan, you will be punished if you offend Mr. Han. Lin Zhongwan was worried and continued. Mr. Han, today Feng Chun is in your hands, regardless of life or death. Uncle, I really know I was wrong. I will give up my shares and position. Can you please spare my life? Feng Chun looked at Lin Zhongwan in fear and kowtowed repeatedly. Go and ask Mr. Han for help. Lin Zhongwan had an expression of disappointment. Han Feng's face was as cold as ice. He clenched his fists and walked towards Feng Chun. Uncle, my mother died on Huanyar Island to save you and Xiana. Have you forgotten? Feng Chun roared. Wait a minute. When Lin Zhongwan heard the words, Huanyar Island, he felt as if he had received an electric shock. He showed a painful expression and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Mr. Han, can you? Mr. Lin, you've deprived him of all his property today. If you don't kill him, this unscrupulous, reckless clown will sooner or later become a disaster for the Lin family. Han Feng reminded expressionlessly. No, no, Feng Chun said hurriedly, Uncle, just let me go. I will stay at home to reflect on my mistakes, then get married, have a child, and live a normal life. Uncle, can you please forgive me this time for my mother's sake? Why? Lin Zhongwan sighed and looked at Han Feng with pleading eyes. A long time. I will spare your life today. Han Feng reminded. If you commit a crime again someday. Thank you, Mr. Han. You are my second parents. If I do it again, you will kill me immediately. My mother has no complaints at all. Feng Chun felt as if he had been pardoned. He kowtowed to Han Feng repeatedly while speaking. Get out of here now. Lin Zhongwan shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Feng Chun rolled and crawled, dragging feces and urine all over the ground, and fled towards the staircase. Please clean up this place. Lin Zhongwan frowned as he looked at the bloody and filthy elevator hall, then turned around and asked gently. Mr. Han, let's go to the small conference room to talk. Han Feng responded and said to Qin Ai. Ari, the social gathering isn't over yet, you go first, I have something to discuss with Mr. Lin. I don't want to go to any social gatherings. There must be no good men there. Qin Ai shook her head like a rattle, rubbed the edge of her skirt shyly, and glanced at Han Feng secretly. Then let Mr. Lin send someone to take you home. Han Feng said somewhat embarrassedly. Brother-in-law, what about you? Qin Ai, with a Highland red on her face, looked up and asked. I'm the boss here now, so I have the right to rent a room for myself. Han Feng said with a smile. Okay then. Qin Ai took just 2 steps before turning back and earnestly admonishing, Brother-in-law, don't open the door if a woman knocks at night. I know. Han Feng's face was full of black lines. Lin Zhongwan sent 2 men in black to escort Qin Ai home. He, Han Feng and Lin Huchen came to a small conference room in their hotel. Lin Zhongwan hasn't spoken yet. Mr. Lin, you should find someone to keep an eye on your nephew. He is a time bomb for the Lin family. It's very dangerous. Yes, thank you Mr. Han for the reminder. Lin Zhongwan continued respectfully. This time, Miss Qin Wani and I went to Jinling together. The Qin family returned the 1 million commission they paid to me for hiring Cao Gang thugs to deal with Mr. Han. I just happened to return it to Mr. Han. Qin Wani has considerable power. Han Feng's Qin Feng Group, with a market value of tens of billions, was embezzled by the Qin family, so naturally he looked down on the mere interest of 1 million. He was more interested in Qin Wani, a woman with great energy. Oh, she also has her eyes on our Lin's bank as a cash cow, hoping to get that 2 billion small project to develop the Cao Gang in Gusu City, so she is willing to help. Lin Zhongwan said quite proudly. I see. Han Feng nodded, suddenly stood up, walked to Lin Huchen who was standing beside him and asked. Your name is Lin Huchen, right? What is your relationship with Mr. Lin? As he spoke, he gently massaged Lin Huchen's Danzhong and Zhongwan acupoints twice. Lin Huchen immediately felt extremely comfortable all over his body. The pain from being injured by Han Feng disappeared instantly, and he looked at Han Feng in surprise. Chapter 14, Thank you Mr. Han for his ancestors. Thank you, Mr. Han. My parents died when I was young, and it was you who raised me. My martial arts master is the Abbot Suchi of Lingshan Temple. Lin Huchen replied politely. He saw that Han Feng was respected by Lin Zhongwan at a young age, and he could feel the other party's unfathomable strength when they fought. At first, he suspected that Han Feng was a Japanese spy and thought it was a misunderstanding, but now his injuries were healed in an instant, so he became respectful. No wonder you are so proficient in Xiao Hong Quan. Han Feng nodded and praised. Huchen, this is Mr. Han who helped me cure my sudden cerebral congestion. Lin Zhongwan said proudly. Mr. Han is a master of the transformation realm. Looking at the entire Jiangnan province, let alone masters of the transformation realm, there are not many even with internal energy. After that, his tone dropped and he sighed. It's a pity that my Lin family has never been able to produce an internal force warrior to support the social status and wealth we have gained today. I finally met Jiyu Tongjing, thinking I could become an internal force warrior in 3 months, but it turned out to be a scam. When I fought with Huchen, I could see that he was an external force warrior at the perfect stage. He had no famous teacher to guide him, and no medicinal pills to guide him, so he couldn't reach a higher level. It just so happens that I have inherited the medical skills from my ancestors and can refine some elixirs that can promote cultivation. In addition to taking them myself, I can also refine some for Mr. Lin and the city guards. Han Feng said calmly. Real. Lin Zhongwan and Lin Huchen's eyes suddenly lit up. I only know that Mr. Han is unrivaled in medicine and martial arts, but I don't know if he can also make pills. Lin Zhongwan was overjoyed. Han Feng was like a treasure, the more he dug, the more he found. I know a little bit about refining pills, drawing talismans, casting spells and forming formations. Han Feng paused and said with difficulty, it's just that those precious Chinese herbs can be bought with money, but the furnace for refining pills is hard to find. Har ha 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 ha. After hearing this, Lin Zhongwan burst into laughter. Lin Huchen also smiled silently beside him. My daughter's Yaner has loved collecting all kinds of antiques and jades since she was young. The Lin Shixuan shop she opened is the most famous not only in Gusu City, but also in the entire Jiangnan region. Lin Zhongwan felt as if he had finally seen the blue sky after the clouds had parted, and he whispered mysteriously, to be honest with you, Mr. Han, in addition to what you can see on the market, we also have many privately collected antique funerary objects that you can choose from. As long as I can help the city guard become an inner strength warrior, I, Lin Zhongwan, will not hesitate to spend any money. Mr. Lin can release Miss Lin from confinement. First, accompany me to choose a furnace suitable for alchemy, and then go to choose a villa. Han Feng didn't expect that Lin Xianer was actually the owner of an antique shop. What he didn't expect was that Lin Huchen was so important in Lin Zhongwan's eyes. Okay, I'll let Xianer out when I get home tonight, and have her wait for Mr. Han at Lin Shishan tomorrow morning. Lin Zhongwan agreed readily. The next day, a street in the antique city. This is the largest antique trading market in Gusu City. There are all kinds of antique stalls on both sides of the road, selling everything from dinosaur fossils from the Cretaceous period and animal tooth and bone knives from the Zhoukou 8-man period in Beijing, to pots and pans from the 1970s and 1980s, tables, chairs and benches, radio cassettes from the early 21st century, MP3s, GB players, picture cards, and mobile phones. It is truly all-encompassing and has everything you can think of. Behind the antique stalls are a row of antique shops, among which Lin Shishan is one of the largest shops. As the saying goes, gold is valuable in troubled times, jade is valuable in prosperous times, and antiques are worth a fortune in peaceful times. There are so many people who want to find treasures on the antique street and then sell them for a high price to get rich overnight. The street is crowded and noisy early in the morning. Han Feng specifically instructed Lin Zhongwan last night to send someone to the countryside of Gusu to look for Xiao Jin, and to reply to him immediately as soon as there was any news. When he arrived at the antique street, he did not rush to Lin Shishan, but opened his third eye and scanned all the antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and antique collections on the entire street. Most of the items on the street stalls are counterfeits made with modern craftsmanship, with crude workmanship. Some of them are so fake that you can tell they are fake with the naked eye, without even needing to look at them. One of the antique dealers thought Han Feng was a novice in antiques and insisted on selling resin materials as jade rui, which made Han Feng laugh. Some shops do have a few authentic pieces to showcase their products, but the more valuable pieces are hidden in the back room of the shop and guarded by the shopkeeper. If you are not an acquaintance or a sharp-eyed collector, it is difficult to find the real treasures. Han Feng looked all the way and didn't encounter any furnace specifically used for refining pills, which made him feel a little disappointed. I walked all the way to the door of Lin Shishan and heard Lin Xiana's stern voice. You can't even figure this out, you bunch of losers are just eating for free. Sister Lin, Boss Cow's account is settled separately at the end of each month and is not included in our daily running account. The young man explained. Bullshit. That was all last quarter. It's not a food or clothing store, and Boss Cow isn't a big customer. Why does he keep 2 sets of account books when selling antiques? Call shopkeeper Xia and tell him he doesn't need to come to work anymore. Go now. Lin Xianer shouted sternly. The young man responded timidly and quickly went into the inner room. Fuck, strong women are really tough. Han Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Han Feng! Are you really not dead? Lin Xianer looked at Han Feng, who appeared at the door of Lin Shishan in shock, and subconsciously took a small step back. Last night she had been thinking that her father Lin Zhongwan put her in solitary confinement out of pity for her, so he lied to him that Han Feng was not dead and let her go back to Lin Shixian. Being hit head-on by Niu Huanche's iron fist, even an Iron Man would be torn into pieces, let alone a flesh body. But Han Feng was not hurt at all. He already hated Han Feng to the point of his teeth itching, and now he hated him even more to the point of his temples itching. Thanks to Mr. Lin, that Niu Shixian's punch was quite pleasant. Han Feng rubbed his chest and couldn't help but sneered. You! Lin Xiana's face turned pale and blue. This Han Feng was like an enemy from her previous life. If her father had not been deceived, she would have wanted to skin Han Feng alive with a razor blade. Forget it, for the sake of your father and the 1 million, you don't have to kowtow and apologize. Let's get down to business. Han Feng said in a sarcastic tone. You! Lin Xiana was unable to speak and was breathing heavily. She only felt a surge of resentment running rampant in her body, and was about to suffer internal injuries from Han Feng's anger. What's wrong? It was you and the Qin family who conspired to harm me, but in the end the plan failed and you got angry instead. Han Feng pretended to be a scoundrel, walking back and forth, glancing at the dazzling array of antiques, jades, and calligraphy and paintings by famous people in the store, and asked with his head tilted. Didn't your father tell you to treat me well? You should all be thanking me, because if it weren't for me you would still be in solitary confinement. I've already said that I'm grateful to Mr. Han for his 18 generations of ancestors. Lin Xiana forced a fake smile and said through gritted teeth. To express my gratitude, Mr. Han, if you like any of them, I will not only give them to you for free, but I will also personally pack them and deliver them to your house. Do you keep your word? Lin Shixian, can you be the boss? Don't let me choose one and then you have no right to give it to me. Han Feng deliberately provoked. This Lin Shixian belongs to me, Lin Xiana, and I alone. Of course my words have influence. Lin Xiana said angrily. Okay, I respect you as a female man, and I will kill you with a spit. That one, and that one. Han Feng pointed out the antiques and jade articles on the shelf one by one, like he was inspecting his troops. And that, and that, pack them all up for me, thank you. Lin Xiana looked at Han Feng in shock and stood there for a moment. After a long while, he asked in a puzzled tone. How do you know those are authentic? Chapter 15, Small Bronze Tripod. Aren't all the items here authentic? I just picked out a few that I liked. Han Feng pretended to be innocent. You are such a picky gigolo. Lin Xiana cursed softly. She could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger, while still putting on a fake smile. Even Lin Shixian, the most famous shop in Jiangnan, does not display all genuine products. In order to reduce the risk of theft, it still uses a large number of counterfeits as a storefront, which is somewhat similar to the display of mobile phone models in a mobile phone store. If a customer really wants one, he can go into the inner room to see the real thing and negotiate the price. The 6 authentic items that Han Feng selected from among the numerous fakes are the most valuable ones displayed outside, with a total value of approximately 270 to 200 million yuan. Lin Xiana's heart was bleeding. When I move to the Jinji Lake Villa, these antiques and calligraphy and paintings can be used as decorations. Han Feng put his hands behind his back, nodded, and asked. Can you go to the inner room and take a look so I can choose? Pick your dead head. Lin Xiana said with a dark face. My dad just asked me to find you a broken stove. I didn't originally say I was giving you anything, but I've already picked out 6 things. Don't push your luck. You wanted to harm me, but I helped you instead. I only picked out a few inconspicuous antiques from the whole room. Look how distressed you look. You don't have the generosity that a young lady from the Lin family should have. Alas, women are women after all. Their mindsets. Han Feng said this frivolously and shook his head with a playful look on his face. You want to die? Lin Xiana was so angry that she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, wishing she could punch Han Feng in the face. But on second thought, Han Feng knows nothing about antiques. The 6 antiques and paintings he picked out just now were probably chosen by him just because of their appearance. It was a lucky coincidence that he picked all of them authentic. I can just replace them with 6 identical fakes when the time comes. Thinking of this, Lin Xiana felt a little relieved. Then you should at least let me go to the inner room and pick out the furnace and cauldron, right? This is what your father told you to do. Han Feng pretended to be serious. You can only choose one furnace tripod. Lin Xiana frowned and walked towards the inner room in a bad mood. Don't worry, if I don't like it, I won't take any of it. Do you think I care about your junk? Han Feng followed behind and mocked. Bang! Lin Xiana had no place to vent her anger, so she punched the rosewood carved door in the aisle. Without looking back or saying a word, she continued walking forward. It scared the two busy guys. Damn, this door is from the early Qing dynasty. You really have the guts to do it. Han Feng said in surprise. Lin Xiana remained indifferent and led Han Feng through the inner room and into the huge backyard. Lin Shixian classified all the antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and antique funerary objects according to dynasties. There are countless antiques in the rooms in the courtyard and even in the basement storerooms. Lin Xiana walked into a northern room and came to the entrance of the underground warehouse. She pointed downwards, indicating that the furnaces and tripods were inside. She closed her lips tightly and didn't say another word. You won't hurt me, will you? Han Feng just went down the steep stone steps, then popped his head out again and asked upwards. Snort. Lin Xiana crossed her arms across her chest angrily and turned her head away. Han Feng smiled faintly. When he entered the warehouse, he saw all kinds of furnaces and tripods neatly arranged. Each antique had its own label. Everywhere he looked, he saw a dazzling array of items. This is just the furnace and tripod area. The other areas must be like this, with many antiques and detailed classifications. While Han Feng was amazed, he also admired Lin Xiana's meticulousness and management ability, and his opinion of her changed. He walked around for a long time but didn't find any furnace or tripod that he liked. Although the furnaces and tripods in the basement were all real, Han Feng scanned them with his heavenly eyes and found that they were all ordinary items. He was greatly disappointed. The same raw materials, the same working hours and temperature, but two different furnaces, can produce elixirs with vastly different effects. There's no way to compromise on this kind of thing. Han Feng came out of the underground warehouse, looking frustrated, and said, Oh, there's nothing suitable. Forget it. I'll go look somewhere else. As he said this, he walked forward. How dare you play tricks on me, you bastard? Lin Xiana's eyes were like an eagle's and her hands were like claws. She almost dug out the tiles on the wall. She gave Han Feng a fierce look, shook her hair, and followed him. Lin Shixian is already the largest antique shop in Gusu City. If there is nothing suitable here, it is even more impossible to find a suitable one in other shops. She is sure that Han Feng is just playing a trick on her. As soon as the two arrived at the shop, a young clerk came over in a hurry and said anxiously, Sister Lin, there's a woman holding a bronze object over there, and she insisted on selling it to us. Shopkeeper Dai looked at it and saw that it was made of old copper that had just been cast last month. He confiscated it because it was new. But the woman was so shameless that she refused to leave. Manager Dai offered her 50 yuan to get rid of her, but she insisted on 100,000 yuan. Shopkeeper Dai refused to give her any money, and now she is kneeling in the shop begging. You bunch of losers, why do you need to call me for such a small matter? Why not just call 110 and take her away? Lin Xiana was in a bad mood, but it was good to be able to quickly avoid Han Feng, so she continued. Come on, look at how I handled it, and learn from me in the future. The young man followed Lin Xiana awkwardly and came to the next door another antique shop of Lin Shixian. Han Feng naturally followed. Old shopkeeper, my mother and I are really in trouble, otherwise I would not be able to take out this heirloom. I know that our Lin Shixian is the largest and best shop in Gusu, and the price I want is no lower than 100,000. Please be so kind as to accept this item. I guarantee with my life that it is genuine. A middle-aged woman with dark skin, thin figure and a face full of hatred and resentment, holding a small crucible-shaped bronze tripod in her left hand and a crying baby less than a month old in her right hand, knelt in the shop and kowtowed to an old man wearing reading glasses and with a long beard, until her forehead was bruised. At this time, many passers-by gathered at the door of the store to watch the excitement. Go. Go do what you need to do. If you continue to hang around here, I'll call the police and have you all arrested one by one. Lin Xiana scolded the onlookers. Oh. The crowd made a noise and stepped back. When Lin Xiana and the other three entered the store, they surrounded them again. Big sister, I know where this little bronze tripod of yours came from, but you insist on selling it as a genuine item. Aren't you making things difficult for me? When the boss comes later, how do you want me to explain to him? I'll give you $100, you better leave quickly. Shopkeeper Dai pushed his reading glasses, hunched over, and tried to help the middle-aged woman, but the latter shook her head and refused to get up. When everyone in the shop saw Lin Xiana coming, regardless of age, they all stood in awe. The leading shopkeeper Dai nodded respectfully. Big sister, don't look at my young age, I have seen many of your old tricks. Who ordered you to come to Lin Shishen to cause trouble? Lin Xiana walked in quickly, glanced at the bronze tripod in the middle-aged woman's arms, and said in a gentle but slightly threatening tone. If you don't want to tell me, let's go to the police station to talk. There's air conditioning, soft seats, herbal tea, and the private room for chatting is bright and spacious. She looked confident, and for a moment, the aura of a strong woman was fully revealed. He calmly sat down in the Ming-style armchair brought out by the waiter, looked down at the middle-aged woman kneeling on the ground, and said with a sneer. Since you are here today, you either stay here or go to the police station. I won't let you leave easily. She suspected that this woman was a rival in the antique world who had come here specifically to cause trouble. What the hell? Han Feng originally wanted to stand aside and watch the show, but his eyes were suddenly attracted by the small bronze tripod in the woman's arms. Chapter 16. I'll add another 100,000. Han Feng opened his heavenly eyes and scanned around. He was shocked to see a faint, tassel-shaped, dark blue spiritual energy emanating from the small tripod. This small tripod looks old, but it was actually used by alchemists in ancient times to make elixirs. The seemingly invisible spiritual energy is the residue of elixir produced after thousands of years of continuous elixir making. Although it cannot be compared with the real alchemy room cauldron, it is already a great opportunity to come across it today. For an antique dealer, any furnace tripod in Lin Xiana's antique basement is more valuable than the small bronze tripod in front of him, but in Han Feng's eyes, this small tripod is a priceless treasure. Big sister, you are the boss of Lin Shishen, right? I'm really not here to extort money, and no one is instructing me to do this. I've heard that you're young, handsome, and have a keen eye that's better than many veterans, so I've come to you now. Please give me your opinion, please. The middle-aged woman saw that Lin Xiana was extremely excited and pushed the small tripod in front of her. Look at the decoration and feel their weight. Lin Xiana still had a stern face, but she took the small bronze tripod the size of a wash basin, and then took the 60x magnifying glass handed to her by Manager Dai and examined it carefully. The middle-aged woman's praise was very helpful. At this time, the outside of Lin Shishuan's shop was crowded with passers-by who came to watch the fun. Even several antique stall owners closed their stalls and gathered around. Everyone knows that the boss of Lin Shishen is not only the daughter of Lin S. Bank, but also a beautiful and cool person with a keen eye for antiques. People are looking forward to Lin Xiana showing her skills. After about 20 minutes, more and more passers-by gathered at the door, forming 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. This is a small bronze tripod from the Eastern Han Dynasty. Its uses are nothing more than cooking, burning incense, and refining elixirs. Lin Xiana said confidently, her whole body seemed to be glowing. However, there are not many people collecting this kind of antique in the world. The price ranges from 20,000 to 50,000. You want 100,000, which is a bit too much. After saying that, he shook his head calmly and gave it back to the middle-aged woman. Han Feng was so attracted by the light that suddenly emanated from Lin Xiana that he was in a trance, and secretly admired Lin Xiana's ability to identify treasures. Boss Lin, 100,000 yuan is already the lowest price. This is something that was passed down from my family. My great-grandfather had his eyes gouged out and was beaten to paralysis in order to protect this little tripod. If my kid's father hadn't fallen from a tall building at a construction site yesterday and was now in the hospital ward of AU, I wouldn't have sold it for 200,000, let alone 100,000. The middle-aged woman's eyes, which were originally bright with hope, dimmed instantly after she heard Lin Xiana's offer, and she spoke while sobbing. Han Feng scanned with his heavenly eyes and found that the tone and frequency of the middle-aged woman's voice were not false at all, and everything she said was true. I'm sorry, this is an antique shop, not a charity. The most I can give you is 40,000. Lin Xiana's face was as cold as frost. She said, even if it's 40,000, it's not easy to resell. It will most likely end up in the basement gathering dust. I still need to maintain it on a daily basis. This Is there any kind-hearted person who would accept my little tripod and save my baby's father's life? Seeing that Lin Xiana remained silent, the middle-aged woman knelt down in front of the crowd outside the store. I beg you all, please. Oh, Boss Lin said it's worth at most 40,000, why does he want 100,000? That's right. If you want to raise funds through crowdfunding, go to a charity organization, not an antique city. I would like to buy it, but who knows if what you said is true or not? How can it be true? This is an old trick used by sellers. It's originally worth 40,000 yuan, but they insist on selling it for 100,000 yuan. The remaining 60,000 yuan is the money for the antique story. The crowd was talking and laughing. I'll pay for the 100,000 yuan. Han Feng stood like a pine tree and spoke loudly. Wow! There was an instant burst of exclamations from the crowd. You, don't act like a good person in my store. If you want to buy something, go ahead and buy it. Lin Xiana frowned and looked at Han Feng unhappily. It's not that she can't afford the $100,000, she just can't break the rules of the industry. Also, I'll add another 100,000. Han Feng ignored Lin Xiana and spoke to the middle-aged woman. Wow! There was a louder exclamation from the crowd, followed by applause. Who is he? He just gives money away for charity. I've never seen one before. Who knows where the god of wealth fell from? Oh, could it be that he is in league with that middle-aged woman, acting together to deceive us? It's possible. Maybe they are a family of 3 and they want to cheat us out of money later. The crowd was filled with various voices. Han Feng, what are you doing? Lin Xiana's face looked extremely ugly, her breathing was short, and her chest was heaving violently. Good. Good. The middle-aged woman cried with joy. She stood up and stuffed the bronze tripod into Han Feng's arms. She kept wiping her tears with her arms and said, Brother, you are really the lifesaver of my family. Don't say that. Even if I spent 200,000 to buy it, I would still be taking advantage of you. Han Feng felt a little embarrassed. He glanced at Lin Xiana, whose face was almost flushed, smiled slightly, walked to the door of the store, and said to the crowd. Hello everyone, I am a friend of Boss Lin. Due to the rules of the antique industry, Boss Lin is not in a position to give this lady an ideal price, so as to avoid giving people a chance to talk. But this lady came to Lin Shishan after all. If she just left, it would not be good for Lin Shishuan's reputation. As a friend of Boss Lin, I have no choice but to stand up and help this lady. Wow, so that's how it is. This way, we can save the life of the mainstay of the family without violating the rules of the trade. It's the best of both worlds. No wonder he's so generous. Turns out he's a friend of Boss Lin. Young man, you have a promising future and vision. Are you planning to pursue Boss Lin? Yeah, it's time to help, isn't it? Look at these two people, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, they are perfect match. Oh. The crowd started to boo. Han Feng and Lin Xiana both blushed and looked at each other awkwardly. No, everyone misunderstood. We are just ordinary friends. Okay, the matter is resolved, everyone can go home. Han Feng quickly shook his hands in denial, then turned back and blinked at Lin Xiana, saying, Is this all right now? Lin Xiana looked at Han Feng with complicated eyes, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Wait a minute. Suddenly a person squeezed into the crowd. The man was a man of solid build and distinguished demeanor. He wore an executive jacket and gold-rimmed glasses. He had a broad face and wide ears, but a pair of narrow, triangular eyes. Young man, this little tripod is not worth 200,000. I know you spent a lot of money to buy it because you sympathize with this elder sister. How about this? Let me do this good thing. Big sister, I will pay for the 200,000 yuan. Uncle Liu. Lin Xiana's eyes lit up. The person who spoke was Liu Yanyi, vice president of the Suzhou Antiques Association and a famous treasure appraisal expert in Jiangnan. He had appeared on many official treasure appraisal programs in the imperial capital and had a very high reputation in the industry. It's President Liu. Look at him, he's so humble and virtuous, and he's even eager to donate. Yes, with such broad-mindedness, he deserves to be their vice president. This lady is so lucky. She is eager to be given money. Everyone in the crowd recognized Liu Yanyi. I'm so sorry, I've already agreed to sell it to this guy. You've come at a really bad time. the middle-aged woman said with some guilt. Is that so? Liu Yini rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Sister, I'll give you 250,000. Uncle Liu, this small tripod is not worth that much money. Lin Xiana reminded. I said, we antique dealers also need to talk about feelings, dedication, gratitude, and realm. It's obvious that this guy is not from our industry. Taking such a small thing is just like making others waste money. But for me, it is still somewhat useful. Liu Yini exudes the demeanor of a master in his conversation and laughter. You speak very well. Han Feng couldn't help but smile. When everyone heard this, they were all convinced. Then they all turned their eyes to the middle-aged woman, waiting for her decision. Chapter 17 Offending President Liu. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and shook her head to reject Liu Yini. There was a burst of surprise and regret among the crowd. Judging from the way the middle-aged woman was dressed, she was definitely not rich, so he gave up the opportunity to earn an extra 50,000 yuan. Liu Yini's face suddenly turned fierce, then instantly returned to his elegant look, and he said with a smile. Sister, I have an extra 50,000 yuan. You can buy nutritional supplements for your husband, milk powder for your child, and clothes for yourself. 50,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. Wow tilde. The baby in the middle-aged woman's arms kept crying. She shook her body, patted the baby, and stopped talking. Hey, little brother, you bought it for 200,000, and now you sell it to me for 250,000, and you make an immediate profit of 50,000. Oh, you are really lucky today, you picked up such a big wallet. 50,000 yuan, this is something that ordinary people may not earn in a year. How is it? Liu Yini turned around and looked at Han Feng with a smile on his face. The little eyes sparkled. Wow, this business is so easy to do. I made 50,000 in the blink of an eye. The antique market is still good. There are treasures everywhere. Young man, you picked up 50,000 yuan for nothing and gained a good reputation. This business is worth it. That's right, young man, you usually do good deeds and accumulate virtue, and today you are blessed with wealth. Boss Lin didn't suffer any losses either. Everyone knows that he has such a chivalrous and courageous friend. President Liu is a role model for our industry. Everyone was talking at once, discussing this happy ending enthusiastically. This small bronze tripod is only worth 40,000. You're incredibly lucky. You didn't do anything and just earned 50,000. Your business is even better than ours. Lin Xiana also looked at Han Feng, her words still sharp, but her tone had obviously become softer. I refuse. Han Feng smiled calmly, not at all affected by the comments around him. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they stared at each other. The store inside and outside fell silent in an instant. Liu Yini's smile froze on his face, then slowly faded away and gradually turned into a grim expression. He reminded coldly. Young man, you don't know how deep the antique world is. Don't be so self-righteous and complacent that you'll end up getting burned. Damn, you, an antique collector, are threatening me. You are using idioms so fancy. Are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance examination? 1,000 horses were galloping through Han Feng's heart. It would be cheap to pay any more attention to such a small character. Sister, which hospital is your husband in? Han Feng paid the money and asked with concern. You? Liu Yini saw that neither his politeness nor his threats were working. This young man refused to budge. He was ignored again and instantly felt humiliated. He smoothed down his hair and said through gritted teeth. 300,000. No more. Wow. Explosive exclamations erupted from the crowd. Lin Xianer was very smart and immediately discovered the problem. Considering the collection value of this antique alone, the 40,000 yuan she gave was reasonable. But Liu Yini actually raised the price from 200,000 to 300,000. There must be some mystery behind that small tripod. My child's father is hospitalized in the 3rd Municipal Hospital and will be undergoing surgery this afternoon. Seeing that the money had arrived, the middle-aged woman handed the small bronze tripod to Han Feng. Xiana, can you please ask your friend to give me this little tripod so that I can do this good deed? Next time I have the opportunity to do good deeds, I will give it to him. Liu Yini said with a gentle smile. Uncle Liu, he's a friend of mine. I'm not familiar with him, so I can't help you. Lin Xiana politely declined. She really couldn't figure out what was so attractive about this small tripod to Liu Yanyi. This made Han Feng hold onto it even more. Is there some deeper value that she hasn't seen? Cough, cough, cough. Liu Yanyi was like an ant on a hot pot, coughing violently and pacing around the store. The young man in his early 20s in front of him couldn't possibly know that this was a magic weapon for alchemy. He was either hoarding it and wanting a higher price, or he wanted to show off in front of Lin Xiana. He swallowed his saliva, stretched out his hand tremblingly, and said sternly, "Boy, 500,000. 500,000 is enough for you to pay a down payment in Gusu City. I can't increase it any more. If you agree, it's a deal. If you don't agree, I'll leave immediately." The crowd immediately quieted down, everyone stared with eyes wide open and mouths wide open. Have him transferred to Wangfu Hospital. I'll go see him as soon as I finish my work. Han Feng ignored Liu Yanyi and said to the middle-aged woman. He felt a little guilty about buying this priceless bronze tripod at a bargain price of 200,000 yuan. No, Wangfu Hospital is too expensive. I can't afford it. The middle-aged woman waved her hands and said, "Take this business card and say you are a relative of Dean Han. They will definitely not ask you for money." Han Feng said as he took out his business card from his pocket and handed it to the other party. "Good boy, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Just wait for me." Liu Yanyi whispered something harsh into Han Feng's ear. He turned around and said to everyone with a refined face, "It seems that this little brother must insist on doing good things on his own. Well, as the vice president of our Suzhou Antiques Association, I am sincerely happy to see that young people have such awareness. I will go back and make a banner for the little brother, and establish him as a moral role model in the cultural and art circles of Suzhou City. Come and make way." As Liu Yanyi said this, he blended into the crowd and went alone. "Oh, look at President Liu, he's so righteous. That's right, they are all good people. We in the Gusu cultural relics industry are all good people. Yeah. Some people in the crowd were moved to tears. The middle-aged woman looked at the business card with trembling eyes, which read, Han Feng, Vice President of Wangfu Hospital. She still didn't quite believe it. "Uncle Wangfu, please send someone to the antique city to pick up someone. She is a relative of ours. Don't worry about where the relative is. Please transfer her husband to our hospital and perform the surgery on her." Han Feng hung up the phone and said, "Wangfu Hospital will send someone to pick you up later. You lead them to the 3rd Municipal Hospital to pick up your husband. You don't have to worry about all the expenses. I will cover them all." "Good man, brother, you are such a good man." The middle-aged woman couldn't help shedding tears. Just as he was about to kneel down, he was stopped by Han Feng. "Han Feng, when did you become the vice president of Wangfu Hospital?" Lin Xiana frowned and asked in confusion. "Can you guys really go your separate ways this time? Go sell your goods, pick up bargains, and do your own thing." Han Feng didn't rush to answer, but greeted the crowd outside the store. Then everyone dispersed. Lin Xiana led Han Feng to the inner room and drove away the shopkeeper and his staff, leaving only the two of them. "What on earth is that little bronze tripod? Why don't you sell it to President Liu?" Lin Xiana asked in a low voice urgently. "It's an antique. I don't like to sell it." "What's so strange about that?" Han Feng pretended to be innocent. Lin Xiana stared at Han Feng intently. The man in front of her seemed to have many secrets, even beyond her imagination. "I don't think you're that bad." Lin Xiana felt a little embarrassed after being stared at by Han Feng for a long time. She withdrew her gaze and said, "I hope you can walk the right path in the future." "What does it mean to take the right path?" Han Feng laughed and mocked. "To walk the right path means to be a full-time female driver, but end up driving people to the gate of hell. You?" Lin Xiana was instantly angry, her face flushed with shame. She stomped her feet, turned around and walked out of the inner room. "Miss Lin, I don't have time to play with you. Please take good care of that elder sister. I still need to go buy some Chinese herbal medicine." Han Feng came outside and greeted Lin Xiana. He was holding the small tripod and walking happily on the street. Passers-by and stall owners nodded and smiled at him kindly. Han Feng instantly felt that the sky was bluer, the sun was warmer, and the air was fresher. "My dear brother, I have a good thing here, absolutely authentic. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a simple face, a big smile, and buck teeth came out from behind Han Feng. He glanced around subconsciously, opened his coat a little towards Han Feng, revealing a corner of the antique inside, and said mysteriously, "Can you give me a price?" Chapter 18, Another Fake Master Jiu Tongjing. The middle-aged man threw the antique in his arms, then quickly closed his coat with an excited look on his face. Han Feng opened his third eye and saw clearly that it was a bronze mirror with a Kuifeng pattern from the Western Jin dynasty. However, this kind of bronze mirror should be a third-level cultural relic, protected by law, and private trading is not allowed. He shook his head and whispered, "I'm sorry, but mirrors don't interest me." The middle-aged man paused, then immediately smiled, pointed at the small bronze tripod in Han Feng's arms and whispered, "Little brother, are you interested in this kind of alchemy furnace? I have some, which are bigger than this one, but they are all ghost goods and cannot be traded openly. Would you like to go with me?" After saying that, he gave Han Feng a mysterious look. "Okay, let's go check it out." Han Feng made a gesture of invitation, indicating that someone should lead the way. He saw nearly 1,000 furnaces and cauldrons in Lin Xiarna's antique vault, but unfortunately none of them were qualified alchemy tools. The wretched middle-aged man in front of him had contraband in his hands, and maybe he really had a more suitable alchemy furnace and cauldron. The middle-aged man led him through many twists and turns, and finally came to a secluded alley, and finally walked into a dead end. Swish swish. Suddenly, 7 or 8 big men holding sharp knives and iron rods appeared from behind. When Han Feng looked back again, the wretched middle-aged man had already run along the wall. Liu Yinyi changed into a white tang suit sweatshirt, revealing his body full of skull tattoos. He wore a dozen exaggerated large gold necklaces and wide gold bracelets, slurping a cream ice cream, and staggered out from the group of men. Compared to his elegant and gentle image in Lin Shixian, he now looks like a ruffian, just like an old gangster. "President Liu, your social status is not low, and you are respected as an intellectual. How can you talk about morality in public, but rob people behind their backs when the deal fails? What's the difference between you and a bandit who robs people?" Han Feng asked with a cold face. Har ha har har, you are still too young after all and don't understand this world. If you don't do these bad things, how can you accumulate wealth? If you don't have wealth, how can you move up? If you don't move up, how can you climb to a high position? Those kind-hearted fools will always be at the bottom of society. Only by being a bad guy can you climb to the top of society. What a pity, you have just discovered the truth about the world and you are about to go to another world. Liu Yinyi laughed out loud in triumph. The ice cream melted and dripped down his hands onto the bluestone slabs. "President Liu, you've really chosen the wrong career if you don't go into acting." Han Feng saw the murderous men without any panic, and smiled calmly. "You can only make a few bucks by buying and selling antiques and appraising treasures for others. If you just played some random roles in movies and TV dramas, you would have made a fortune long ago, driving a Rolls-Royce and living in a Thompson mansion. You don't have to wear tattoos and brass jewelry and embarrass yourself. You little brat." Liu Yinyi was shocked. The young man in front of him knew all his secrets just from a distance. He was afraid of pain but wanted to scare people, so he put on a tattoo sticker. "I bought brass jewelry because I was afraid of being stolen but didn't want to spend a lot of money," Liu Yinyi said viciously. "I spent 500,000 to buy your bronze tripod, but you, a bastard, refused to sell it. Now your grandfather not only robs you without spending a penny, but also wants to cut off your tongue, chop off your hands and feet, pierce your ears, and dig out your eyes. Finally, I will dump your body into the Gusu River. Well, this way, no matter how much others suspect the cause of my death, they won't be able to suspect you. At that time, you can pretend to be a good person, hold a memorial service for me, and write an epitaph." TSK TSK TSK, how vicious. Han Feng crossed his arms across his chest, not panicking at all. "Boy, we two really have such a tacit understanding. I'm almost reluctant to kill you," Liu Yinyi smirked and asked smugly, "Do you have any last words before you die? I'd like to know why you spent so much money on this small bronze tripod." Han Feng asked seriously. "Okay, I'll let you be the one who understands. I was originally going to help Master Jiu Tongjing find a furnace to make pills. I searched the market for a long time, but I didn't expect you to find it. You acted so cool in front of everyone that you wouldn't sell it for 500,000. Now it's impossible for you to sell it. You can only blame yourself for being too greedy. Gutongjing, it's Gutongjing again. Han Feng pondered. His disciple Lin Zhongwan was deceived by this so-called master of Longhu Mountain and almost suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and became a vegetable. Now someone is helping this fake master find a furnace for alchemy, and not only does he not sell it himself, he also wants to kill people and steal the goods. This Gutongjing is really a social scourge. When I have some time, besides finding Qin Lianlian to exchange techniques with her, I will also meet this master. Stop wasting time and kill him. Liu Yanni's eyes became fierce and he waved his hand. 7 or 8 big men pounced towards Han Feng like hungry tigers. The 2 big men in the front raised their knives and slashed at Han Feng. Unexpectedly, Han Feng was even faster. He put the small bronze tripod into his arms and took the initiative to attack before the 2 men's machetes fell, tapping their wrists with both hands. Crack! Crack! There was a loud cracking sound of wrist bones in both men, the sharp knives fell out of their hands, and they fell to the ground in pain. Bang! 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 Han Feng shuttled through the crowd like a flash of lightning, and knocked all the remaining men to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks. In a moment, bursts of pig-slaughtering screams came from the dead end. Standing next to Liu Yanni was a tall and thin middle-aged man with a stubbled beard. He was Xiong Donglai, the last disciple of Gutongjin. His figure was like a ghost and he flashed behind Han Feng in an instant. Boom! Xiong Donglai threw a powerful punch, which created huge potential energy through friction in the air, forming a sonic boom and attacking Han Feng's back. If this punch hits, the person will definitely die. Han Feng's index finger and middle finger were as sharp as blades, pouring the spiritual energy in his body into his fingertips. Turn around and chop. A white laser, accompanied by an orange-yellow air wave, flew out. Sizzle. The laser swept across, cutting a deep groove into the thick bluestone slabs of the alley. Snap. Xiong Donglai tried his best to dodge in the air, but still failed and his wrist was cut off. He endured the severe pain, picked up his severed hand, and without caring about Liu Yanni, he jumped and disappeared into the alley. Han Feng sneered and did not chase after him. The entire battle was decided in just a moment. 7 or 8 big men had broken heads, shattered livers, and broken bones. Han Feng was unharmed. His face was as cold as ice, and he walked step by step towards Liu Yanni, who was completely dumbfounded. Plop! Liu Yanni's legs softened and he knelt down. As Han Feng approached step by step, he retreated bit by bit, grinding his knees and begging for mercy. Little brother, no, big brother, no, uncle, grandpa. I didn't know you were a grandmaster of the transcendent realm. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to steal your things even if I were beaten to death. You can tell that this furnace is a magical tool for alchemy, and you can also tell that I am a master of the transformation realm. Han Feng stopped and looked surprised. He relied entirely on his divine eyes to see that the small bronze tripod was emitting spiritual energy and was a magic weapon for refining elixirs. This two-faced Liu Yanni can be seen with just the naked eye. The Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm can condense qi into gang with one hand and release the internal energy outwards, which is something not ordinary people can know. This hypocrite Liu Yanni has not yet reached the realm of martial arts, and this can be seen with just the naked eye. I know a thing or two. Liu Yanni answered tremblingly. Who are you in Gutongjin? Han Feng grabbed Liu Yanni's hair and questioned him. Chapter 19 Urgent Need for Linglong Pills. Call out. Han Feng pulled off Liu Yanni's wig, revealing his shiny, white and tender bald head. My wig! Liu Yanni looked up at Han Feng in surprise. I'm not from Gutongjin. I'm just helping an ordinary friend find a furnace. Bang! Han Feng slapped Liu Yanni hard on the top of his bald head. Ouch, hey, hiss, ouch. Liu Yanni heard a buzzing sound in his ears, his eyes went dark, his head felt hot and burning, his limbs felt numb as if they had been electrocuted, his bones were shaken, and he felt like he was being pressed heavily and violently by a hydraulic press. He covered his head and curled up on the ground for a long time. Bang! Han Feng pushed Liu Yanni's hand away and slapped him on the top of his head again. Arr! Liu Yanni fell to the ground with his head covered, his eyes rolled back, his whole body twitching and convulsing, and bubbles coming out of his mouth. If you want to pretend to be sick or dead, then I will continue. Han Feng smiled slightly and raised his hand again. Stop hitting me, little master, You're hitting me too hard. I'm really stunned. Liu Yinyi was in tears, with a look of pain on his face. He waved his hands frantically and asked, You also know about alchemy magic? May I ask, little master, your Dharma name and your master? What do you mean by little master? Are you asking me questions, or am I asking you questions? Han Feng threw Liu Yinyi's wig accurately on the head of a passing yellow dog. The yellow dog was frightened and ran away with the wig on. I'll tell you everything. I'm an agent of Master Jiyu Tongjing in the Gusu City Kung Fu training class. When I was little, I could see things that others couldn't see, so I have some skills in identifying antique jades. As for the realm of martial arts, I have heard Master Jiyu Tongjing talk about it, so I know your level. Liu Yinyi covered his head and lowered it again, speaking weakly in a low voice. So that's how it is. Han Feng rubbed his chin and said with a cold face. God has given you this special ability. Even if you don't collude with fake masters like Jiyu Tongjing, you can still become a respected master in the antique world with your talent. It's a pity that you went astray and became someone else's running dog. You are right. Liu Yinyi sat cross-legged on the ground, sighed, and said in a low and sad tone. I was coerced by Jiyu Tongjing. At that time, he had just come to Gusu City to recruit students and he found me. I didn't want to get involved in his shitty things at first, but he used threats and inducements to coerce me. Liu Yinyi burst into tears as he spoke. If I didn't listen to him, he would dig out my eyes and smash my eating utensils, which is fine, but he threatened me with my daughter's life. Tell me, I only hold the empty title of Vice President of the Antiques Association, can I defeat him? Alas, there is nothing I can do. After saying that, he lay on the ground with his head covered, groaning in pain. Han Feng stood up, looked down at Liu Yinyi on the ground, thought for a moment, and said, You do have your difficulties, but Gutongjing didn't teach you to kill people and steal treasures, did he? That's not what I meant just now. I just wanted to find someone to scare you. I really didn't intend to kill. Liu Yinyi suddenly stopped moaning and looked embarrassed. For some brainless villains, slapping them in the face is the best solution. But for a bad guy like you who has a certain social status, humiliation is the best solution. As Han Feng spoke, he tore off Liu Yinyi's tang suit, t-shirt and shorts, revealing his fair and tender skin. Tell that fake master Jiyu Tongjing that my name is Han Feng, and I will meet him sooner or later. After saying this, he took 2 or 3 steps forward and turned back to say, Oh, by the way, President Liu, I did a good deed, please remember to send me a banner. After saying that, he smiled faintly and walked away. Han Feng. You little bastard, if you offend Master Jiyu Tongjing, you will offend the Shu family of Gusu, the Shu family of Jinling, and the entire Jiangnan province. Liu Yinyi covered his vital parts, picked up a cardboard box from the ground and put it on his body, his eyes were bloodshot and he said, So what if he is a master of the transformation realm? Master Jiyu Tongjing is a real person of the profound realm. Just wait for your death. I will whip your corpse with my own hands. Crown Plaza Hotel, rooftop open-air garden. As the second boss of the hotel and the master of the big boss of the hotel, Han Feng ordered his men to seal off the rooftop, leaving only him alone. Last night he had listed the ingredients for Peiyuan Dan to Lin Zhongwan. Peiyuan Dan can help Lin Huqing upgrade from an external force warrior to an internal force warrior, and help Lin Zhongwan become an external force warrior. It only took Lin Zhongwan one night to find all the precious Chinese herbal medicines such as ginseng, astragalus, 7-leaf ganoderma, immortal grass, sunflower, etc., and sent someone to deliver them. Han Feng took out a small bronze tripod and began to refine the Peiyuan pill. While refining, I thought, he is not very clear about the details of Gutongjing. Even though Jiyu Tongjing taught Lin Zhongwan fake martial arts skills, judging from the fact that the former has many students and fans at home and abroad, he must have some real skills, but no one knows how deep his skills are. Han Feng has absolute power to crush ordinary people, external force warriors, and internal force warriors who have no foundation in martial arts. If Jiyu Tongjing is really a real person in the Tongxian realm, he would feel uneasy. Fortunately, the medical books left by his ancestors recorded a kind of Linglong pill that could quickly improve his current realm. Then let Lin Zhongwan go and find the materials for refining Linglong Dan, and refine more yourself, so that if you meet Gutongjing one day in the future, you will not be defeated and killed. It was not until noon that Han Feng finally refined 2 Peiyuan pills and ordered someone to pass them to Lin Zhongwan and Lin Huchen. She took time to visit the middle-aged woman's husband at Huangfu Hospital. As soon as I arrived at the third floor of the hospital, I heard crying and shouting in an ICU ward. "Director Yang, I beg you, please save my grandfather. I have to attend a class reunion tomorrow night. There are rich people among my classmates. I can borrow money to pay for the surgery." A thin girl with simple clothes knelt in front of the white coat and spoke with sobs. "Xiaoniu, look at the ECG monitor. Your grandpa is dying and probably won't see the sun tomorrow. You have no money now, how can I perform heart bypass surgery on him? You should pay the hospital fees you owe first. It's a kindness to let you pay the fees. Go back and scrape together some money to give your grandfather a grand funeral. How can a person be immortal?" Director Yang Fen straightened his curly hair and was about to leave. "Director, I beg you." The girl hugged Yang Fen's thighs tightly and cried like a tearful person. "Please help my grandfather with the surgery first. I will borrow money from my classmates tomorrow night and I will definitely raise the money for you the day after tomorrow. Grandpa is my only relative. Oh, I'm so annoyed. It's no use begging me. You have to pay me in cash." Yang Fen pushed her away in disgust, and the nurse Xiao Li next to him stopped the girl. "How can we give up treatment when the patient isn't dead yet?" Han Feng walked in. I saw an old man lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, looking haggard. The hospital isn't a welfare home. If patients want to see a doctor even though they have no money, then all the poor people in the world will be admitted to the hospital. Will our doctors and nurses all be left with nothing? Yang Fen put his hands behind his back and said sternly. "Hey! Who are you? How dare you barge into the ward?" Before Huangfu Cheng had the time to announce internally that Han Feng would become the vice president of Huangfu Hospital, Yang Fen naturally didn't know that the young man in front of him was his superior. Han Feng ignored him and walked to the head of the bed. He opened his third eye and saw that the old man's pulse was getting weaker and weaker, and the blood transfusion rate and flow of his heart were negligible. He was already in his dying moments. If he did not undergo surgery, he would most likely die of heart failure. He glanced at the girl with tears in her eyes. "Niu Lanshan." Han Feng. Niu Lanshan also recognized Han Feng. Chapter 20, Sky-High Hospitalization Fees. Niu Lanshan is Han Feng's high school classmate. Her mother ran away with someone else when she was a child, and her alcoholic father only knew how to beat and scold her. She grew up plowing the fields with her grandfather. Because of malnutrition, she has been thin and small since childhood, but she is pretty and fair-skinned, and has good character and academic performance. She is the top student in the class. After graduating from college, I found a job as a supermarket cashier and barely made ends meet. Han Feng had a difficult time when his parents passed away. This high school classmate found his contact information and helped him, which made Han Feng always grateful. He didn't expect to meet him in the hospital today. "Lanshan, I remember your grandfather was quite strong a few years ago. How come he suddenly became weak?" Han Feng asked in confusion. "My grandfather has always had a bad heart. He has been trying not to let me know. Now he is sick, but I don't have that much money." Niu Lanshan lowered her head and tears fell to the ground. "You two can go to the street and chat. This is a hospital." Yang Fen turned his head and looked Han Feng up and down, and said in a sarcastic tone. "Xiaoniu, he is your friend, so quickly go and borrow some money from him to pay for the hospitalization fee first, and then see if you can raise 150,000 for the heart bypass surgery. If we can gather enough before dark, your grandfather might still be saved. Let me help your grandfather." As Han Feng spoke, he condensed his chi into his right palm and gently placed it on Niu Bingqian's chest. "Hey! Stop messing around. You'll be responsible if someone dies." Yang Fen was about to pull Han Feng away, and said sternly. "If you don't have money, just say you don't have money. Why are you pretending to be a master? You can still bring the patient back to life by just touching him. Han Feng, I know you and your parents have studied Chinese medicine, but my grandfather's current condition." Niu Lanshan also wanted to come over to stop Han Feng. "Hatilder." Han Feng mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and used it to open up Niu Bingqian's 3 coronary arteries, allowing blood to flow to the heart unimpeded. "I told you not to play tricks in our hospital." Yarn Fen said to the nurse beside him. Xiao Li, call the security guards to kick this guy out. The nurse responded and left. Drip. Drop. Drop. The ECG monitor emits a clear and pleasant sound. Niu Bingqian's heart rate increased from single digits to 70, and all values returned to normal. Shanshan. Niu Bingqian slowly opened his eyes and called softly. Grandpa. You're awake. I thought I would never see you again. Niu Lanshan suddenly threw herself into Niu Bingqian's arms, crying with joy and tears. Yarn Fen opened his eyes wide in fear, opened his mouth, and subconsciously took 2 steps back and bumped into the wall. Fuck. This is impossible. This is simply impossible. He held his curly head in his hands, not believing his eyes, and muttered. The patient must be having a last gasp. This guy can't just touch the patient and he'll be fine. Otherwise, why would he go to the hospital? Shanshan, I remember I was selling watermelons at the stall and was tired, so I took a break. Why am I lying here? Doctor, I don't need to be hospitalized, take medicine or have an for drip, I'm fine. Niu Bingqian sat up slowly, looked at the numerous medical equipment around him, and asked in panic. Shanshan, did you spend a lot of money? Oh, Grandpa is fine, let's go home quickly. As he said this, he was about to get out of bed. Where are you going, old man? Yarn Fen recovered from his shock, stood in front of Niu Bingqian and Niu Lanshan, and said sternly. You've been lying in our hospital for 5 days. How can you just walk away like that? I cured Grandpa Niu's heart disease. It has nothing to do with you. Han Feng stood up and said coldly. Who knows whether it was you who cured him or whether this old guy just had a last burst of energy. I don't care. But he hasn't paid off all the other miscellaneous fees yet. Yarn Fen still stopped him. Shanshan? How long will Grandpa have to lie down? How much will it cost? Niu Bingqian asked anxiously. Grandpa, it's okay. We didn't have the surgery. We just owed the hospital some hospital fees. I can afford it. Niu Lanshan wiped her tears, put a smile on her face, and hurried to comfort her. What? A little? Heh. Yarn Fen smiled disdainfully and said. Xiao Niu, this is Huangfu Hospital, the best private hospital in Jiangnan province, and the ICU per day alone is 28,000. Besides, in addition to the hospitalization fee, there are also various nutrition fees, nursing fees, equipment maintenance fees, and medicines. All in all, the total is 180,000 yuan. What? 180,000? How many years do I have to sell watermelons to earn 180,000 yuan? Niu Bingqian felt dizzy and his eyes went dark, and he sat back on the hospital bed. Isn't ICU only several $1,000s a day? Why are there so many miscellaneous expenses? 180,000. That much. Niu Lanshan's originally joyful expression froze on her face, and for a moment she felt as if the sky was falling. Lanshan, Grandpa Niu, don't worry. Han Feng frowned and looked at Yarn Fen, then stretched out his hand and said. Bring me the bill for Grandpa Niu's hospitalization. Expense list. Who the hell do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask me for an expense list? Yarn Fen saw that his business deal was ruined by Han Feng. He was already very angry, and now he was asked for the list. In a hurry, he cursed. Damn it, I've been ignoring you, but you're taking advantage of me. At this moment, Nurse Xiao Li came in with 2 security guards. Hurry up and get this little bastard out. It's so damn shameful. Yarn Fen hadn't even uttered the word angry. Bang! Han Feng grabbed Yarn Fen's collar. Yarn Fen felt suffocated instantly, his face turned red, and he kicked around with his hands and feet, but when he hit Han Feng, it was like hitting steel. Seeing the situation, the 2 security guards came forward from the left and right to pull Han Feng, but Han Feng easily pushed them to the ground. Do you think I don't know the charging standards of Huangfu Hospital? This is an ordinary ICU ward, 3,000 per day. There are definitely other expenses, but they won't be as much as 40,000 yuan. Han Feng glared at Yarn Fen angrily. It's a disgrace to Huangfu Hospital to have a rubbish doctor like you. You are a disgrace to the medical profession. Ding ling ling. The hospital's alarm suddenly rang. Han Feng, please let him go. We are in their hospital now. Don't do anything. Niu Lanshan pulled Han Feng aside anxiously and said, "Yes, Xiao Feng, even if he is wrong, once you take action, the fault is all yours." Niu Bingqian also stood up anxiously and came over to pull Han Feng. Only then did Han Feng let go of Yang Fen. Cough 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 you. Yang Fen gasped for air, pointed at Han Feng, and said viciously, "Okay, kid, we're not done today. In addition to the 180,000 yuan medical expenses, you also beat people and caused violent medical trouble. If I don't send you to the police station today, I'm not named Yang. I will send you to jail and make you pay for my medical expenses, lost wages, and mental damages." At this time, several doctors and nurses were already gathered at the door of the ward. A middle-aged woman with a dark face also came over and looked inside. "Hey! Dean Han, why are you here?" "Dean Han!" everyone in the ICU ward said in unison. Chapter 21 Vice President of Huangfu Hospital. "Han Feng, are you the director of Huangfu Hospital?" Niu Lanshan looked at Han Feng in surprise. Han Feng smiled and nodded. "Har ha har ha, how can a poor loser like him be the director of our Huangfu Hospital? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life." Yang Fen said complacently. "Don't even think about being the dean of our hospital. All interns in our hospital must be dual medical doctors, have passed level 8 in English, and have IELTS and TOEFL scores above the passing line. With his condition, I don't think he has even attended college, let alone a PhD or a postgraduate degree. Boy, do you know how many letters there are in the English alphabet? This young man is really the vice president of your hospital. He arranged an operation for my baby's father this morning, and asked your president Huangfu to perform the operation himself." The dark-skinned middle-aged woman said seriously. "Oh, you changed him to vice president now? Did he get demoted?" Yang Fen said jokingly. "Do you know how long I have been eyeing the position of vice president? I've been a chief physician in internal medicine for 10 years. If I want to become vice president, I'll have to endure at least another 20 years, and even then I might not even get there. Such a difficult position to climb, and he's got it, har ha har ha har har." Yang Fen laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes. He waved and greeted his colleagues outside the door, as if inviting them to come and watch the monkey show. "He arranged the surgery at our hospital. What a big face he has. Even Taihu Lake is not as big as his face. That's right. He even arranged for our Dean Huangfu to personally handle the operation. Why didn't he say that he arranged for the mayor and governor? From what I see, it seems like this is his first time at Huangfu Hospital. He probably doesn't even know which way the director's office door opens. Sister, have you been cheated by this guy? There are so many scammers nowadays. Do you want me to call the police for you?" The doctors and nurses standing outside all burst into laughter. Even the 4 security guards who arrived stood by with their hands on their hips, watching the show with a relaxed look on their faces. "Why would I lie to you? My baby's father is in the operating room. He will probably be out soon," the middle-aged woman explained anxiously. "Our Dean Huangfu is indeed performing surgery on a patient." Yang Fen looked the middle-aged woman up and down with disdain, and said, "But he is a relative of our dean. How can someone like you be a relative of our dean? TSK 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 TSK. Director Yang, I heard that there have been thieves and scammers in our hospital recently. Could they be?" Nurse Xiao Li secretly pointed at Han Feng and then at the middle-aged woman. "Yes, look at them. One lied about being the vice president of the hospital, and the other lied about being a relative of the president. If unsuspecting patients and their families were deceived, it would definitely be our hospital's responsibility." Yang Fen suddenly realized and shouted to the security guard, "Quick, control these 2 people. I'm going to call the police and have them arrested." 6 security guards blocked the entrance to the ward. "We must catch them this time and punish them harshly." "Right. We'd better beat them up inside so they never dare to come out and cause trouble again. Director Yang has made a great contribution to our hospital this time. Dean Huangfu will definitely commend him at the commendation meeting. Yes, then Director Yang should move to the position of vice president, which is closer." The doctors and nurses talked to each other, making Yang Fen feel itchy and his face flushed. "Little brother, what is going on?" The middle-aged woman was also confused and looked at Han Feng in panic. "Han Feng." Niu Lanshan didn't expect such a big commotion, and looked at Han Feng in confusion. You can't really be. When Dean Huangfu arrives, everything will be revealed. Han Feng turned to look at Yang Fen. However, you must explain your exorbitant hospital bill. Don't fucking change the subject. If our Dean comes, you're dead. Yang Fen dialed 110. Hello, 110, this is Huangfu Hospital. We have thieves, liars, and debt defaulters here. Send someone to catch them. Niu Lanshan and Niu Bingqian were frightened and the middle-aged woman was at a loss. The operation is over, and Dean Huangfu is here. A young nurse shouted over here. Well, I want to see what you, a little bastard, have to say now that the Dean is here. Don't say later that you didn't know Dean Huangfu and went to the wrong hospital. Yang Fen said with a sly grin. The rest of the doctors, nurses and security guards all looked relaxed, smiling and waiting to watch the show. Why are there so many people gathered at the entrance of the ICU ward? Haven't you memorized the hospital rules? Huangfu Cheng looked tired and took off his mask, looking intimidating without even getting angry. Everyone was so frightened that they automatically made way for him. He walked in. Xiao Feng, when did you come here? Why didn't you say hello to me in advance? Dean, I just caught this male and female scammers, and this grandfather and grandson who maliciously refused to pay their debts. Yang Fen had a flattering smile on his face. He pointed at a few people and quickly praised them. I have called 110 and they will be here soon. Fraud. Huangfu Cheng looked dignified as he looked at Han Feng and then at Yang Fen. Yes, liars. This poor loser pretended to be the vice president of our hospital, and that dark-skinned old woman pretended to be your relative. Yang Fen's eyes lit up as he pointed at Han Feng and the middle-aged woman, waiting for Huangfu Cheng's praise. He is the vice president of our hospital. Huangfu Cheng said calmly and powerfully. Han Feng. Vice Dean. Yang Fen's eyes widened, his mouth opened, his curly hair stood up, his legs went limp and he fell to the ground. He looked at Han Feng in shock and was stunned for a moment. The other doctors, nurses and security guards were all shocked and looked at Han Feng in horror. He is the vice president of the hospital. So the person everyone was mocking just now was the vice dean. Everyone had sad faces and began to retreat slowly and quietly, hoping that the young vice president did not see that they had just made a fuss. After a while, the doorway became quiet. Niu Bingqian and Niu Lanshan looked at Han Feng in surprise and stood there in a daze for a moment. Last time he cured Director Lin of a sudden cerebral congestion, I hired him as the vice president of our hospital. However, he came and went so quickly that I never announced it to everyone. Huangfu Cheng looked down at Yang Fen with a sharp gaze and asked in a very oppressive tone. Who is the liar? Dean, I'm not talking about Dean Han, I'm talking about her. Yang Fen pointed at the middle-aged woman with a look of heartache. I'm done for this time. I offended my boss on the first day we met. How am I going to survive in the hospital in the future? She is a relative of Dean Han, so naturally she is also my relative. Huangfu Cheng said calmly. Yang Fen was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He only managed to hold on to the ventilator beside him and not fall down. Then this grandfather and grandson owe us hospital fees and want to leave without paying. Regarding the issue of hospital expenses, I will settle the bill with you later. Han Feng said to the nurse Xiao Li who was standing by with her head down and eyes closed in fear. Go get the expense list. Director Yang gave Grandpa Nyo. I want to check it item by item. Yes. Nurse Xiao Li was so scared that she ran out of the ward. That's not my car. Yang Fen was so frightened that he burst into tears. He knelt down crying and hugged Huangfu Cheng's thighs. Director, I've made no contribution to our hospital over the years, but I've certainly worked hard. That expense list wasn't written by me. No one said you opened it, but you keep emphasizing what it means? There is something wrong with the expense list, right? Huangfu Cheng glared at him and kicked Yang Fen away. The latter rushed over again and was kicked away again. This was repeated several times until Yang Fen lay on the ground and burst into tears. You deserved it. Niu Lanshan spat. Director, I've lived a clean life and never taken advantage of anyone. I won't pay a penny less than the hospitalization fee. Niu Bingqian stopped Niu Lanshan and spoke sincerely to Huangfu Cheng. Grandpa Nyo, don't worry, we'll figure it out soon. Han Feng smiled to comfort her, then turned around and asked, Uncle Wang Fu, how's that big brother's surgery going? Chapter 22, Top Luxury Houses in Gusu City. Yes, Dean, how is my baby's father? The middle-aged woman looked at Wang Fu Cheng with hope. The operation was a complete success. Wang Fu Cheng answered seriously. But the patient fell from a high altitude and suffered serious injuries. He will need at least 2 operations to recover. Even after recovery, he will need a long recovery period. The middle-aged woman's expression gradually changed from joy to sadness, and she asked cautiously, what about the cost of the subsequent surgery? The cost of the recovery period will be, approximately. Don't worry, sis. I'll pay for all the expenses. Han Feng said seriously. I will also do my best to help your husband recover as soon as possible. Little brother, how can I say that? I have already overcharged you, and you arranged the surgery, and you still have to worry about the subsequent expenses. The middle-aged woman waved her hands and refused. No, I won't accept the reward without merit. If my kid's father knew about this, he would definitely not agree. Sister, today the vice president of the Antiques Association offered 500,000 yuan. I should have given it to you, but you only took 200,000 yuan. The remaining 300,000 yuan should be used as your husband's subsequent expenses. Is that okay? Han Feng advised with a smile. Yes, you are a relative of Vice President Han of our hospital. It is our hospital's duty to treat your husband. Don't worry, the surgery and any subsequent expenses will be borne by our hospital. Wang Fu Cheng spoke. Although he didn't know what happened in the antique city that morning, he was happy to do Han Feng a favor since he could call this middle-aged woman a relative. Thank you so much, little brother, and thank you, Dean Wang Fu. The middle-aged woman was about to burst into tears and was about to kowtow when she was stopped by a nurse and sent out. Dean Wang Fu, Dean Han, this is the expense list for this old man Niu Bingqian. Nurse Xiao Li returned to the ward and handed the list to Wang Fu Cheng. Niu Lanshan and his grandson also came over. Mr. Niu Bingqian has a heart condition, but why is he prescribed brain protein nutrient solution that costs 8 or 9,000 yuan per bottle? Wang Fu Cheng looked down from above, and the more he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed. Why do you prescribe so many Chinese patent medicines for treating chronic kidney disease and stomach problems? How come there are still more than 20 boxes of enema and more than 80 boxes of licorice tablets? You prescribed more than 1,800 sodium chloride injections for this old man, so he can drink them. Uncle Wang Fu, look, there are also hospital flower bed maintenance fees, department office supplies fees, and underground garage sanitation fees. I didn't know that our hospital has so many miscellaneous expenses. After reading it, Han Feng sneered at Yang Fen. Even if you're not the vice president, you'll still get a lot of kickbacks as a chief physician. Is this what you charge your patients? Wang Fu Cheng threw the expense list in Yang Fen's face and said to the nurse Xiao Li beside him, go calculate Mr. Niu Bingqian's actual hospitalization expenses. Xiao Li responded and went. Director, these expenses really need to be shared by all patients. Otherwise, how can we maintain the daily operations of our hospital? Yang Fen argued cunningly. Fart. Wang Fu Cheng was furious. I worked so hard to build this hospital, and now you, a parasite, have ruined its reputation. Dean, I know I was wrong, but I have no choice. I have 4 elderly people to support, 3 sons who need to get married, and my wife who has no job and is a gambler. Their whole family depends on me. Yang Fen knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Dean, my second uncle is your good friend. Even if I did something wrong, you have to give him some face. Your second uncle can't do anything to ruin the reputation of my hospital. You don't have to come to the hospital to work tomorrow. Wang Fu Cheng's face was as cold as frost. He waved his hand mercilessly and said, you'll explain this to the police you called later. Get out of here. The 6 security guards standing at the door were also called by Yang Fen, and they dragged him out of the ICU ward at this time. Dean, Mr. Niu Bingqian's expense list has been printed out. His granddaughter has already paid 20,000 yuan, and she needs to pay an additional 2,000 yuan. Nurse Xiao Li came back with a new bill. Great. Han Feng. Oh, no, Dean Han, I almost misunderstood you just now, but you saved my grandfather's life. I don't know how to thank you. Niu Lanshan's face flushed, her heart was at ease, and she spoke with some embarrassment. The surgery fee that originally cost 150,000 yuan was saved, and only an additional 2,000 yuan had to be paid. This is the best result for Niu Lanshan. Yes, Dean Han, you saved my life. How can I repay you? Niu Bingqian's eyes were filled with tears and he held Han Feng's hand tightly. These are all trivial matters. Grandpa Niu Lanshan, you should just call me Han Feng. Dean Han, it sounds strange. Han Feng smiled and said, Lanshan, have you forgotten that you helped me when I was in trouble after graduation? You are a good person and good things will come true. Han Feng, will you attend the high school reunion held at the Crown Plaza Hotel tomorrow night? Niu Lanshan lowered her head and asked in a low voice. I didn't want to join, but my grandfather was ill, so I agreed to go with the squad leader, thinking that I could lend some money to others. Grandpa is well now, but it would be ugly if I didn't go. She raised her head and cast a questioning look at Han Feng. High school reunion. No one notified me. Han Feng thought to himself that the party was to be held in the big hotel owned by him, so he decided to go for a walk and pretend that he was accompanying Niu Lanshan. Although Niu Lanshan had a pretty appearance and excellent academic performance in high school, due to her family situation, she was always introverted, not very good at dealing with people, and was ostracized by her classmates. This time when I go to the class reunion, I might be made fun of by some people again. If you want to go, I'll go with you. That's great. To be honest, I feel a little embarrassed to go alone. Niu Lanshan said shyly. Then it's settled. See you tomorrow night at 8 o'clock at the Crown Plaza Hotel. Good. Han Feng responded. He helped Niu Bingqian with the discharge procedures and helped the middle-aged woman with her accommodation problem before returning to their hotel. Lin Zhongwan called and told him that Xiao Jin had moved and that the Lin family would use all their connections to find Xiao Jin's whereabouts. This news made Han Feng a little disappointed, but he could do nothing about it. The two of them agreed to let Lin Xianer help Han Feng choose a villa early the next morning. The next morning, by the Jinji Lake. There are clouds and mists among the green bamboos and willows, and above the Emerald Lake, there is silence and tranquility. In this Dharma-ending age, spiritual energy has become extremely rare. There is a thin amount of spiritual energy floating around Jinji Lake, which is a good place to practice martial arts. This is also the reason why Han Feng chose this place. Seeing that Lin Xianer did not show up at the agreed time, he simply walked over alone. With all kinds of luxurious villas lined up one after another and top luxury cars driving around, the villa complex by the Jinji Lake is undoubtedly the top wealthy area in Suzhou City. Not long after, Han Feng saw two men and two women walking towards him while talking. Boss Cow, this villa is the top luxury house in Gusu City. The first line Lake View house is 840 square meters, with a usable area of 1,300 square meters, covering an area of 2.5 acres. The decoration alone cost more than 30 million yuan. The architectural style is a combination of Chinese and Western styles. There is a koi pond made of taihu stones in the front yard, and a rockery garden made of taihu stones in the backyard facing Jinji Lake. We are located in the core area of Suzhou City, which is bustling outside and quiet inside. What is even more valuable is the neighbors. Villa number 1 is the home of Mr. Lin Zhongwan, chairman of Suzhou Lin S Bank, and villa number 2 is the home of Ms. Qin Wani, chairman of Suang Group. Our villa is number 3, and it is also the villa that Chairman Lin Zhongwan is preparing to sell. Sales lady Dao Renyang was talking incessantly about a magnificent villa in front of her. Oh! That means that if I buy this villa, I can deal with Mr. Lin Zhongwan and be neighbors with Miss Qin Wani. Cao Dehua smiled knowingly, nodded, and asked. How much is this villa? The market price is 82 million. If you are sincere, the landlord, Chairman Lin, can lower the price slightly. Dao Renyang put on a professional smile. Well, I'll discuss it with my family. Cao Dehua couldn't help but look in the direction of Qin Wani's villa, took out his cell phone, walked aside and made a call. At this moment, Dao Renyang exclaimed. Han Feng! Aren't you dead? Chapter 23. You are such a scumbag. You're quite well informed. Han Feng looked coldly at his high school classmate Dao Renyang, who was wearing a black work suit, black stockings, and had a charming and seductive face. She was known for being flirtatious in high school. She pursued Han Feng, who was from a wealthy family at the time, and also joined other girls to exclude Niu Lanshan. Yes, I am wandering around to see where is the best place to be reborn. Ren Yang, he is your friend. He speaks in an interesting way and has a nice appearance. Dao Renyan's colleague Dai Yuhuan, who was also wearing work clothes and weighed about 200 pounds and was quite pretty, gave Han Feng a coquettish look. Han Feng was frightened. Yang, could he be your ex-boyfriend? Another tall and muscular male colleague, Hu Dazhuang, with a horse-faced face, asked nervously with a jealous tone. Oh, they are from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. How could they possibly be interested in a little girl like me who comes from a humble background? Dao Renyang said in a pretentious tone with a look of contempt on her face. I married into the Qin family in Gusu 5 years ago and have been enjoying a peaceful life. Yesterday I heard that he was a rapist and arsonist, and was burned to death. I don't know how he came back to life. Renyang, he is a bad guy. Dai Yuhuan was so frightened that her face turned pale. She retreated behind Dao Renyang and crossed her hands in front of her chest. Oh, it's him. Hu Dazhuang, the horse-faced male colleague, immediately relaxed and said with disdain. Okay, these days being a gigolo isn't enough, I also want to experience some exciting Japanese plots. Boy, I have the phone number of a Japanese love-action movie director. I can contact him and let you play a juicy boy. After saying that, he grinned and laughed wickedly. How could this rapist sneak into such a high-end place? It's too dangerous. Dai Yuhuan hid behind Dao Renyang, looked at Han Feng warily, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Yeah, Han Feng, you poor bastard, is this also the place for a gigolo like you to come? Dao Renyang saw that Han Feng looked calm and thought he was scared, so she became even more aggressive and shouted. You King want to be reborn into a wealthy family here, you're really going crazy. In my opinion, you should not be reborn as a human, you should go to hell first, and then be reborn as a pig or dog. Yang, there are surveillance cameras everywhere here, just ask the community security to kick him out. So that when we introduce a house to our valued customers, there won't be this kind of rubbish, which would lower its value. Hu Dazhuang looked at Han Feng arrogantly and said contemptuously. But, you still have time to leave now. Yes, get out. Dai Yuhuan also shouted. Yang, when we were in high school, you pursued me like crazy, sending me 3 love letters a day and making promises of eternal love. I write a letter in blood every month, and my trunk is almost full. Han Feng crossed his arms and deliberately called her Yang, causing the jealousy of his horse-faced male colleague. He continued with a smug look on his face. When we graduated from high school, you sent me all kinds of nude photos and sexy lingerie photos, and kept hinting to me that there was no one at home. Even so, I didn't agree to be your boyfriend. Have you forgotten? You bastard, shut up. Dao Renyan's face suddenly changed color, and she looked panicked, and she tried to cover Han Feng's mouth. What the hell, what's going on? The horse-faced male colleague Hu Dazhuang glared at Dao Renyang and questioned him sternly. Da Zhuang, listen to my explanation. I was young and ignorant at that time. I was just beginning to fall in love and was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. It was he, the lecherous demon, who seduced me into writing and posting it. Dao Renyang looked so pitiful, her eyes filled with tears, and she sobbed softly. Besides, I've already been bullied, and you're still being mean to me, teaming up with others to bully me. I can't survive this. As she spoke, she rested her head on Dai Yuhuan's tall shoulder and burst into tears. Xiao Hu, look at how angry you made Ren Yang. Are you still a man? Dai Yuhuan accused seriously. Women are meant to be coaxed and loved. She's already hurt, and you're still blaming her. You are such a scumbag. I didn't mean that. Hu Dazhuang's angry expression suddenly turned into a panic. He turned his face suddenly with a fierce look. Boy, do you want to die? As he spoke, he took off his suit and began to loosen his tie, looking like he was ready for a fight. This is what a good actor is like. He cries when he says he will cry. Han Feng nodded seriously and said jokingly. I'm too lazy to do anything with your level. You fucking. Hu Dazhuang just raised his hand. Have you finished talking? What's going on? After Cao Dehua finished his call, he came over and looked at the situation in front of him, feeling somewhat puzzled. If you guys are busy, I'll come and see the house another day. Boss Cao, I'm really sorry. I just ran into an old classmate I haven't seen for many years. I was so moved that I cried. Please don't be angry. Dao Renyang wiped her tears twice, hurried over, and held Cao Dehua's arms with her two little white rabbits, and said in a coquettish voice, "You know, I'm a sentimental person. If someone does something for me, I'll repay them threefold." She said this with a shy look on her face. "Oh, it's an old classmate. I was wondering, does he live here? We can chat for a while." Cao Dehua immediately put on an expression of enjoyment, understood Dao Renyan's subtext, and patted her tender little hands. Hu Dazhuang stood behind Cao Dehua, his face flushed and he glared at him, but he couldn't get angry. Fuck, if this were on China's Best Actor, I'd get full marks without even trying. Han Feng shook his head in amazement and couldn't help but want to applaud Dao Renyang. "He lives here?" Har har, Dao Renyang smiled sweetly, waved to Han Feng, and said, "Our client, Boss Cao, is asking you, do you live here?" "I don't live here now, but I might have to in the future." Han Feng was happy to act with Dao Renyang. "Being a male nanny is fine, that's fine too." Dao Renyang turned around and said gently, "Boss Cao, look, the male nanny has already been prepared for you. Just buy this villa that best suits your status and position. Buy a tilde, buy a tilde." As she spoke, she gently pushed Boss Cao and kept acting coquettishly. "He looks like a pretty boy. He'd be a nuisance if he stayed at home, no. Cao Dehua waved his hand and refused. Pucci, Dao Renyang pursed her lips, smiled, and said charmingly, "Boss Cao, you really have a good judge of people. How do you know that he is a disaster?" "Wow, no wonder Boss Cao can do such a big business, he is so good at judging people." "You are good at judging people and houses, so could you please take care of my business?" After saying that, she bit her red lips and threw her a seductive look. Okay, I just called home and told them everything." Cao Dehua understood what he meant, and he kept holding Dao Renyan's small tender hand and said, "But the price needs to be lowered." "No problem. I am very familiar with Chairman Lin Zhongwan, the owner of the villa. I am his distant niece, and I will definitely give you a discount if I can." Dao Renyang smiled as beautifully as a flower and leaned shyly into Cao Dehua's arms. Okay. Cao Dehua stroked Dao Renyan's smooth, delicate and exquisite pointed chin with satisfaction. "Boss Cao, how much do you plan to pay for this villa?" Chapter 20. For this villa belongs to us. 60 million. Cao Dehua made a sixth gesture. "You are deliberately making things difficult for me." Dao Renyang got away from Cao Dehua and said with a resentful look in her eyes, "Mr. Lin Zhongwan's villa cannot be priced lower than 75 million. If you are not sincere, I will find another boss. There are many rich bosses, but there are not many beautiful women like me." As she spoke, she straightened her proud D-cup. No, Xiao Yang, we can discuss this. Why do you have to turn against each other so suddenly?" Cao Dehua took the initiative to hug Dao Renyang and whispered, "As long as you stay with me for 2 months, I won't ask for even a penny of the 75 million. I guarantee you will make a lot of money. Sure, it's just 2 months. If we get the deal, I'll treat myself as a gift and go on vacation with Boss Cao for 2 months." Dao Renyang agreed readily. "Okay, wait a minute. I'll call the bank, prepare the money, and then get ready to sign the contract." Cao Dehua rubbed his hands excitedly, gave Dao Renyang a big kiss on the cheek, and went to make another phone call. Hu Dazhuang's eyes were red and he clenched his fists. He wanted to punch Cao Dehua. Call. A BMW 7 Series stopped beside the crowd. Lin Xianer got out of the car wearing sunglasses, tight jeans, a tight white t-shirt, and a white sun-protective jacket. She shook her black and shiny hair, looking both beautiful and cool. Their whole person's aura instantly overshadowed Dao Renyan's kitschy beauty. Damn, I never realized before that Lin Xianer hid it quite well. She's actually a big radium. Han Feng swallowed and muttered to himself. Cao Dehua and Hu Dazhuang from Hongwen, who were originally on the phone, were instantly attracted by Lin Xianer and their eyes were fixed on her. Dao Renyang and Dai Yuhuan stared at the athletic beauty who was walking towards them with hostility. Lin Xianer did not live with her father Lin Zhongwan by the Jinji Lake, so neither the agent nor the client knew her. "Han Feng, what are you doing? You said you would meet me at our doorstep at 7:30, how could you be late?" Lin Xianer took off her sunglasses and looked dissatisfied with Han Feng. Han Feng was stunned. He asked back with a smile. "You really act like a big lady. It's obviously you who is late, but you blame me." Anyway, I didn't see you at my door, so why are you wandering around? Lin Xianer glanced at the three real estate agents with an unhappy look on her face. She blamed them. Why don't I just show you which villa you want? Why are you so anxious to find an agent? Have you never lived in a villa? I'm looking for an agent. I didn't find those three. Han Feng was intimidated by Lin Xianer's big radium, and his ability to defend himself was weakened by 3 points. Han Feng, are you being kept by this woman? You really are addicted to being a pretty boy, relying on your face that's good at deceiving women to scam people everywhere. Dao Renyang was extremely proud of having won a big order at this time. She saw that Lin Xianer was driving a luxury car worth over $1,000,000, which was not noticeable at all in this top-class wealthy villa area, so she continued in a sarcastic tone. Some girls only have a pretty face and an S-shaped body, but they can't tell a good man from a bad one. They would rush to get together with a rapist or an arsonist. TSK, 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 TSK. Who are you talking about? Say it again. Lin Xianer asked sternly. No one has ever dared to say such harsh words in front of her. And it's just a small real estate agency. Forget it, forget it. Don't bother with her. Han Feng smiled evilly and deliberately added fuel to the fire. Besides, I wasn't angry when she said that to me. She even praised you. Why are you angry? I didn't say anything to you, why are you in such a hurry? I did say that to you, it was my kind reminder, but you didn't appreciate it. You really took my kindness for granted. Dao Renyang said arrogantly. I'm the top salesperson at Hongtong Agency, and I've already sold this villa successfully. I earned all my money through hard work, unlike some people who just sit back and do nothing but be mistresses. Dao Renyang guessed that Lin Xianer was the mistress of a wealthy boss in this villa area, so she didn't take her seriously. Get out of here. I won't sell this villa anymore. Lin Xianer looked angry. You're not going to sell it. If you say you're not going to sell it, then you don't. Who do you think you are? Dao Renyang sneered and looked at Lin Xianer with disdain. She was certain that Lin Xianer, the mistress, would not dare to make a big deal out of it, so she also became arrogant. If the deal goes through, she will get a 2% commission. If the deal is worth 75 million, she can directly pocket 1.5 million. This is a huge sum of money. She continued to curse. Where did this stinky bitch come from to cause trouble at my distant uncle's house? How dare you scold me? This is our villa. I'm Lin Xianer. My dad asked your crappy agent to sell it for me. Lin Xianer was so angry that she was about to slap Dao Renyang. No, 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 a gentleman should talk, not fight. Anger is harmful to their body and can easily cause breast nodules. Listen to what else she has to say. Han Feng deliberately stopped Lin Xianer. She felt very comfortable as the two big white rabbits bounced against her body. Even though Lin Xianer was an external force warrior, she was blocked by Han Feng's clever strength and could only grab at the air. Har har har, yours. Dao Renyang laughed loudly and mocked, you think you are good looking, so all the houses, cars, and men in the world belong to your family. To tell you the truth, this is the villa of my distant uncle, Chairman Lin Zhongwan. I was personally asked by my uncle to buy it on his behalf. Are you Miss Lin Xianer? I am Miss Lin Xianer's distant cousin, how come I don't know you? How dare you pretend to be Miss Lin Xianer? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You have a face that looks like a mistress, but you want to pretend to be the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Gusu. I think you are really crazy. You're talking nonsense, my dad doesn't have a distant cousin like you who is so vulgar and ugly. How could I have a flirty distant cousin like you? Lin Xianer angrily scolded. Han Feng, why are you stopping me? Are you one of her gang? Hit her and dirty your hands. Han Feng whispered. Don't you know how she became the sales champion? Look at her. Okay, I won't do it. I'm afraid of getting a dirty disease. Lin Xianer took out her phone and made a call. Song Renchu, get the hell out to the gate of Villa number 3 right now. Right now. Right now. Lin Xianer was so angry that her face turned red and her hair stood on end. She pointed her phone at Dao Renyang and cursed. Just wait for me. If I don't find someone to tear your fox face apart today, I won't be named Lin. Boy, tell your woman to be more careful when she speaks. Hu Dazhuang stood in front of Dao Renyang with a dark face, staring at Han Feng with jealous eyes. Horse face, Tell your woman to be careful when she accompanies Boss Cow, and take safety measures, and don't take it too seriously. If you want to live a decent life, you have to have some green on your head. You're talking fucking bullshit. Yang Yang is a very innocent girl, I won't allow you to insult her. Hu Dazhuang shouted loudly and swung a punch at Han Feng. Bang! Han Feng grabbed Hu Dazhuang's wrist and said jokingly. Look at you, how could you just start fighting while you were talking? If you don't believe me, you can ask Yang Yang. Hu Dazhuang felt as if his wrist was grabbed by a huge pair of vice. He tried to struggle free but couldn't move at all. He turned his head and looked at Dao Renyang. He is slandering me. You believe the words of a rapist, but you don't believe my words. Dao Renyang yelled guiltily. If you don't believe me, fine, let's break up. Yang Yang, I don't disbelieve you. Hu Dazhuang suddenly softened again. Were you blind just now? Didn't you see that Boss Cow kiss her? Han Feng reminded. Hu Dazhuang's face flushed red, veins popped on his forehead, and he tried hard to hold back his words, but couldn't utter a word. Da Zhuang, you know that in our industry, I can only play along for the sake of commission. If you can't accept it and despise me, then let's break up. Dao Renyang said aggrievedly. I did not mean that. Hu Dazhuang said in a low voice. Good boy, you are really good at PUA. Your charm skills have improved a lot over the years. Han Feng shook his head and sighed. We too have our own plans, it's none of your business. Dao Renyang cursed. Release Da Zhuang quickly. Bang! Han Feng actually obeyed Dao Renyang's words, let Hu Dazhuang go, and said with a smile, Yang Yang, today you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. As he said this, he looked at the furious Lin Xianer with a sly smile. None of your business. Hu Dazhuang had just gained his freedom when he punched Han Feng again. Chapter 25. Do you have a date tonight? Bang! In a flash, no one could see clearly how Han Feng made his move. Hu Dazhuang was knocked 3 or 4 meters away by a punch. This is still Han Feng showing mercy. Da Zhuang. Dao Renyang and Dai Yuhuan ran over and helped Hu Dazhuang up. You're a rapist, you're a bitch, and you're so arrogant in broad daylight. I'm going to call and send you to jail. Dao Renyang glared at Han Feng and Lin Xianer and took out his cell phone. Woo! Alexa stopped beside the crowd. A tourist patrol car followed closely behind, and 8 tall and strong security guards armed with weapons got out of it. Brother Song. Why are you here? Dao Renyang saw Song Renchu leading a group of security guards around, and his expression became even more proud. He glanced at Lin Xianer and said, I asked you two to leave, but you refused. Now you are gone. It's time for you, the mistress, to be exposed so that your family can enjoy the glory with you. You, a rapist, just beat someone up, and the 2 of us girls are witnesses. Not only do you have to pay compensation, you also have to stay in the detention center. Humph, I just don't know if you will be convicted of rape. After Dao Renyang finished speaking, she and Dai Yuhuan laughed together. Hu Dazhuang, with a hoarse face, endured the pain in his chest and forced a smile. A bitch and a dog are together forever. A bitch and a dog will be beaten soon. Dai Yuhuan made faces smugly. Who are you calling the mistress? Song Renchu asked with a dark face. He is a senior executive of the property company under Lin Zhongwan's name and holds great power. He was also a guest of honor at various real estate agencies, so Dao Renyang naturally tried her best to curry favor with him. Brother Song, I'm talking about her. Dao Renyang just pointed at Lin Xianer. Bang! Song Renchu slapped her hard on the face. Dai Yuhuan and Hu Dazhuang were stunned. Brother Song, why did you hit me? Dao Renyang looked at Song Renchu in shock. You dare to hit Yang Yang? I'll fucking fight you. Hu Dazhuang rushed towards Song Renchu with his fists raised, like a pure love god charging for love. Swish! Fortunately, Song Renchu turned his head to dodge and was not hit. R. Hu Dazhuang used brute force to grab Song Renchu and tried to throw him to the ground. Bang! Unexpectedly, Song Renchu had learned some martial arts, and he threw Hu Dazhuang to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. 8 security guards surrounded Hu Dazhuang in an instant, drew their batons and beat him fiercely with punches and kicks. All that was heard was Hu Dazhuang's screams like a pig being slaughtered. Alpaca, you dare to throw me down again, Song Renchu said with a fierce look, combing his messed up hair, pointing at Hu Dazhuang, kill this wild dog for me. The sound of the stick hitting flesh became louder, and Hu Dazhuang's screams became louder. Ms. Lin, I'm so sorry, these agents are ignorant. When Song Renchu came in front of Lin Xiana, he instantly turned into a docile little lamb and lowered his head in embarrassment. He was completely two different people compared to the fierce look just now. Lin Xiana. Miss Lin. Dao Renyang covered her swollen face and said in unison with Dai Yuhuan, looking at each other in shock. Bang! Song Renchu walked over and slapped Dai Yuhuan hard on her dark fat face. Wow tilder! Dai Yuhuan did a Soviet sitting move, spread her legs, and a mountain of flesh pressed against the ground, and she cried loudly. No man has ever dared to hit me, how dare you hit me? You scumbag, girls are born as cute little angels, they are meant to be coaxed, not beaten. I'm going to tell my boyfriend. Bang! Song Renchu slapped Dai Yuhuan hard with his backhand, knocking her unconscious. I hate Chinese rural feminism the most. Miss Lin, I didn't know you were the real Miss Lin. Both of them have been beaten, so please let me go. Dao Renyang collapsed to the ground, looking up at Lin Xiana in fear, with an expression like Lin Daiyu with tears in her eyes. When you scolded me just now, you were very happy. Lin Xiana's face was as cold as ice, and her eyes were like icy thorns. Brother Song, I have served you 3 times, even if it's just a fleeting relationship. Please beg Miss Lin to let me go. Dao Renyang pleaded with tears in her eyes. She was able to obtain the exclusive sales rights of the Lin family villa on the Jinji Lake thanks to her 3 sacrifices. Shut the fuck up. Song Renchu was afraid that Dao Renyang would say something else. Bang! Another slap made Dao Renyang's mouth bleed and he fell to the ground. Lin Zhongwan handed over the sale of several top-notch luxury homes of the Lin family on the banks of Jinji Lake to Song Renchu. After extorting money from several powerful real estate agencies in Suzhou City, the latter could not resist Dao Renyang's seduction and gave her the exclusive sales rights of the Lin family villas. If Dao Renyang gets a share of 1.5 million, Song Renchu will take 30%, which is 450,000. Ms. Lin, I will teach these 2 a lesson. Song Renchu returned to Lin Xiana, bowed and spoke flatteringly. I want you to slap these 2 women's mouths right now. Lin Xiana's eyes were like an eagle's, scanning Dao Renyang who was lying on the ground and Dai Yuhuan who was unconscious, and finally her eyes fell on Song Renchu. Wait a moment. Han Feng stepped forward and spoke out to stop them. Do you have the right to interrupt our Miss Lin when she's talking? Song Renchu looked at Han Feng angrily, ready to scold him again, but suddenly asked cautiously. Miss Lin, do you know this person? He should be a passerby. I don't know him. Lin Xiana suddenly became childish, her expression changed from gloomy to bright, she walked to Han Feng, smiled evilly, and said in a sarcastic tone. Who told you to stop me from slapping that bitch? You want to stop me now, could it be that you have fallen in love with her? Lin Xiana, you really know how to have fun. Han Feng smiled bitterly, shook his head and asked in a low voice. What? I like her, are you jealous? Bar. How could I be jealous of you? Lin Xiana's face flushed red as she spat in embarrassment. Since Miss Lin doesn't know you, and I haven't seen you by the Jinji Lake, if you are a tourist, please leave immediately. This is not a tourist attraction, but a private residential area. If I see you again, I'll break both of your legs. Song Renchu said sternly. Never mind, let him talk. Lin Xiana held back her laughter and looked at Han Feng. Dao Renyang, do you have a date tonight? Han Feng asked calmly. Chapter 26. I also like this villa. Oh my god. Lin Xiana looked annoyed and asked angrily. Han Feng, you really like this slut? Han Feng, I have liked you since high school. I know you fell in love with me as soon as you saw me today. Please save me. As long as you save me, I will do anything. Holding the root and pouring it into the mouth, these are my strengths. There was a glimmer of hope in Dao Renyan's eyes, and she crawled towards Han Feng like Sadako. No, no, no. Han Feng was so scared that he retreated behind Lin Xiana. Get away and don't touch me. Lin Xiana gave Han Feng a look of disgust. Hey, don't be angry, you just said you're not jealous. Han Feng gave Lin Xiana a sly look and smiled evilly. I'm not jealous. I'm just saying, your taste is terrible. Lin Xiana frowned and punched Han Feng with her little pink fist. I have something serious to ask her. Han Feng rubbed his belly and whispered mysteriously. Dao Renyang, do you have any appointments tomorrow night? Tonight was supposed to be a reunion for our high school classmates. If you can save me, I won't attend the reunion. I'll just wait on you. Dao Renyang showed a longing look. Oh. Han Feng nodded, leaned over to Lin Xiana's ear and whispered. Can we wait till tonight before slapping her face tomorrow? What are you doing? Do you really want to have sex with her? Lin Xiana finally couldn't hold it anymore and cursed. I thought you had turned over a new leaf, but I never expected you to be such a hopeless case. Rummaging through garbage dumps like a stray dog. Despicable. Disgusting. No, you misunderstood. I hope she can attend the class reunion normally tonight. It will definitely be less fun without her. If you slap her face now, she won't be able to attend tonight, and I'll miss out on a lot of shows. Han Feng explained. Is what you said true? Lin Xianer said in a low voice. Even pearls are not so real. Han Feng nodded seriously. Let's let her go today. Lin Xianer said coldly to Song Renchu. Thank you, Miss Lin. Thank you. Dao Renyan cried with joy and kowtowed to Lin Xianer repeatedly. I'm also going to attend our high school reunion tonight. See you there. Han Feng said calmly. Okay. Dao Renyang responded perfunctorily. Make them stop. I don't want to see these three bitches again. Lin Xianer said coldly. Song Renchu asked everyone to throw the Dain Hu Dazhuang into the patrol car. Dao Renyang felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard this. He kicked Dai Yuhuan awake, and the two of them climbed into the car. Everyone left. Hey! Where are the three agents? Cao Derhua hung up the phone and walked back, looking for Dao Renyang in confusion. I have gathered all the money and can sign the contract immediately. I'm sorry, I also like this villa. Han Feng smiled calmly and said. I fell in love with her at first sight. You? Who the hell do you think you are? I'm not even worthy of you being my male nanny, and yet you're interested in this villa. Where's Xiao Yangyang? Didn't we agree to give her away for 2 months? Where's she? Cao Derhua shouted to the surroundings in dissatisfaction. Xiao Yangyang? Xiao Yangyang. Han Feng, aren't you going to look at other villas? Lin Xianer asked with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Are you worried that I'm too close to your dad and will complain about you every day? Han Feng smiled indifferently. I'm not afraid. Lin Xianer turned her head away and snorted coldly. You two, stop your nonsense. I don't have time to show off with you. Where are those three agents? Cao Derhua looked at Han Feng and asked sternly. Aren't you Xiao Yinyan's classmate? Where is she? Are you still doing business? I'm sorry, I'm not a pimp, so I don't know where she went. Han Feng said jokingly. Maybe she dislikes your bad breath and goes to brush her teeth. Good boy, you dare to play tricks on me. Cao Derhua raised his big hand and swung it towards Han Feng. Bang! Han Feng was even faster, slapped Cao Derhua loudly, and said coldly. It is very rude to start fighting while talking to someone. You? Cao Derhua covered half of his face. He originally wanted to fight again, but then he calmed down. He knew he couldn't beat the 1.80 meter tall young man in front of him, so he simply asked. May I have your name? My name is Han Feng. Han Feng said proudly. Okay, I'll remember your name, just wait for me. Cao Derhua uttered some harsh words and ran away in embarrassment. Only Han Feng and Lin Xianer were left at the villa door. Could you please take me on a tour of this villa, Miss Lin? Han Feng smiled and made a gesture of invitation. My dad only asked me to accompany you to choose a villa, but he didn't ask me to accompany you to visit it. Lin Xianer rolled her eyes at Han Feng and said unhappily. My aunt doesn't have time to serve you. Then he lifted his leg and walked away. Hey, why are you? Before Han Feng could finish his words, he saw Lin Xianer suddenly cover her stomach and squat on the ground. Tilde. Lin Xianer clenched her fists, and soon her forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and her face was slightly distorted because of the pain. Since I contracted this strange disease, I had pain every 5 days at first, then every 3 days, then every night, and now I have pain every day. And the pain is getting more and more intense. What's wrong with you? Is it your period or is it an illness? Han Feng caught up with her in 2 steps, squatted down, hugged Lin Xiana, and asked with concern. None of your business. Lin Xiana pushed Han Feng away with her shoulder. It's better to cure your disease as soon as possible. Han Feng said seriously. I can fix it with 1 shot. When he first met Lin Xiana in Huangfu Hospital, he noticed the stubborn problem in her perineum. The longer you delay treating this disease, the more frequent the attacks will become and the more intense the pain will become. Get out of here. Lin Xiana's face flushed red, veins bulged, and fine beads of sweat gathered together, turning into huge beads of sweat that rolled down her cheeks to the ground. She was still a virgin and could not let Han Feng pierce her perineum. You can only mobilize the qi in your body to fight against the piercing pain radiating from the perineum. If you dare to pierce my perineum, I will kill you. I'm a doctor, and in my eyes, patients are walking organs. You should trust me. Han Feng said sincerely. I said. Lin Xiana was in so much pain that her knees and forehead pressed against the ground. She pounded the ground with 1 hand and covered her stomach with the other, saying harshly, Get out of here. After saying this, he fainted. If I weren't a doctor, if I didn't have the teachings of my ancestors, I would have just left. I wonder how long you can keep being stubborn. Han Feng picked up Lin Xiana reluctantly. Let me take you to the car to rest for a while. He put Lin Xiana in the back seat of the BMW 7 Series and laid her flat. Of course, I have treatment methods other than acupuncture, but it is impossible to avoid touching the perineum acupoint. This is the crux of the problem and also the solution. Han's ancestors created the unique, 1-finger Zen massage based on the Huangdi Chibua massage classic. This massage uses hands instead of Chinese medicine and thumbs instead of needles to push and knead the meridians. Han Feng used 1-finger massage to push Lin Xiana's Chihai point and Guan Yuan point to relieve the pain. Lin Xiana woke up faintly and saw Han Feng's hand wandering below her belly button. Her face suddenly changed color and she angrily shouted. What are you doing? Chapter 27, Kindness is taken for granted. Bang! Han Feng grabbed Lin Xiana's pink palm. His face was too close to Lin Xiana's hand, and it was a sudden attack. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been slapped in the face. You filthy rascal! How dare you molest me? Lin Xiana raised her hand and hit again. It was caught by Han Feng again. Han Feng, you are just a dog that can't change its nature. It seems that the story of you raping Jinjin's sister is true. Lin Xiana's wrists were grabbed by Han Feng, and he raised his knee and pushed forward. My dad is so blind. He gave someone like you a villa and even prepared to give you a luxury car. He treats you like one of his own. Bang! Han Feng blocked Lin Xiana's knee attack with his elbow. Can you please have some common sense? I'm saving you. Han Feng frowned and said sternly. Save me. Lin Xiana blushed and said angrily. Reaching down towards my belly button is saving me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I don't wake up, you, the lecherous demon, will succeed. After that, another kick. Bang! Han Feng raised his elbow to block again and said angrily. You silly old woman, you just fainted from the pain, so I used the 1-finger massage technique passed down by our Han family ancestors to relieve the pain in your perineum, and that's how you woke up. Not only are you not grateful to me, but you also blame me and say what I did to you. If it weren't for your father's sake, I would have slapped you into a pig's head right away. Lin Xiana was breathing heavily but had nothing to say. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family and the boss of Lin Shixian, she has had a strong self-esteem since childhood. Even if she is wrong, she will not admit her mistake. Normally, no man would dare to ride on her and yell at her. Feel your luck. Han Feng said coldly. Let go of Lin Xiana's hands. Lin Xiana sat up cross-legged and tried to use the qi in her dantian. Sure enough, she felt a warm sensation in her lower abdomen, which was extremely comfortable. She said awkwardly. Don't I understand you men? Even if you don't give me a massage, I can wake up by myself. You just want to take advantage of the opportunity. Okay, even if you, Lin Xiana, are in so much pain, I, Han Feng, won't care about your sickness. I'm begging you to treat your illness. Impossible. Han Feng left the back seat of the BMW 7 Series, slammed the car door, and turned away. My aunt is in so much pain. Lin Xiana suddenly stopped talking, not daring to say anything harsh anymore. She could only slap the chair angrily and look at Han Feng's departing back with resentment. That night, Crown Plaza Hotel. Han Feng returned to their hotel early from the Jinji Lakeside Villa area and began to refine the Peiyuan pill. It was not until the evening that 4 pills were finally refined. As for the Ling Longdan, he needed to improve his realm. The materials used to refine it were all extremely precious Chinese herbal medicines. Tianshan snow lotus, Tibetan black Ganoderma lucidum, saffron, Tibetan ginseng, Cornus officinalis, Yanbian ular grass, and more than a dozen other ingredients. It is difficult to gather a big boss like Lin Zhongwan in a short period of time. In particular, Tibetan black Ganoderma and Tibetan ginseng must be freshly picked from Tibet and airlifted to Suzhou, which takes a bit of time. The 4th floor of the hotel, big box number 3. There are banners for class reunions hanging on the walls. Are all the students in our class almost here? Squad leader Hao Wenming was balding at a young age, with a pair of large black framed glasses on his chubby face. He looked at the almost full box with a rosy face and nodded with satisfaction. This huge table of food and wine must have cost our beloved squad leader Hao a lot of money. Li Beitian smiled flatteringly. He was a rich second generation in high school and was Hao Wenming's follower. Now his family has fallen on hard times and is heavily in debt. He needs Hao Wenming's help in everything, and he is always at his beck and call, trying to please him. Our squad leader now runs 2 slaughterhouses and a dairy factory. He makes a fortune every day. Today's meal is just a simple meal for him, Chen Beihua said flatteringly. He was also a rich second generation when he was in high school. Now he has inherited his family's clothing factory business and lives a much better life than Li Beitian. Lanshan, are you satisfied with today's party? Hao Wenming asked with a silly smile. What have you thought about the thing I mentioned to you? I happen to have a room card for a luxury suite from a big hotel. After the class reunion is over, let's chat alone. Hao Wenming's last marriage had just ended, and he set his sights on the quiet, pretty and introverted Niu Lanshan. The purpose of organizing a class reunion this time is not so much about the class, but about Niu Lanshan. Class monitor, I agreed to come to the party because I wanted to borrow some money from my classmates to pay for my grandfather's medical treatment. Later, Han Feng cured my grandfather's illness. I came here tonight just to meet you all, and I have something else to do later. Niu Lanshan said apologetically. Our grandpa is sick. What's wrong with him? Lanshan, why didn't you tell me earlier that you needed money? Why did you have to wait until the class reunion? Where is our grandpa now? I will go see him tomorrow with some gifts. Hao Wenming had a distressed expression, pounded his hands, and whispered. This is the room card. Take it. Go take a shower first. I'll come over after I have a few more drinks with my classmates. He took out the room card from his pocket, handed it to Niu Lanshan covertly, and gave the latter an ambiguous look. No, my grandpa is fine now. Niu Lanshan waved her hand and refused again. Hao Wenming, you are really resourceful. You actually managed to invite this innocent and pure girl Niu Lanshan to come here. Dao Renyang wore a black ultra-low-cut mini dress, black stockings, and a teardrop mole under the corner of her eye, which added a touch of charm to her. She amazed everyone as soon as she appeared. She used an ice bag to cover both sides of her face, puffed out her chest, and sneered at Niu Lanshan with disdain. I didn't expect you were still in contact with Han Feng, the rapist. When I was in high school, I knew that you had some secret feelings for Han Feng. I even secretly wrote love letters to her. You're talking nonsense. Niu Lanshan's face flushed. When she was in high school, Dao Renyang joined other girls to exclude her. When they meet now, she is still a little afraid of Dao Renyang. Yang, that's all in the past. Don't talk about Lanshan like that anymore. Hao Wenming stood up to defend him. Yang, it's been a long time since we last met. You've become more beautiful again. Oh? What happened to your face? Li Beitian came over. Yes, Yang, how have you been lately? I heard that you became a rich woman by working as a real estate salesperson. Chen Beihua also came over. Both boys pursued Dao Renyang in high school. I had a beauty injection. I'm just a little swollen. I'll be beautiful again in a few days. Dao Renyang said proudly. At this moment, the door of the box suddenly opened, and 4 waiters came in with a plate the size of a manhole cover. The main dish on the plate is a 30-pound lobster, surrounded by French oysters, geoducks, peacock abalone and other top-quality seafood, with caviar sprinkled in the gaps. Wow! Everyone in the box exclaimed loudly. Several waiters behind him were holding 2 bottles of Moutai Platinum and 2 bottles of Romane Conti. Wow! There was thunderous applause in the box. Squad leader, is raising cattle really that profitable? This is too extravagant. This isn't luxury, this is sheer inhumanity. Class monitor, the relationship between the students in our class is beyond words. It's all in the food and the wine. Team leader Hao, you will always be our good squad leader. Shouldn't we organize a class reunion like this every year? The classmates were all praising Hao Wenming for his generosity. Even Dao Renyang, who was always arrogant, threw a wink at Hao Wenming. Hao Wenming looked at the food and wine that seriously exceeded the limit and suddenly felt a black screen before his eyes. He turned pale with fright. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying. His legs went weak and he stumbled, almost falling. He followed the waiter out of the box and asked weakly, "Waiter, wait a moment. I didn't order the seafood platter and wine, this. How much does it cost? I don't have enough." He originally ordered a set meal for over 6,000 yuan, which was already a huge expense for him. The seafood platter and the expensive white and red wines would cost at least 200,000 yuan. This is simply asking for his life. Hao Wenming's face was pale and he was sweating coldly. Who ordered all this? Chapter 28. Han Feng, who lives in the doghouse, is here. Hello, sir, these are specially sent by our boss. He knows you are holding a class reunion here. The waiter replied politely. So it was given by your boss. Only then did Hao Wenming breathe a sigh of relief. I was confused. A man of his status couldn't even get close to the hotel's big boss Lin Zhongwan, let alone the small boss Feng Chun, let alone know him. How could he possibly send him wine and food? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He had a good relationship with Zhuo Shanying, the nominal boss of a security company of the Lin family. Maybe Zhuo Shanying had mentioned him to Lin Zhongwan, which was why he sent him wine and food. Thinking of this, I instantly felt no psychological pressure. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. Hao Wenming returned to the box and said proudly. I didn't actually order any of this. It wasn't ordered by the monitor. Dao Renyang said with a little disappointment. Everyone looked at each other at first, and then turned their eyes to Hao Wenming. This is a gift from the big hotel owner Lin Zhongwan, who knew I was holding a class reunion here. Hao Wenming said proudly. Especially the 2 words, sent, which strengthened the logical emphasis. Wow, our squad leader is so amazing. He even knows the Gusu boss Lin Zhongwan and even sent him food and wine. When I was in school, I could tell that our class monitor was a dragon or a phoenix, and he would definitely achieve great things in the future. That's right, our class monitor must be the one with the highest achievements in our class. Our class monitor is young and has a bright future. Class monitor, don't forget your classmates when you become successful. The crowd started to make a noise. Don't worry, since I'm your squad leader, if anyone has any problems in the future, just come to me. Hao Wenming waved his hand and said proudly. Good. Everyone applauded. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became lively. Han Feng, who lives in the doghouse, is here. Li Beitian started to make a fuss. Har 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 har. Everyone burst into laughter again. What is he doing here? He wasn't invited. Hao Wenming's face changed and he said unhappily. Give him a dog bowl so he can eat in the corner. Everyone burst into laughter. The squad leader has a good idea. Go ask the waiter to see if there is a dog bowl. We can collect the leftover bones and shrimp shells for him and use them as a meal. Chen Beihua cheered excitedly. I'll go. When I was in high school, Han Feng bullied the class monitor. This time I have to avenge him. Li Beitian left the table and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at Han Feng, who was walking in the opposite direction. Fortunately, Han Feng dodged very quickly and stretched out his foot again. Par. Li Beitian wasn't paying attention and was knocked down all of a sudden, falling flat on his face. His face just happened to be stuck to the thick phlegm he had spit out. Har ha 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 ha. This caused another burst of laughter. Fuck you. Li Beitian stood up quickly, with an angry look on his face, and reached out to grab Han Feng. Xiaoqian. Han Feng is still our classmate after all. It's okay that we had a fight in high school, but why do you have to fight now? Go do what you should do. Hao Wenming shouted sternly. Give orders to Li Beitian. Humph. I'll kill you later. Li Beitian then wiped the thick phlegm off his face, bared his teeth at Han Feng, raised his fist to pretend to fight, then turned and left the box. Han Feng, please sit here. Niu Lanshan waved to Han Feng as if she had seen a savior, and asked him to sit next to her. Han Feng, you killed your parents, married into another man's family, raped your sister-in-law, and set fire to your home. None of these are things that humans would do. Do you really have the nerve to attend a class reunion? Dao Renyang sneered contemptuously. That's right. How can we eat at the same table with rapists? It's disgusting just thinking about it. Who said it wasn't true? I heard that the Qin family treated him well. Not only did they raise him as a son, they also gave him money to support him in starting a company. But he ended up doing something worse than an animal. Squad leader, can you let this beast come to the table to eat? If he insists on coming to the table, then I will leave. Yes. Let's go. We can't share a table with a rapist. Everyone stared at Han Feng with hostility, and everyone was talking at once, wishing they could eat Han Feng alive. Today's so-called class reunion is a small group of people who were entangled with the former class monitor. Classmates who were on good terms with Han Feng, including Han Feng, were not among the invited guests. Yang Yang, I rescued you from the Jinji Lake this morning and protected your face from seducing men. You didn't thank me, but why are you slandering me? Han Feng asked with a faint smile. By the way, how's your horse-faced boyfriend doing? He already knew that Dao Renyang was the kind of woman who would repay kindness with enmity and had a vicious heart, so he was not surprised. Bar, what boyfriend? That Hu Dazhuang is just a bootlicker among my many suitors. Even if he is disabled or dead, it has nothing to do with me. Dao Renyang glanced at Han Feng with fire in her eyes and said with gritted teeth. If you, an idiot, hadn't hooked up with Miss Lin and ruined my business, this big deal would have been done today. I want to kill you now, and I'm still thanking you. Han Feng, you heard it all. You came here uninvited, and no one here welcomes you. I think you should just sit down. Hao Wenming said proudly. Xiaoqian will bring you a set of tableware later. I think everyone will have no objection if you use that set. He had been at odds with Han Feng in high school and had even been beaten by Han Feng. Now he was taking this opportunity to humiliate Han Feng, and he felt so good. I invited Han Feng here. We were all high school classmates, and at that time we were young, so it was normal to have some minor conflicts. Niu Lanshan mustered up her courage and said. Han Feng is not that kind of bad person, everyone misunderstands him. Lanshan, you are still too naive. You can only judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart. The word, lustful demon, is definitely not engraved on the demon's face. Hao Wenming smiled and said in a gentle tone. Especially a pretty boy like Han Feng who specializes in seducing people. He is extremely bad and wicked. Everyone knows he's a rapist, so stop trying to make excuses for him. That's not right. Even though I came uninvited, I still ordered a large seafood platter and white and red wine for everyone as a complimentary gift. Han Feng looked at this group of monsters with a smile in his eyes and said jokingly. You have to have a seat anyway, right? You ordered seafood and wine. That was a gift from the boss of Crowne Plaza Hotel who knew I organized the event. Who the hell do you think you are? Hao Wenming suddenly stood up, threw his chopsticks and pointed at Han Feng angrily. Yes, I am the owner of the Crowne Plaza Hotel. Han Feng said seriously. There was a condensation in the air for 5 seconds. Har 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 tilde. In an instant, everyone was laughing so hard that they were clapping their hands on the table and their thighs. Han Feng, if you are the owner of the Crowne Plaza Hotel, then I am the governor of our Jiangnan province. Han Feng, you are the boss, and I am an immortal. I have become an immortal. If my classmates want to find me in the future, they can go to the moon. Har ha har ha har ha, I don't think Han Feng was burned to death. The fire stimulated his nerves and he developed hallucinations. Then send him to the 4th hospital immediately. It is the most effective in treating mental illness. Yes, let's send him over together after dinner. Everyone was talking to each other and having a lively conversation. Here comes the dog bowl. Li Beitian walked in happily holding a dog bowl. Chapter 29. Who will Han Feng let eat dog food first? Everyone hasn't started eating yet. Eat quickly, otherwise what will Han Feng eat? Li Beitian threw the dog bowl to the door of the box, hooked his finger at Han Feng, and said mockingly. Come here, Han Feng, come here first. I'll serve you more food later when everyone else has leftovers. I'll feed you myself later. Han Feng's eyes flashed with a murderous cold light. Har 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 har, am I afraid of a rapist like you? Li Beitian smiled proudly and said. Everyone can say something cruel. Oh my god, why do rapists always speak so confidently? Chen Beihua stuffed a duck leg into his mouth, spit out the bone, and said. Here, rapist, this bone is for you. There's still meat on it. Don't waste it. Everyone laughed. You'll be there later. Han Feng had a smile on his face and a stern look in his eyes. Eat, eat, eat. Please don't be polite. Hao Wenming shoveled the whole lobster tail into Niu Lanshan's bowl. Captain Hao, I can't eat so much. Niu Lanshan refused in panic. There are classmates here too. I can't eat alone. As he was saying this, he put the lobster tail back onto the seafood plate, but was stopped by Hao Wenming again. Hey, Captain Hao, your partiality is too obvious. If you want to pursue Niu Lanshan, you should set up the game alone. You called us all here to be your light bulbs. Isn't that inappropriate? Dao Renyan was filled with jealousy and said unhappily. Besides, you have such poor vision. How did you get a divorce the first time? You didn't learn any lessons at all. You can't find a flirty woman like your ex-wife, nor can you find a pure and stuffy girl like this. Yang Yang, you haven't drunk any wine yet, why are you talking nonsense? Come on, you have some too. Hao Wenming smiled awkwardly. As he said this, he picked up a peacock abalone for Dao Renyang. Forget it. Giving others the big one and giving me the small one is really insincere. Dao Renyang threw the peacock abalone on the ground with disgust. Yang Yang, I am sincere. Tell me when you want to eat lobster. Chen Beihua gave Dao Renyang the same ambiguous look. Okay, I said Brother Chen has better vision. Dao Renyang glanced at him seductively and nodded coquettishly. Everyone started to eat voraciously. Han Feng, I saw that you looked dissatisfied just now. Li Beitian quickly collected the fish bones, abalone shells, shrimp shells and other food waste in everyone's bone dishes into the dog bowl and brought it to Han Feng. Xiaoqian, don't be so anxious. I haven't finished my work yet. Chen Beihua said this while sucking on the duck head. Brother Chen, we won't wait for you this time. We can't let our old classmates go hungry, right? Li Beitian mocked. Wait a minute, you can come and feed our old classmates yourself with your own pile. I invited Han Feng here. If you guys keep making trouble like this, I'll leave. Niu Lanshan left the table and wanted to come over to pull Han Feng. Lanshan, you eat your food. Xiaoqian will take good care of Han Feng. Hao Wenming stopped Niu Lanshan and refused to let her go. He turned around and pointed at Han Feng fiercely. Han Feng, if Lanshan hadn't been speaking well of you, I would have kicked you out a long time ago. Are you, worse than pigs and dogs, worthy of coming to a 5-star hotel? You still want to be picky? Eat the one in the basin first. Our squad leader Hao doesn't bear grudges, let's forget about what happened in high school. Li Beitian handed the basin to Han Feng and said fiercely. Our squad leader told you, you bastard, to eat all this. Can't you hear me? As he said this, he was about to grab Han Feng by the collar. Bang! Han Feng easily blocked Li Beitian's hand, grabbed the latter's collar from behind, and stuffed him into the dog bowl. You, this pug, were never a good person in high school. He helped Hao Wenming steal class fees, steal classmates' cell phones, and frame classmates for smoking. They were in cahoots with each other. Now that you've grown so big, you're wasting air and food. I think you should just eat them all. Wu tilder tilder tilder. Li Baiqian's entire face was buried in the remaining food in the dog bowl. He wanted to raise his head, but the back of his neck was pressed down by an unshakable force, making it difficult for him to move at all. His limbs kept struggling, and he looked in a miserable state. Fuck, you still think this is high school? Chen Beihua rushed over with his fist raised. Bang! When he rushed to half a meter away from Han Feng, he was kicked by Han Feng and flew 3 or 4 meters away. He hit the wall of the box and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. R. Everyone at the table suddenly panicked, and some girls even started screaming. Han Feng, what are you doing? Let Xiaoqian go quickly, or we will call the police. You scumbag, you still want to cause trouble in a 5-star hotel. We are so unlucky that a good meal was ruined by this beast. Call the police, we must call the police. Put this Avildor in jail. You said nothing to everyone. Some girls took out their cell phones and started making calls. Some boys came over and helped Chen Bei to skate. Don't call the police. Hao Wenming stood up tremblingly, swallowed his saliva, and said calmly. Go call the waiter, call the boss and the security guard over here. I don't believe Han Feng dares to smash up the Lin family's hotel again. He pointed at Han Feng again. Han Feng, you dare to cause trouble in the Lin family's hotel, you are dead this time. Even the king of hell can't save you. Han Feng's pinch and kick just now showed that his skills were many times stronger than before, which scared him to death. Secretly transferred the conflict between him and Han Feng to their hotel and Han Feng. Now, whether it is the big boss Lin Zhongwan who came in person, or the small boss Feng Chun who came, since they gave me wine and food, they must know me and will definitely stand on my side. No matter how good Han Feng is at fighting, it is impossible for him to cause any trouble in the big hotel. No, Captain Hao, it wasn't Han Feng who started the trouble first, please don't call the hotel owner and the security guards. Niu Lanshan pleaded anxiously. Han Feng, please release Li Beitian. We are classmates and we can discuss anything together. So you agree to marry me? A hint of triumphant smirk appeared on Hao Wenming's lips. I? Niu Lanshan looked at Hao Wenming in confusion, then turned to look at Han Feng with concern on her face, and was about to nod. Lanshan, it's okay, just ask him to call the waiter and security. I am the boss of a big hotel. It depends on whether the security guards deal with them or me. Han Feng said this, but his hands did not stop. He let go of Li Baiqian's neck, and the latter raised his head, his face greasy and covered with vegetable leaf residue. Han Feng picked up a duck leg bone from the dog bowl and said calmly but powerfully. Don't even think about leaving the hotel until you finish this bowl of rice. After saying that, he forced the duck leg bone into Li Baiqian's mouth. The latter struggled in fear, but his throat was repeatedly poked, causing him to vomit several times. Everyone just dared to shout, no one dared to come up to save him. One of the classmates sneaked out of the door along the wall. Soon 2 waiters came in with 2 security guards. Lanshan, if you still don't agree to marry me, the hotel security will take Han Feng, the beast, away and send him to the police station to eat dragon fruit. Hao Wenming said proudly. If you promise me, today we will pretend nothing happened and I will let Han Feng leave in one piece. I promise you. Niu Lanshan bit her lip, her chin trembling, and lowered her head. Chapter 30. You promise to marry me. Har ha har ha, okay, no need to call me the hotel owner. Hao Wenming was ecstatic inside, but pretended to be calm on the surface. He cleared his throat and said. Lanshan, take the room card quickly. After the class dinner is over, we will go to the room and have a deep discussion. Can we get married without a dowry if we agree on it in advance? After all, my last marriage left me with a serious shadow. But the dowry must be good. Of course, my request is not high. Just buy me an Audi Q3. Then I can drive you around. As for the house, see if you can get a loan to buy one and have both of our names on the property deed. After all, I am a businessman and I need to have a nice house to live in. As for your grandfather, we can send him to a nursing home, or just go to my cowshed where there is a place to live. Also, you have to give me a son, no daughter, no. From now on, your money must be handed over to me to manage. Hao Wenming pushed his glasses, talked incessantly, and handed the room card to Niu Lanshan again. Pater tilde. Niu Lanshan took it hesitantly and shed tears. The students who slipped out have already called the security guard and the waiter. Take this troublemaker away quickly. Chen Beihua endured the severe pain and shouted at the security guard with gritted teeth. The 2 waiters and 2 security guards immediately looked at Han Feng in horror. How dare someone insult the owner of a big hotel to his face? Han Feng made a pressing gesture to the waiter and security guard, signaling Hao Wenming, Chen Beihua and others to continue their performance. What are you guys standing there for? Where's your boss? Why don't you ask your boss to come over and kill this idiot? Chen Bei pointed his finger at Han Feng and shouted. Beihua, I think forget it. After all, we are competing with classmate Han Feng, and we don't want to make things so awkward. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Hao Wenming showed a smug expression. What? Forget it. Chen Beihua's chest rose and fell violently, blaming him. Did I get beaten for nothing? Then Xiaoqian ate the dog food for nothing. Xiaoqian let it go, so why can't you? Hao Wenming jokingly scooped a spoonful of caviar, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it with big mouthfuls, and asked. Xiaoqian, let's forget it. R. Li Beitian knelt on the ground and retched for a long time before he recovered. He originally wanted to kill Han Feng, but Hao Wenming said forget it, so he had no choice but to lower his head silently. Okay, go ahead. We're fine here. No need to call your boss. Hao Wenming broke off another lobster leg and concentrated on poking the shrimp meat with chopsticks. The waiter and security guard stood there awkwardly. Boss, are we leaving or not? One of the waiters asked cautiously. Boss. Everyone said almost in unison. Then they looked at each other. I searched the box for a long time but still couldn't understand who the boss the waiter was talking about. Who do you say is the boss? Who are you calling? Hao Wenming looked at the waiter in confusion. Of course it's our boss Han. The waiters and security guards all looked at Han Feng. The air in the box seemed to freeze. Everyone stopped at the last moment, opened their mouths and eyes, and looked at Han Feng in shock. Han Feng is actually the owner of the Crown Plaza Hotel. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hao Wenming's eyes were dull and he patted his head. I know the owners of this big hotel. The big owner is Lin Zhongwan, and the small owner is Feng Chun. How could he be the owner of this big hotel? Did you accept his benefits and deliberately deceive me? There's no mistake. It was our boss Han who asked us to deliver wine and food to this box. The waiter pointed to the super luxurious seafood platter and white and red wine placed in the middle of the table. It turns out that it was really the food and wine sent by Han Feng. Chen Beihua sat back in his seat silently, like a kid who had made a mistake in kindergarten, curled up in his seat with his head down. Li Beitian slowly retreated to a corner of the box, squatted down, and avoided Han Feng's gaze. I'll handle this myself, you guys go do your own things. Han Feng said calmly. Yes. The waiters and security guards respectfully left the box. I told you, Han Feng is from a medical family, and married into the Qin family. He lives too well, so it's inevitable that people will envy him. How could he do such a heartless thing? That's right. Han Feng runs a company worth tens of billions of dollars. It's inevitable that he will be slandered by some people with ulterior motives. I think some people are jealous of Han Feng's achievements and are throwing dirty water behind his back. Yes, Han Feng was always willing to help others when he was in high school. I don't believe that Han Feng is a bad person. We all misunderstood Han Feng. Should we raise our glasses together to apologize to Han Feng? Everyone changed their tone instantly and raised their glasses. Brother Han, when you first came, I was just joking when I said those things. Yang, I was not sensible today. Dao Renyang forced an awkward smile and raised her glass. Oh? Yang, is there anything else you want to say? Han Feng looked at Dao Renyang with a smile. This woman's lewdness and coquettishness are the least of her faults. The most terrifying thing about a person is that he has a heart as vicious as a snake, will do anything to achieve his goal, is cruel and ruthless, and will turn his back on others. But he still wanted to hear what the other party had to say. Yes, of course. Dao Renyang told everyone in a vivid way. This morning in the Jinji Lakeside Villa district, I was explaining villas to a wealthy businessman. Who would have thought that the businessman had bad intentions and wanted me to sleep with him before he would buy the villa? Everyone knows that I am not a casual woman, so I rejected the other party immediately. But that old pervert wouldn't give in and kept pestering me. It was Brother Han who stepped forward and drove that old pervert away. Brother Han is my savior. After saying this, with tears in her eyes, she looked at Han Feng with extremely sincere eyes. Damn, it sounds like a real thing. If I hadn't been there, I would have believed it. Han Feng was so overwhelmed by Dao Renyan's acting skills that his scalp tingled. It turns out that Han Feng is so brave. The better the character, the bigger the business. That's right. When they first came, they were misunderstood by us, but they didn't get mad at us at all. They even sent us wine and food. With such a broad mind and such generosity, he deserves to be rich. In my opinion, we should come to Han Feng's hotel to show our support to Han Feng at the next class reunion. How about we elect the monitor? I'll vote for Han Feng. I vote for Han Feng too. He must be our class monitor. Yeah, I vote too. I vote too. Squad leader Han, what do you think? The atmosphere in the box was ignited again. Hao Wenming, Chen Beihua and Li Beitian became the ones who were left out. He. Han Feng looked at this group of jumping clowns with a smile, without looking back, but instead looked at Niu Lanshan. Return your room card. Niu Lanshan wiped away her tears and threw the room card in front of Hao Wenming. Lanshan, you just promised me in person that you would marry me. Hao Wenming said in panic. Marriage is such a big thing, it's not a joke, it can work sometimes and not work sometimes. You must be responsible for what you said. Anyway, you have already admitted in front of everyone that you want to marry me, I don't care. Hao Wenming, please have some shame. Just now, Lan Shan was deceived and agreed to you in order to prevent me from going to jail. Han Feng said coldly. Han Feng. Just because you said you were the owner of a big hotel, I would believe you. Hao Wenming's face flushed, he clenched his fists, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. He originally planned to win over Niu Lanshan by taking advantage of a class reunion. Now not only did Niu Lanshan regret the marriage, but he also spent a huge amount of money to treat everyone to a meal, but they not only did not appreciate his kindness, but also deprived him of his status as squad leader in disguise. He could not help but get angry and said, "You are definitely not the owner of this hotel. Those waiters and security guards were all hired by you to act with you. I'll call someone right now to expose your fake identity." After that, he dialed the phone, hung up after a few words, and said proudly, "Brothers Wushanying will be here soon. He is the boss of the Lin family security company and the right-hand man of the big boss Lin Zhongwan. He knows the owner of this hotel better than any of us. He will know whether you are real or fake as soon as he comes. You wait for death." Hao Wenming gave a ferocious smile. Chapter 31. A group of fence-sitters. When everyone heard the names Wushanying, they were all so frightened that they dared not speak. The box fell into silence again. No one expected that Hao Wenming actually knew this heavyweight in Gusu City. On the surface, Zhuoshanyin is the nominal boss of one of Lin Zhongwan's for major security companies, but in fact he is a gangster force trained by Lin Zhongwan himself to do the dirty and tiring work. He has 300 to 400 professional thugs under his command and is a provincial governor of the Lin family, with great power in the south of the Yangtze River. As a result, Zhuoshaniying's reputation in Gusu City is no less than that of many wealthy and prestigious families. "Captain Hao, do you know brothers Wushanying?" Dao Renyang asked cautiously. "Didn't you just elect a new squad leader?" Squad leader Hao, should have been replaced long ago." Hao Wenming said unhappily. "Brothers Wushanying is drinking tea with the brothers at the nearby Encounter Tea House. When he comes, we will know whether your new squad leader Han is a human or a ghost." Hao Wenming looked at Han Feng with hostility and said with gritted teeth, "It's fine for you to act in front of me, but if you act in front of brothers Wushanying, you're courting death." After saying that, everyone looked at each other again. "Oh, Captain Hao, I didn't vote for Han Feng just now. Neither do I. Xiaoli can testify that you will always be the most respectable and lovely monitor in my heart." "Yeah, I didn't vote either. Squad leader Hao is already the squad leader. Why should I vote for a new squad leader? Anyone who is dissatisfied with squad leader Hao is dissatisfied with me. Come at me if you dare." Everyone spoke one after another, and stood up to show their loyalty, and the crowd was excited. They thought that even if Han Feng was really the owner of this big hotel, he was probably just a small boss like Feng Chun. Compared with Zhuoshaniying, he was definitely a dwarf. "Okay, I saw that everyone voted to let Hao Wenming continue to be the monitor. Don't regret it later." Han Feng looked at these monsters and demons jumping around, and he couldn't help laughing, but also spoke in a deliberate tone. Han Feng, even if you have shares in this big hotel, you are just a small shareholder at most. Why are you so arrogant?" "That's right. Do you think you can be so great just to be a small boss?" Not only does squad leader Hao disagree, we also don't agree. "Yes. I won't agree. What kind of wine and food are you sending? I guess you've given away all your shares with this meal." "It doesn't matter. When brothers Washanian comes, he might be able to deal with those two fake waiters and two fake security guards together with Han Feng. Everyone angrily criticized Han Feng with harsh words. Squad leader, when Big Brother Mountain Eagle comes here later, you have to make the decision for me. I just got fed a mouthful of garbage by this grandson. Seeing the situation changing, Li Beitian crawled to Hao Wenming's feet and prayed. Yes, squad leader, he just punched me. He must compensate me for my medical expenses, lost wages, and mental damages. We have to send him to the police station. Chen Beihua covered his chest and coughed. Captain Hao, I was just deceived by that beast. You have to make the decision for me. Dao Renyang looked aggrieved. She stood up and picked up Moutai Platinum to pour wine for Hao Wenming. She deliberately leaned over to the latter, revealing her deep and tender white lines. After pouring their wine, she shyly covered it with her hands and said angrily. Actually, the old pervert who harassed me this morning was called by Han Feng. He was interested in me, and he wanted to be my pimp and find an old pervert to play threesome with. I am not that kind of woman, I rejected it verbally on the spot. Yang, your storytelling skills are top notch. Why don't you write a novel? You should cherish your face more. I helped you get the right to use it for one day. Maybe tomorrow morning Miss Lin will send someone to smack you in the face. Han Feng shook his head and said. Don't worry, I'll show you how I deal with this beast tonight. Hao Wenming stared at Han Feng with gritted teeth. Captain Hao. Niu Lanshan said in a pleading tone. Lanshan, what's wrong? Are you regretting it again? But let's make a deal, if you marry me, your dowry, car, and house must be in my name only. Because you change your mind so easily, I don't feel safe at all. Hao Wenming leaned back in his chair, holding a toothpick in his mouth, looking at Niu Lanshan smugly with a rogue expression. Lanshan, come here. You don't have to listen to this idiot's nonsense. Han Feng said with a cold face, waving his hand. Niu Lanshan. Hao Wenming suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. If you dare to move today, I will not only make you kneel down to serve me tea and water, and collect my shit and urine, but I will also find someone to kill Han Feng in the police station. Lanshan, you don't have to be afraid, he's just a butcher, he doesn't have that much ability. You forgot that I am the vice president of Huangfu Hospital, and I have the support of Huangfu Hospital behind me. Han Feng said calmly. Har ha har ha, the vice president of Huangfu Hospital, or? Do you know which way the door of Huangfu Hospital faces? Lanshan, why do you believe everything he says? You are still too naive. People in society are too complicated. Marrying me is the best destination for you. Hao Wenming laughed wildly with disdain. Niu Lanshan glanced at Hao Wenming, who had taken off his disguise and looked like a robe, then glanced at Han Feng. Under the gaze of everyone, she walked to Han Feng. Niu Lanshan, okay, this time it's your own decision. Hao Wenming lost face in front of everyone, and stood up again, kicking Niu Lanshan's chair down. Get over here right now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. If you don't get over here, I'll go over and beat you up too. Lanshan, don't be afraid of him. He is just a paper tiger who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Han Feng sneered and protected Niu Lanshan behind him. Han Feng, you pretty boy, you seduced Miss Lin in the morning and hooked up with this sultry bitch in the evening. You are such a rotten piece of meat that you attract all kinds of flies and bugs. Dao Renyang stared at Niu Lanshan with jealousy. Squad leader, I don't think we need to wait for brothers Washanian to come. Let's just deal with Han Feng directly. That's right, squad leader. It's easy for the two of us to take him down. Li Beitian chimed in from the side, speaking with gritted teeth. And me? Chen Beihua stood beside Hao Wenming and said angrily. I must destroy Han Feng today. Good. Hao Wenming straightened his chest, and Li Beitian, Chen Beihua and the other two slowly approached Han Feng. The others had already left their seats out of fear and hid in a corner of the box. Han Feng, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that I got you into trouble. I shouldn't have asked you to come. I'll block it, you run, they won't dare to do anything to me. Niu Lanshan protected Han Feng behind her. Lanshan, you think too highly of the three of them. To deal with them, I have to stand still, but if I move my little finger, they will all fall to the ground. Han Feng sneered. Stop bragging. I'll beat you down and call you grandpa. Hao Wenming waved his hand. The three of them surrounded Han Feng and Niu Lanshan. TSK, 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 you still want to be a pair of star-crossed mandarin ducks. Dao Renyang said in a sarcastic tone. It's a fucking bitch and a dog, forever and ever. If squad leader Hao wasn't here, I'd really like to scratch your face, you sultry girl. You're talking nonsense. Han Feng and I have no relationship in that regard. He was my high school classmate and my grandfather's savior, that's all. Unlike you, who are all fence-sitters, without any feelings, only concerned with profit. Niu Lanshan said seriously. Fuck you, Niu Lanshan, you're still protecting this rapist after all this. Alright. Come on. Hao Wenming shouted and punched Han Feng. Li Beitian and Chen Beihua jumped out from the left and right at the same time, attacking Han Feng with fists and feet. Chapter 32 I'm the one you can't afraid of. Bang. 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 Han Feng stood like a green pine, and his right hand instantly shot out 3 after images, knocking Hao Wenming, Li Beitian, and Chen Beihua out one after another. 2 people hit the wall and fell to the ground, and 1 person hit the chair and fell under the dining table. Han Feng knocked 3 adults to the ground in the blink of an eye. Everyone gasped, widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and were too shocked to speak. These are high-level martial arts scenes that we usually only see in movies. Where have we ever seen such skills in real life? Han Feng walked over and grabbed Hao Wenming by the collar. Bang! A heavy slap on the face. Their glasses were blown away. You were a sanctimonious bad guy in high school. You haven't improved at all in all these years since you graduated. Han Feng said coldly. Bang! Another slap in the face with the backhand. Hao Wenming's originally chubby face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. When I heard Lan Shan say that you organized the class reunion, I knew you had bad intentions. You have a big business, why do you want to marry Lan Shan and ask her to buy a house and a car? Are you still a fucking man? Han Feng raised his hand as if he was about to hit someone. Brother Han, stop fighting. Hao Wenming raised his hands to protect his head and said in horror. Is it not okay for me to give Niu Lanshan to you? Bang! Han Feng slapped Hao Wenming's fat face with a slap that left an afterimage, and said coldly. Lan Shan and I are just friends. If you say something insulting like that to Lan Shan again, I'll castrate you. No, I won't dare to do that again, woo tilde. Hao Wenming's snot, tears, and saliva flowed uncontrollably like a broken dam, and he burst into tears. Brother Han, Uncle Han, Grandpa Han, please forgive me. I will never dare to go against you again. If I do, I will be a big asshole. Woo tilde. Han Feng, stop fighting. Let's get going quickly. It will be difficult to leave once that eagle comes. Niu Lanshan came over and grabbed Han Feng, speaking anxiously. No, I can't leave. Li Beitian crawled out from under the dining table, holding his stomach, and said with difficulty. Hurry up and stop this pair of dogs. Don't worry, I won't leave until I see you finish all the leftovers in the dog bowl. Han Feng looked at Li Beitian with a greasy face. He wanted to take action but felt disgusted, so he took off his shoes and grabbed the shoe uppers. Bang! A shoe sole slapped Li Beitian in the face. Brother Han, I was wrong. Please leave. Li Beitian covered his face and said with a sad face. You are pig dog. You are in cahoots with Hao Wenming. If I don't kill you today, you will become a bigger scourge in the future. Bang! Another shoe sole slapped Li Beitian hard in the face. Brother Han. Spare my life, I will never dare to do it again. Li Beitian knelt in front of Han Feng and cried bitterly. Hao Wenming instigated me to do those bad things. If I didn't do it, he would beat me. I have no choice. Brother Han, please forgive me. Sure, eat up all the leftovers, bones, fish bones, shrimp shells, and vegetable roots in this bowl, and I'll spare you. Han Feng collected all the food waste on the table into the dog bowl and pushed it in front of Li Beitian. This. Li Beitian had a sad face. He picked up a leaf and trembled and hesitated, but he refused to put it in his mouth. Boom! A muffled sound. Han Feng seemed to have eyes behind his head, and kicked Chen Beihua, who had just stood up with accurate kick. Chen Beihua was kicked unconscious. I eat. Li Beitian was so scared that he burst into tears and stuffed garbage into his mouth. Well, that's more like it. Han Feng rubbed the soles of his shoes on Li Beitian before putting them on. A lackey like you deserves nothing more than to eat garbage. Everyone looked at Li Beitian, who was eating voraciously, and stepped back with disgust on their faces. Two girls even retched. Han Feng, you wouldn't hit a woman, right? Dao Renyang looked at Han Feng, who was walking towards her step by step and was about to retreat into the crowd. The two students in front were afraid of being implicated, so they pushed her towards Han Feng again. Of course I wouldn't hit a woman. Even though someone like you, with a heart of evil and a constant stream of lies, can't even be called a woman, I'd rather not have my hands dirty if I hit you. Han Feng said calmly. Someone will take care of you tomorrow. Yes, I will be beaten again tomorrow. Dao Renyang leaned back again. Han Feng, are you really going to wait for that eagle to come over? Niu Lanshan pulled Han Feng and said anxiously. They have been beaten and eaten. I know you are the vice president of Huangfu Hospital, but even for the sake of President Huangfu's face, I won't give that eagle. Let's go. The door of the box suddenly opened. Where are you going? The voice arrives before the person arrives. I saw a dozen warriors in black tights rushing in and taking control of everyone in the box. The originally spacious box suddenly seemed a little crowded. A middle-aged man with a crew cut, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a face that was half gentlemanly and half gangster-like, holding two Baoding iron balls in his hands, wearing a black shirt and white trousers, exuding a temperament that was both good and evil, walked slowly into the box. Mountain Eagle! Everyone exclaimed. Hao Wenming, Li Beitian and Chen Beihua's eyes suddenly lit up. Their savior had arrived. Han Feng opened his third eye and saw that the person who came was an external force warrior at the perfect stage, and was at the same level as Lin Huchen, the top master of the Lin family. He is considered a rare strong man among mortals. Brother! I was beaten by that rapist. Hao Wenming came over on his knees, hugged the mountain eagle's thigh, pointed at Han Feng with his backhand, and cried bitterly. Please, brother, avenge me. Yes, big brother, please avenge our squad leader. Li Beitian burst into tears as if he had lost his parents, and also knelt down. Brother, you are finally here. It was that little bastard who did it. You have to make the decision for us. Chen Beihua, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, also knelt down, his face full of sadness, and he forced tears. I'm not dead yet, why are you crying? You've even made my pants dirty. Snap! 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 Sitting Mountain Eagle raised his right foot and fiercely kicked each of the three men in the face. The three men were slapped to the ground. Sitting Mountain Eagle glanced at Han Feng and asked. What's going on here? Brother, he is our high school classmate, the son-in-law of the Qin family. He raped my sister-in-law a few days ago and played with fire. He should have died, but who knew he suddenly appeared in the hotel? He even insisted that he was the owner of a big hotel. Hao Wenming's face was so swollen that it was unrecognizable. In addition, he was tall and fat, like Zhu Barge's cousin. The owner of the big hotel. Sitting Mountain Eagle looked at Han Feng with interest, as if he was looking at his prey, smiled sinisterly, and asked calmly. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be the owner of a hotel in the Lin family's territory? Who I am? Han Feng smiled and answered loudly. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Chapter 33. Do you want to try? Boom! Han Feng's words were like a TNT bomb dropped in the box. Everyone was stunned with shock. If everyone could understand that he was so calm and pretentious in front of Hao Wenming, Li Beitian and Chen Beihua, but he actually dared to be so arrogant in front of Zhushanian, the big brother in the Gusu underworld, which was just arrogance without knowing the seriousness of the matter. Han Feng, what are you talking about? Niu Lanshan was so frightened that she was shaking all over and sobbing softly. How dare you say that about my brother? You're going to die. Hao Wenming's eyes widened, he pointed at Han Feng and cursed. Today it is my eldest brother's turn to enforce justice and rid the people of harm. Har ha 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 har ha, in the entire Gusu city, is there anyone that I, sitting on a mountain eagle, dare not offend? Boy, I have been in the Lin family for many years and have never seen you before. You are not the owner of the Crown Plaza Hotel at all. The mountain eagle did not get angry but laughed, his eyes sparkling. After the smile faded, he suddenly frowned and said. You were sent by Japan. Why is it Japan again? Han Feng said puzzledly. My name is Han Feng, I have never been out of Gusu City, and I have never met a foreigner. Why do you all think I'm from Japan? The last time Han Feng beat Feng Chun angrily, Feng Chun said this irrelevant remark, and he said it again today while sitting on the mountain eagle. Is there any conflict between the Lin family and Japan? I don't care whether you were sent by Japan or not, it is a fact that you pretended to be a hotel owner and caused trouble in the Lin family's territory. I would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. The eagle-like eyes stared at Han Feng and said sternly. Little snake, kill him for me. Behind the mountain eagle appeared a skinny monkey with yellow hair, a chicken-like head, thin cheeks, a thin mouth, slanted eyes, wearing a flowered shirt and white trousers. He was nicknamed Cauliflower Snake. He is one of the 8 thugs under Zhuoshaniying and the leader of the assassination team. He is skilled in using hidden weapons and sneak attacks, and has mastered the long-lost skill of shrinking bones. He once assassinated more than 20 Japanese spies, Chinese profiteers and bullies, without missing a single one. Anyone in the industry who hears the name rape snake will be terrified of the snake. Rape snakes are non-venomous, but more vicious than poisonous snakes. He happened to be drinking tea with the boss on Mountain Eagle tonight when he was summoned over by a phone call from Hao Wenming. Zhuoshaniying absolutely looked down upon small fry like Hao Wenming, but he came here in person after hearing that someone was impersonating the boss and causing trouble in the Lin family's hotel. The rat snake spoke with a thick Jiazhou accent, fixed Han Feng with a sharp gaze, and said, Boy, I think you are tired of living. Why did you have to break into the Lin family's big hotel? I'll pick your tendons first, then I'll play with you slowly. As he spoke, he took off his floral shirt, revealing a body covered in dark green snake tattoos. 2 daggers as thin as cicada wings appeared in his hands. Han Feng opened his third eye and found that Cauliflower Snake was an external force warrior in the Great Perfection stage, 1 level lower than the good and evil sitting Mountain Eagle. There is strength, but not much. After Han Feng finished speaking, he mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, condensed it into a gang, and protected his body. The rat snake suddenly attacked, with 2 cold rays in its hands like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. With a strange posture, its body tilted, leaving a dark green afterimage. It spun towards Han Feng. Han Feng actually stood there motionless, not even making any move to attack. In everyone's eyes, Han Feng didn't react at all. R. Niu Lanshan, who was standing nearby, so that the sharp blade of the rat snake's dagger had cut Han Feng's 2 wrists. She screamed and closed her eyes. Clang! The sharp blades of the 2 daggers were still 1 centimeter away from Han Feng's wrists, as if they were cutting through an air wall, creating orange-red sparks. The rat snake's face suddenly changed color, and he felt a chill running from his heels along his spine to the top of his head, and he shivered all over. Knowing he was no match for his opponent, he turned around and was about to jump away. He's so vicious, he deserves a good lesson. Boom! Han Feng punched the rat snake away. Bang! The rat snake was originally as skinny as a monkey, weighing about 80 or 90 pounds. When it was hit by Han Feng's powerful punch, it was like being hit by a cannonball at close range. The whole person was hit in a parabola, hitting the angle between the ceiling and the wall in the air, and fell to the ground. He spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted immediately. R. The punch was so fierce that the girls in the box screamed. The boys were all silent, like penguins in the cold, huddled in a corner of the box, shivering. Hao Wenming, Li Beitian, and Chen Beihua were all dumbfounded. Only then did they realize that Han Feng had shown mercy when he beat them. They stood there in a daze, turning into a collective statue. They simply couldn't imagine that Han Feng could actually defeat a real professional killer in just 1 move. Gangqi protects the body. Sitting Mountain Eagle looked at the young man in front of him with extreme shock. Only a grandmaster at the transcendent realm could possess such a fierce method. He understood that Han Feng was intentionally exposing his wrist to be cut by the rat snake. In other words, Rapunzel and Han Feng are not at the same level at all, and Han Feng is too lazy to even make a pose for his connecting moves. Beads of sweat suddenly appeared on the eagle's forehead and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. He knew that he was no match for Han Feng. I'm afraid that in the whole Gusu, or even the whole Jiangnan province, Han Feng has few rivals. Oops! The Lin family is in trouble. Master Lin Zhongwan must be notified. Sitting Eagle winked at one of his younger brothers, waved his hand, and shouted. Kill him for me. He knew that these younger brothers were definitely no match for Han Feng, but it was good to be able to delay for 1 more minute. At this time, if we can gather more fighters and use fatigue tactics, we should be able to defeat this Grandmaster. The younger brother slipped out of the room, and the other external force warriors who had just opened up their martial arts realm rushed towards Han Feng with various weapons in hand. No repentance. Han Feng had a cold face and took a step forward, facing the oncoming machetes, daggers, maces, and batons, and he struck first with his fists and feet. The only sounds in the box were the dull thud of fists and feet hitting flesh and the creepy sound of bones breaking. In the blink of an eye, all the warriors brought by Zhuoshanyin fell to the ground, followed by a burst of screams and wails. Han Feng was unexpectedly unharmed, standing there like a pine tree. Han Feng. Niu Lanshan had already opened her eyes and was looking at Han Feng, who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar, in disbelief, with extremely complicated feelings in her heart. Before yesterday, Han Feng was just a person she had a crush on in high school. After graduating from college, she helped Han Feng who was in trouble. Yesterday, Han Feng became a miracle doctor who cured his grandfather's heart disease, and he was also the vice president of Huangfu Hospital, the top private hospital in Jiangnan province. Today, he actually became a martial arts master again. Hao Wenming and a group of classmates looked at how Han Feng, who was originally an ordinary and gigolo, suddenly turned into a peerless master in the movie. Everything happened right before my eyes, it was so shocking. Han Feng raised his fist in front of him, and with a fierce look he shot at the mountain eagle, and asked calmly, "Do you want to try it?" Chapter 34 The King of the Box. The whole place was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on this underworld boss from Gusu City. Zhuoshanyin had never expected that the people who came to the Lin family hotel to cause trouble this time were so powerful. Although he felt a chill in his heart, he still had some confidence because he had the truth on his waist. He still maintained the demeanor of a big brother in the underworld, forced a relatively calm smile, and said, "You have such great skills, but you actually defected to Japan. What a pity. Fuck, you're really not done." Han Feng frowned and said unhappily, "I have said it many times, I am not a spy from Japan, I am indeed one of the owners of the Crown Plaza Hotel, you don't know I don't blame you. But if you mention the word, Japan, to me again and throw dirty water on me, I don't care who you are to Lin Zhongwan, I will slap you in the face in front of so many people." Sitting Mountain Eagle obviously saw that Han Feng was really angry, and immediately became a little timid. He quickly changed the subject and said, "There are only two people in our Lin family hotel who can be called the boss. One is our master himself, and the other nominal boss is Feng Chun. Excuse my ignorance, I have never heard of you or seen you. I have sent someone to invite the master. Whether it is true or not will be clear when the master comes." He said that he was inviting the master, but in fact he was asking people to gather the warriors of the Lin family. Ding ling ling. Han Feng was just about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello, it's the guard, what's going on?" When Zhuoshanyin heard Han Feng say the words, "protect the city," he couldn't help but listen carefully. Lin Huchen, the Lin family's #1 bodyguard, is as powerful as Zhuoshanyin. If they have to rank them, Lin Huchen is slightly better. Could it be that it was really Lin Huchen who called Han Feng? "Mr. Han, where are you now?" "Oh no, my eldest daughter has fainted from the pain again. This time it seems to be worse than before. Please find a way to save her." Lin Huchen's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone, then he paused and said in a low voice, "Before my eldest daughter passed out, she even called out your name. I've been trapped in the Crown Plaza Hotel by a big brother from your Lin family. He must have brought a lot of reinforcements. I don't think I'll be able to escape for a while." Han Feng deliberately raised his voice and teased softly, "You can let your eldest daughter lie quietly for a while. She is in so much pain that she doesn't care about this moment." He had sharp eyes and had seen that Mountain Eagle was signaling his younger brother to go out and seek help, but he ignored it at that time. "Our Lin family's eldest brother? Who is he?" Lin Huchen asked anxiously. "I think it's called something like walking chicken? Sitting bird." Han Feng sneered and mocked. Zhuoshanyi's face turned dark and he looked at Han Feng with gritted teeth. Being ridiculed in front of everyone is a very embarrassing thing. If he doesn't kill Han Feng, the face of this underworld boss will be lost. "Did you mean to say riding a mountain eagle?" Lin Huchen was extremely anxious, but he didn't dare to rush Han Feng too much. "Oh, yes, it's him. That's a very impressive name, but he looks like a goose." Han Feng looked at the mountain eagle and said with a smile, Mr. Han, please ask him to wait there, I will come to pick you up right away. We are all on the same side, so don't start a fight. Lin Huchen hung up the phone in a hurry. Are you not calling our Lin family's guard? What, you received a phone call and suddenly came up with a plan to escape? Sitting Eagle sneered. Do I need to run away? Han Feng moved a chair and sat down 3 meters away from the mountain eagle. He propped up the chair with one arm, crossed his legs, and said leisurely. If I want to kill you, I can kill you at any time before you pull the gun from your waist. After saying this, he gave Zhuoshanyin a stern look. Han Feng exuded an aura of control over everything, as if everyone in the box was his prisoner. He is the king of the box. Sitting Mountain Eagle was shocked and horrified. He would hide his pocket pistol in different places on his body every day to prevent any emergencies. And the place where he hid the gun every day was where he would hide it on a whim, not to mention his closest confidants. He would also hide it himself every morning when he woke up. How did Han Feng know that the pocket pistol was hidden at the waist? Is there a X-ray eye? Or just a blind guess? Even his last trump card was easily exposed by Han Feng, and he dared not make any big moves in an instant. Otherwise, being humiliated is a small matter, but losing your life is a big matter. Now we just need to wait for the Lin family's reinforcements to arrive, and then work together to kill Han Feng. Lin Huchen will be here soon. When he comes, you can explain to him. After Han Feng finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at everyone, and his eyes finally fell on Hao Wenming. Han, brother Han. Plop. Hao Wenming met Han Feng's gaze, his legs softened, and he slid to his knees beside Han Feng's legs. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said that about brother Han. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm a bastard. I am a rogue. I'm a gangster. As Hao Wenming spoke, he slapped himself rhythmically. You were very tough just now. I still like your rebellious look just now. Han Feng said slowly. The person you should apologize to is Lan Shan, not me. Lan Shan, I'm sorry. Hao Wenming knelt down in front of Niu Lanshan smoothly and continued to slap her face. I really love you, so I spent so much money to treat everyone to a meal, to witness the two of us. No, to witness that I love you. I don't want to see you again. Niu Lanshan took 2 steps back in disgust and moved to Han Feng's side. Okay, I will definitely stay away from you in the future. Hao Wenming nodded repeatedly. Ahem. Han Feng pretended to cough twice. Brother Han. Brother Han. Li Beitian and Chen Beihua also slid over and knelt, one on the left and one on the right, calling out in a flattering manner. We don't need Brother Han to tell us anything, we can just slap ourselves in the face. Yes, we slap ourselves. Li Beitian and Chen Beihua began to slap each other consciously, and the sounds of their slaps became louder and louder. Squad Leader Han. Squad Leader Han. Seeing that Han Feng had actually intimidated the underworld boss of Gusu City, Zhuoshanyin, everyone changed their allegiance and slowly a unified voice emerged. Wait, just stop it. You bunch of monsters have been jumping around too many times, please stop calling me Squad Leader Han. When the chicken that ran away calls someone to come, you will call me a rapist again. Han Feng made an exaggerated expression of rejection and waved his hand. We really mean it. Yes, we sincerely recommend you to be the class monitor. Yes, from now on, you will organize the annual class reunion, and we will all be relieved. Yes, I fully agree. Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their loyalty to Han Feng. Well, since you elected me as monitor, I'm sure you agree with what I say, right? Han Feng said with a faint smirk. I agree, I must agree. Squad Leader Han's words are golden words and golden rules for us. Whoever dares to disagree will be the first to disagree. One of them said. Everyone nodded frantically. Well, today is our class reunion, and we are all equal individuals, regardless of gender, and the cost of dinner will be split equally. But let me be clear, I didn't touch a single bite of food, didn't drink a single drop of wine, and I'm not involved in a. Han Feng said while suppressing a laugh. Everyone was shocked. In addition to Han Feng, there are 15 people attending the class reunion tonight. The average cost of dinner per person is only 400 yuan, and even with drinks, it is only 500 or 600 yuan. But the food and wine that Han Feng sent was worth at least 200,000. In this way, the average cost per person is at least around 15,000 yuan. Most of the people are from the lower middle class of society, and eating so much in one meal is a huge loss. But if I don't pay this money, I probably won't be able to leave the hotel tonight. Everyone looked as if they had lost their parents, and a few of them were even sobbing softly. It was a real funeral scene. Soon, everyone started to blame and complain to each other, saying that they shouldn't have made things difficult for Han Feng. Since it was squad leader Hao who invited Lan Shan to this class reunion, squad leader Hao will pay for Lan Shan's share. Han Feng looked down at Hao Wenming coldly. Hao Wenming's eyes went dark and he fainted instantly. He had already spent more than 6,000 yuan to treat everyone to a meal, which was already a big expense. In the end, he had to cough up more than 30,000 yuan, was beaten, lost his position as squad leader, and his plan was ruined. It was the worst possible outcome. At this moment, the door of the box suddenly opened. The mountain eagle, who had been standing in punishment, looked towards the door with longing eyes. My reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 35. Can you do me a favor? Defend the city. Sitting Eagle looked at Lin Huqing in surprise as he walked into the box. As soon as Lin Huqing entered the room, he saw a group of shivering diners hiding in a corner of the box, and a group of Lin family warriors lying on the ground, groaning constantly. He gave Zhuoshanyin a look that said, "You are in trouble," and did not answer the latter. He hurried to Han Feng and asked respectfully, "Mr. Han, are you okay? They are just a few small shrimps. What can happen to me?" Han Feng said easily. "Brother Ying, why are there so many people gathered outside the hotel?" Lin Huqing asked in a slightly reproachful tone. He called everyone Brother Eagle, but actually his status in the Lin family was half a level higher than that of Zhuoshanyin. Someone pretended to be the hotel owner and broke into the Lin family's territory. "That's why I called the brothers over," the mountain eagle answered solemnly. When he saw Lin Huqing's attitude towards Han Feng, he basically understood that Han Feng was indeed Lin Zhongwan's guest of honor. However, as a big brother in the underworld, he still maintained his proper demeanor. He only talked about his loyalty to the Lin family, and did not mention that he had offended Han Feng. "Mr. Han Feng is the master's friend. Feng Chun has been kicked out of the house by the master. Mr. Han Feng will inherit his shares in the hotel and become the new owner of the Royal Holiday Hotel," Lin Huqing said loudly. "Wow tilde!" Everyone exclaimed. Who would have thought that Han Feng was really one of the big hotel owners, and he even climbed up to the high branch of Lin Zhongwan and became a phoenix? It seems that I have wronged Mr. Han. On the surface, Zhuoshanyin still maintains the demeanor of a gangster boss. I breathed a sigh of relief. Han Feng became a master of the realm of transformation at a young age, no wonder he could have a relationship with Master Lin Zhongwan. In this way, the Lin family has a master of the realm of transformation to support them, and their foundation in Gusu City is more solid. For Zhuoshanyin personally, he almost fought for his life with Han Feng tonight. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel scared and a chill on his back. He walked up to Han Feng, bowed slightly, and said apologetically, "I didn't know that Mr. Han is our master's friend and the owner of a big hotel. Please forgive me, Mr. Han." Everyone present widened their eyes and opened their mouths in shock. This big brother-level figure, Zhuoshanyin, who was able to call the shots in the underground world of Gusu City and had many followers, actually apologized to Han Feng. Lin Zhongwan's chief bodyguard Lin Huqing actually came in person to explain to Han Feng. Han Feng actually replaced all the shares of Lin Zhongwan's nephew Feng Chun in the Lin family's 5-star hotel. How capable is he, and how powerful is his background? Forget it, ignorance is not a crime, and besides, I have injured so many of your people, Han Feng said calmly. He was impressed by the mountain eagle's calm demeanor when facing a strong enemy. "Mr. Han, protect the city. I'll go outside and take a look." After Zhuoshanyin finished speaking, he led Kai Huash and other injured Lin family warriors out of the box. "Go outside the hotel to disband the Lin family warriors who had just been assembled." "Mr. Han, do you have anything else to say here? My eldest daughter is still in a coma," Lin Huqing said anxiously in a low voice. "There's just one more thing." Han Feng stretched out a finger, looked at the crowd again, and said, "Li Beitian, you can't waste any of that bowl of dog food for me today. Chen Beihua, please clean up the food waste on the table. Hao Wenming, remember to collect all the money. If anyone doesn't have enough money, you must make up the difference. Of course, you have to pay double. Yes, Brother Han, I'll eat it all. If Xiaoqian can't finish it, I'll eat it. Thank you, Brother Han, for treating us to a meal. Li Beitian and Chen Beihua slapped each other's heads like pigs, and now they kowtowed like crazy as if they had been pardoned. The former scraped the leftovers from the dog bowl with his hands and stuffed them into his mouth, occasionally looking up and nodding and smiling at Han Feng. The latter stood up and wolfed down the bones, shrimp shells, vegetable roots and fish bones on the table. Everyone, please don't leave yet. Come to me and pay the money later. Please don't leave. If you leave, I will pay for it. Lanshan, you can't just stand by and watch me die. My feelings for you are evident to the sun and the moon, and to the heaven and earth. Hao Wenming knelt in front of everyone and stretched out his hands as if begging. But everyone heard what Han Feng meant and realized that if they didn't pay, Hao Wenming would have to pay for it, so they gestured that they had no money, turned their heads away and ignored Hao Wenming. Huchen, find someone to send Lanshan home. After Han Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Dao Renyang who was shivering in the corner, sneered, and said, Yang, your acting career will end tomorrow. Dao Renyang swallowed and avoided Han Feng's gaze in fear. Han Feng left the hotel, got into Lin Huchen's car, and sped to the Lin family villa by the Jinji Lake. Lin Zhongwan, who was pacing back and forth in the hall, had already become an ant on the hot pot. When he saw Han Feng arrive, he rushed up and grabbed Han Feng's hand as if he had seen a savior, and said anxiously, Mr. Han, Xiana had a relapse of her old illness last night. I wanted to take her to the hospital, but she refused and tossed and turned in her room. Finally, she called out your name and fainted. That's why I asked Hucheng to find you. I know that you are the only one who can cure Xiana's illness. Mr. Lin, don't get excited, I'll go and show it to Miss Lin now. After reading it, I just happen to have something to ask you. Han Feng felt Lin Zhongwan's hand holding his arm, shaking and cold, obviously frightened. Lin Zhongwan only had this one daughter, whom he loved like a treasure. Now she suddenly fell ill, and he was completely panicked. The Lin family's maid led Han Feng to the bedroom door, and Han Feng walked in alone. Lin Xiana, who was sleeping on the big bed, had been changed into pajamas by the maid. She closed her eyes, frowned, and her forehead was covered with a layer of dense beads of sweat. It was obvious that she had just been through a lot. A teardrop condensed on the slender and slightly curled eyelashes, and the pink and delicate cheeks were particularly stunning and attractive. When Lin Xiana doesn't speak, she looks quite like a fairy. Han Feng was a little dazed for a moment. He changed his mind and recollected his thoughts, then performed the Han family's one-finger massage again, infusing the spiritual energy in his body into his thumb, still from the Chahai point to the Guanyuan point. After repeated massage for about 10 minutes, Lin Xiana woke up slowly. Han Feng hurriedly covered Lin Xiana's baby-like white and tender belly with a corner of his pajamas, then got up and left. Han Feng. Lin Xiana cried out breathlessly. She looked haggard and her voice was weak. She no longer had the domineering look and sharp tone of the big sister and female boss she had every time she met Han Feng. Lin Xiana, let me make it clear first, your father invited me here this time, and I didn't do anything except give you a massage. Now that you are awake, don't yell at me, I will leave immediately. Han Feng had already walked to the bedroom door, holding the door handle, and turned around and said. He was afraid to avoid her, fearing that Lin Xiana would shout, rape. Wait a minute. Lin Xiana used all her strength, but the sound she made was still weak. What's wrong? Do you still want to call me to your bedside and scold me? Let me tell you, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are good looking, have a good figure and are worth a lot of money. I am not your kept male mistress who can be ordered around by you. I won't pity you just because you are patient. If you dare to scold me, I will beat you. If you don't believe me, we can try it. Han Feng spoke harsh words, but stopped at the door cautiously and did not go over. You, help me. Lin Xiana stretched out her hand, trying to reach the water cup on the bedside table. Fuck, I'm not your servant, serving you tea and water. Han Feng walked over with disgust, picked up the cup of water and handed it to Lin Xiana's mouth. Looking down, Lin Xiana's beautiful face without makeup, delicate collarbone, and shiny white, faintly visible cleavage made Han Feng dazed again, and he couldn't help swallowing. Lin Xiana pressed her dry and chapped lips against the wall of the glass as she gulped down the water. After she finished, she stared at Han Feng and asked in a low voice, "Can you give me a hand?" Chapter 36, Perineal Acupuncture with Eyes Closed. It's not easy to hear the word help from your mouth. Han Feng put the cup back on the bedside table and asked, "Tell me, what's the favor? It must be something big." Lin Xiana struggled to sit up. Her upper body leaned against the silk satin goose-down pillow, bit her lips lightly, a light blush appeared on her pale face, and she turned her head away. "You are not a pair of sisters with split personalities. The elder sister is arrogant during the day and the younger sister is gentle at night." Han Feng teased with a smile. He folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the wall beside the bed, and tilted his head to look at Lin Xiana. Lin Xiana still turned her head away and ignored Han Feng. The atmosphere in the bedroom was a little awkward for a moment. "If you don't tell me, I'll leave. I have other things to do." Han Feng pretended to go out. Lin Xiana's tears rolled down her cheeks in strings like pearls. Hey, I didn't really provoke you just now, don't be like this." Han Feng turned around and saw Lin Xiana was silent and crying. He immediately panicked. Do you also want to frame me like Qin Jinjin and Qin Lianlian? I'm already traumatized. If you hadn't told me I would have left." Han Feng took 2 steps at a time and rushed to the door. "Han Feng." Lin Xiana finally choked up and called out to Han Feng. "I'll count to 3. If you don't tell me anything, I'll leave immediately." Han Feng had already opened the door and spoke with his back to Lin Xiana. "Please." Lin Xiana closed her eyes, tears bursting out, and she choked up. "Please help me cure my illness." After saying that, he buried himself in the quilt and burst into tears. After all, Lin Xiana is a virgin and a famous young lady in Gusu City. She usually acts like a big sister. If the pain was not unbearable, she would never let an adult man see her chastity before getting married. Even a doctor. "I refuse," Han Feng said coldly. After saying that, he slammed the door and left, returning to the living room on the first floor. "Mr. Han, how is Xiana?" Lin Zhongwan and Lin Huchen were both waiting in their hall. When they saw Han Feng coming down the stairs, they quickly surrounded him. "I've used massage to help relieve her pain. She'll be fine for now," Han Feng said calmly. "Temporarily? This can't be eradicated?" Lin Zhongwan asked with concern. "Well," Han Feng paused and said, "we can eradicate it, but first we have to remove Miss Lin's psychological barriers." "Psychological barriers? How can we get rid of this?" Lin Zhongwan was confused and looked at Lin Hucheng, who also looked bewildered. "That's Miss Lin's own business," Han Feng asked. "Mr. Lin, I'd like to ask about the Lin family and Japan." "Master, something bad has happened. The young lady has fainted again." The maid standing in front of the railing on the second floor shouted, interrupting Han Feng's question. Lin Zhongwan and Lin Hucheng looked at Han Feng in panic at the same time. "Okay, I'll go up and take a look." Han Feng looked a little embarrassed and returned to Lin Xiana's bedroom again. Lin Xiana's complexion had recovered by this time. She sat upright on the big bed, folded her arms across her chest, and looked at Han Feng coldly. "I knew you couldn't faint again so soon. If word gets out that a patient's chronic illness relapses immediately after I treat him, people will think that I'm not a good doctor. You are so vicious," Han Feng blamed. "It's up to you. Do you want to cure my illness, or do you want to admit to the public that you cured my father's illness by chance and that you are nothing but a charlatan?" Lin Xiana still had a cold expression. "You're really schizophrenic. I offered to treat you but you refused. Now that you feel the pain and you think you can't get over it, you're blaming me." Han Feng was so angry that he laughed, waved his hand, and said with a deliberate smirk, "Okay, start taking off your clothes then." After saying that, he scanned Lin Xiana up and down with a voyeuristic look. "What are you taking off your clothes for?" Lin Xiana frowned and stared at Han Feng. "Of course I'm going to treat you. If it weren't for my reputation as a miracle doctor, do you think I'd want to see your naked butt?" Han Feng rolled his eyes at Lin Xiana and mocked her. "Han Feng, you bastard." Lin Xiana cursed at first, then blushed and suggested, "I can put a hole in my pajamas and you can poke through the hole." No, I won't be able to find the acupuncture points correctly, and if I make a mistake, something bad might happen. Han Feng waved his hands and refused in a serious manner. You don't know, if the needle is wrong by even a hair, not only can it cure the disease, it may even make it worse. I'm fine, and most people will call me a charlatan. The pain is real and real in your body. You? Lin Xianer looked at Han Feng's rogue attitude, feeling angry and helpless. Then you must close your eyes. Wow! Are you piercing the perineum with your eyes closed? Are you afraid that I can hit the right spot? It doesn't matter if it pierces other parts of your body. At most, you will suffer from urinary incontinence or fecal incontinence. Just wear a diaper when you go out. But if I accidentally prick my hand, it would be very painful. No, how can you give acupuncture to someone with your eyes closed? Even my ancestors couldn't do it. Han Feng retorted in a serious tone. Even if he closed his eyes, he could open his third eye and see the perineum clearly. You are the one who is incontinent and can't take care of yourself. Lin Xianer was so angry that she cursed and threw a pillow at Han Feng, which was easily caught by Han Feng. Thank you. I won't stay at your place tonight. Han Feng pretended to be polite. Roll. Lin Xianer cursed in anger. That's what you said. Han Feng pretended to leave, but when he saw Lin Xianer's tearful eyes, he said, Okay, no more jokes, I can't stand women crying. Calm yourself down a bit, and I'll give you acupuncture, okay? Lin Xianer gradually stopped crying and asked, How exactly does acupuncture work? Take it all off. How can I do acupuncture without taking it off? Han Feng said seriously. You pierce one acupuncture point on me, and you want me to take off all my clothes. Lin Xianer said unhappily. That's what our ancestors taught me. What can I do? Han Feng said innocently. Lin Xianer was angry and looked at Han Feng with doubtful eyes. I've said it before, I'm a doctor. In the eyes of doctors, there are only human organs and patients' diseases. There is no gender or other messy emotions, otherwise it is easy to be distracted. Han Feng explained. It's okay. If you need some time to prepare yourself mentally, I'll wait for you. Anyway, I'm here to treat you today. As he spoke, he held the pillow, sat on the dressing stool, crossed his legs, and stared at Lin Xianer. You? As Lin Xianer spoke, tears began to fall again. The two people remained in a stalemate in the room for half an hour. Lin Xianer turned her back to Han Feng and sat in a duck position, unfastening the buttons from their buttonholes one by one. Soon, the snow-white back radiating a fluorescent luster was revealed. Lin Xianer lowered her head and crossed her arms across her chest. She was reluctant to turn around and did not make any more movements. Han Feng stared with his eyes wide open, his saliva almost falling to the ground. He coughed twice and said, Keep taking it off. Chapter 37 Shut up. You pervert. Han Feng heard Lin Xianer sobbing softly again. Okay, it's not me who's in pain anyway, I don't care. Once you take off your clothes, we'll start acupuncture. If you keep wasting time, tonight I'll. Han Feng glanced around the bedroom and saw the high-end Persian carpet beside the bed. He said, I'll sleep on the floor tonight. After saying that, he threw the pillow he had been holding in his arms onto the carpet, stretched himself, yawned, stood up and started doing 8-section brocade. Han Feng continued to perform the 8-section brocade until the 9th time, when Lin Xianer began to sob, with her back to Han Feng and only her legs left standing. Han Feng widened his eyes and sat back on the dressing stool, bleeding from his nose unknowingly. Unlike Qin Lianlian's perfect figure like Venus, Lin Xianer is 1.72 meters tall, with a pair of white porcelain legs that are thin and long, and a smiling hip line that is round and tight, which is even more eye-catching. Han Feng. Lin Xianer stood on the big bed with her arms folded across her chest, her back to Han Feng, and turned her head slightly. Aha! Han Feng paused for a moment before coming to his senses. He coughed twice to ease the embarrassment and said, Oh, you're so slow, I fell asleep. If you see it today, you have to marry me. Lin Xianer said with a somewhat resentful tone. Wait a minute, you are patient and I am a doctor. I cured you, but instead of thanking me, you want to repay me with hatred and ask me to marry you. Are you? Before Han Feng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Xianer. Although you are of decent height and good looks, you are ultimately just a slick pretty boy. I don't know where you got these magical medical skills from, so you don't have any real skills, and you are not the hero I envision. You used to be the son-in-law of the Qin family, and later you had the reputation of being a rapist and arsonist. It can be said that you were extremely lowly. You must know in your heart that there is a huge difference between our identities and abilities, and you are not worthy of me at all. But I had no choice but to go to the hospital for treatment. I believe Jinjin will understand my difficulties. Seeing that our two best friends have become enemies, Han Feng, this is all because of you. Damn, what do you think your best friend Qin Jinjin is? And you want me to marry your Lin family for the second time? And you still say I'm a charlatan? Han Feng was in a state of panic. If Lin Xianer pestered him, his life would be over. So he quickly waved his hand to stop her. Okay, I won't treat this disease anymore. I can't afford to marry someone too high. Hey! Wait a minute. Lin Xianer didn't even wait for Han Feng to finish his words and had completely liberated herself. You've seen my virginity, there's no way to go back on your word. Damn it. Lin Xianer, you are trying to trick me. Han Feng turned his head and faced the wall without looking at Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer turned around and faced Han Feng. Puff. Han Feng actually saw Lin Xianer through the dressing mirror, and quickly closed his eyes and said, according to your logic, how many girls can I marry in my lifetime after practicing acupuncture? Do you only give acupuncture to girls? Is acupuncture applied to such a special part? And you have to take off all your clothes and give you acupuncture? After Lin Xianer asked 3 fatal questions, she sat down cross-legged again and said with a red face, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Can I not marry you? Han Feng asked tentatively. That's fine, but that's another solution. Lin Xianer said coldly. Well, let's do it that way. Han Feng agreed without asking any more questions. He then turned around and came to the big bed. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, looked straight into Lin Xianer's eyes, and asked, have you ever practiced yoga? You need to do a cat-cow pose in yoga right now and get some healing. Swish. Lin Xianer's face flushed red and she slapped him, but luckily Han Feng reacted quickly, tilted his head and dodged smoothly. Even if you really want to marry me, if you behave improperly with me again, I will shoot you to death. Lin Xianer rolled forward quickly and took out a gleaming silver desert eagle from another bedside table drawer. She looked at Han Feng with sharp eyes and said, I'm not afraid of being a widow. I just told you to do a yoga pose that you can understand. This is the pose my ancestors left for you in the acupuncture atlas. I didn't tell you to do it. Do you still want to be cured? Han Feng said unhappily. I didn't even tell you to do any of those other yoga poses. Shut up, you pervert. If you say one more word of nonsense, I would rather die in pain and commit suicide, but before I do that I will shoot you, the lecherous demon. Lin Xianer pulled the safety button as she spoke, and the desert eagle pressed against Han Feng's crown. Alas, the world has changed. Now, to be a doctor, not only do you have to marry a female patient, but you also have to face the life threats of female patients. Han Feng was not afraid at all. After complaining, he jokingly ordered, I'll do as you say. I'll start giving you acupuncture. Get down, why are you looking at me? You? Although Lin Xianer had been seen by Han Feng and had a verbal marriage agreement, she was still extremely embarrassed to do such an awkward yoga pose. Okay, call me whenever you're ready. Han Feng said this as he rolled off the bed smoothly and lay on the carpet beside the bed. A long time. Lin Xianer's painful voice came to my ears. I didn't expect the disease to relapse so quickly. Han Feng ignored it. Han Feng. Lin Xianer called out weakly. Can we start treatment now? Han Feng asked while lying down. Lin Xianer's soft mosquito-like voice. Let me see. As soon as Han Feng stood up, he was stunned. The air was filled with the fruity scent of peach and coconut, and a perfect yoga pose appeared in front of Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes widened, and he was stunned for a moment. Lin Xianer turned her back to Han Feng, her whole body trembling slightly, and tears fell on the bed. What are you doing? Why don't you do it? Lin Xianer said with sobs. Oh. Han Feng then came to his senses, took out the acupuncture needle, found Lin Xianer's perineum, and poured the spiritual energy in his body into the needle. The acupuncture needles emit a faint orange-yellow light. Even though he was a master of the realm of transformation and had a heart as hard as steel, he was still a little confused and infatuated when he saw the best in the world. Lin Xianer could feel the strange feeling of Han Feng's strong breath spraying on her body, sobbing and saying angrily, "If you look at me again, I'll kill you." Bite. Insert the filiform needle into the perineum. Lin Xianer felt a cold and tingling sensation, which gradually turned warm in less than half a minute. After 2 minutes, it felt hotter and hotter. R. Lin Xianer endured the pain caused by the treatment and shed tears. Damn it. This sound almost broke my concentration. Han Feng meticulously twisted the acupuncture needle in his hand, forcing himself to look away, but he couldn't help it. Lin Xianer combed her hair, turned back and asked with a sob, "Not well yet." Chapter 38. Han Feng, just wait and see. It will take another 15 minutes. Han Feng quickly turned his head away and swallowed. "Can you please keep your hands off me?" Lin Xianer sobbed softly. Okay. Han Feng lifted the outer side of his palm, which was against Lin Xianer's body, into the air. The needle inserted into Lin Xianer's perineum trembled slightly. The atmosphere in the bedroom gradually changed from ambiguous to somewhat awkward. After both of them got used to this mode of communication, the awkwardness slowly dissipated. "Don't worry, one shot will cure it, and you won't have to suffer this pain again." Han Feng broke the silence and comforted. "Shut up." Lin Xianer pouted and turned back to curse. "You bastard, you don't even need to be pricked, why are you still watching? Are you addicted, you pervert?" "I forgot, Han Feng coughed twice in embarrassment, pulled his eyes away from Lin Xianer, and turned his head away. "Have some conscience. I'm treating you and you're still scolding me. You've seen my chastity, so you're mine. I can curse you however I want." Lin Xianer turned around and said domineeringly, "Fuck, you tricked me into curing you, but you actually wanted to marry me? It really is a conspiracy." Han Feng subconsciously slid down from the big bed and looked at Lin Xianer warily. What do you mean?" Lin Xianer's face gradually regained its color, and she frowned and said, "Our Lin family is rich and powerful. Not only in Gusu City, but also in the entire Jiangnan province, we are well known. The people who want to be our Lin family's son-in-law are lining up from here to France. You have seen my chastity and yet you feel you have been fooled. Who do you think I am? Do you think I'm willing to throw myself at you, a slut?" Lin Xianer became more and more excited as she spoke, and the needles vibrated more violently. "All the young talents chasing after me are from rich families, second-generation rich people, or elites who have studied abroad. I am so unlucky to marry a second-hand rapist and arsonist like you, and I have no place to cry, but you think you have been fooled. Just shut up. The needles might go astray." Han Feng looked straight ahead again, his eyes fixed intently on the acupuncture needles. Squeak tilde. A stream of thick green liquid spurted out from Lin Xianer's perineum. "Call out." Han Feng stepped forward and quickly took the needle. Lin Xianer suddenly felt extremely comfortable, no longer in pain, as if her body had been freed. She quickly wrapped herself in the quilt and cursed. "Get out of here. Fuck, what's your attitude? Are you healed?" Han Feng frowned and said with displeasure on his face. "Han Feng, I must make it clear to you that your marriage to our Lin family is considered a second marriage. From now on, all your property belongs to the Lin family, and your own income also belongs to the Lin family. I have the final say on all matters big or small at home. Not only do you not have the right to veto, you don't even have the right to make suggestions. You can only do what I say. Also, even though we are engaged, we cannot have sex before we get married. After we get married, you can only have sex if I say yes, and you can't if I say no. Also, if I find out that you are still flirting with other women after you get married, I will immediately saw off your 2 dog legs." Lin Xianer wrapped herself up so that only her head was exposed, and she regained her fierce appearance as a big sister. "You are too overbearing. I am your savior, how can you repay kindness with hatred? No. You seem to have said that if I didn't marry into your Lin family, I could still choose another path. I didn't choose to marry you, I chose another path," Han Feng said with a cold face. "Okay, very good, I've been waiting for you to say this. You will know what the other way is later. Han Feng, just wait and see. That's a story for later, but now I'm going to do something I've been holding back on for a long time." Han Feng walked towards the big bed again with an expressionless face. What are you going to do?" Lin Xianer looked at Han Feng's face and instantly felt something was wrong. She covered her chest with both hands, a look of fear in her eyes, and scolded. "This is my home. If you dare to do anything bad to me, I will call someone to chop you into pieces. You pervert. I have no interest in marrying into your Lin family, and I can't possibly take your virginity now, which would be like falling for your trick again." Han Feng had already jumped onto the big bed, threw back the quilt, and said angrily, "I am going to punish you for your ingratitude now." After saying that, he grabbed Lin Xiana's ankle, turned her 180 degrees, and tilted her towards her snow-white round breasts. Snap! 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 He slapped me hard on both sides. The snow-white, round, and tight breasts quickly became swollen with blood, and 2 large patches of bright red appeared. Lin Xiana immediately changed from Asian style to Kardashian style. R. R. Lin Xiana was shocked and wanted to resist, but Han Feng's move was too fast. By the time she reacted, she had been slapped 4 times. "Han Feng, you bastard!" She reached for the Desert Eagle on the nightstand. Bang! Han Feng grabbed the pistol first and quickly removed the magazine. Click, 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 click. He emptied the magazine of bullets, threw the empty gun back to Lin Xiana, and walked towards the door without looking back. "I'm waiting for your other way." After saying that, he went out and closed the door. "Han Feng, you bastard! Just wait for your death." Bang! Lin Xiana was humiliated and burst into tears, throwing the empty gun towards the door. There were already male and female servants guarding the door. When they saw Han Feng coming out, they hurried into Lin Xiana's bedroom. When Han Feng walked down the stairs from the 2nd floor to the living room on the 1st floor, he heard the sound of smashing and looting in the bedroom. "Mr. Han, what's going on?" Lin Zhongwan came forward and asked with concern. He understood his daughter's strong character best, and she must have had a conflict with Han Feng over the treatment method. As long as Han Feng did not turn against him and his daughter's illness could be cured, he would turn a blind eye. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, she has recovered, but Miss Lin's temper." Han Feng spoke calmly, hesitating to speak. "Mr. Han, I'm extremely sorry. Xiana lost her mother when she was young. I, a rough man, raised her by myself. That's why she has developed such a strong and overbearing personality. Please bear with me." Lin Zhongwan said to Lin Huqing behind him. "Is Mr. Han's car ready?" "It's already parked in the yard." Lin Huqing replied respectfully. "Well, I won't argue with her." Han Feng finally understood why Lin Xiana had such a personality. He asked again. "Mr. Lin, the 2 times I came to their hotel, Feng Chun and Zhou Shanyin both mentioned Japan. Has the Lin family had any friction with Japan in the past?" "To be honest with you, Mr. Han, the Inukai family from Japan wanted to enter Gusu City and maliciously seize the Chinese medicinal materials and education markets. I rejected their proposal during the discussion at the Gusu Chamber of Commerce, so they held a grudge against me and often sent Japanese spies to Gusu City to sabotage the Lin family's business." Lin Zhongwan said, shaking his head. "Inukai family?" Han Feng frowned. He seemed to have heard of this mysterious and powerful family in Japan before. On the surface, there are 2 major forces in Japan's infiltration of China. One is the Zhujiu faction, and the other is the Inukai family. The 2 major forces are like 2 fists. An infiltration of Chinese culture and ideology. One is to infiltrate China's economy and 3 major industries. Lin Zhongwan sighed and said, "This is also the reason why I wanted to become an internal force warrior so badly that I signed up for that Swinla Jiu Tongjing's training class. Our Lin family needs someone with higher power to suppress the local evil forces and fight against the infiltration forces from Japan. Master, Mr. Han, according to the reports from our spies in Japan, the Inukai family is going to send a large number of warriors to invade China. I'm just not sure when they'll come." Lin Huqing interrupted. Han Feng nodded and asked, "I see. By the way, have you taken the Pei Yuan Dan I gave you too?" Chapter 39, Mistakenly Making Aphrodisiac. "Neither Huqing nor I have taken it yet. We still need to wait for Mr. Han's guidance." Lin Zhongwan said respectfully. "When taking a pill, there is no need to follow the doctor's orders. Just take the whole pill or break it into pieces and swallow it with water. Mr. Lin, I will teach you some external force martial arts techniques and mantras later. You can practice first." With the help of Pei Yuan Dan and the innate foundation of martial arts, it should not be difficult to break through the entry level of an external force warrior. The ideal situation is to reach the small success stage of an external force warrior within a month. Huchen, if you still can't break through the external force and become an internal force warrior after taking it, I will help you again. Han Feng said with a gentle smile. Mr. Han is truly a lucky star for our Lin family. Lin Zhongwan said sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Han. Lin Huchen was ecstatic inside, but he remained restrained on the surface. He understood best the huge gap between external force warriors and internal force warriors, which was like a chasm. Looking at the entire Jiangnan province, there are countless external force warriors, but internal force warriors are rare. He was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through the external strength and developing the internal strength, but without the guidance of an expert, he might not be able to achieve it even if he practiced hard for another 10, 20, 30 years, or even his entire life. Today, with the promise made by Han Feng, the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm, it seems that a breakthrough is only a matter of time. Once you become a warrior with inner strength, it will be more than enough to deal with those Japanese devils, even the senior ninjas of the Inukai family. I used the remaining materials to refine for more Pei Yuan pills. Mr. Lin, you can distribute them. Han Feng said calmly. That's great. Lin Zhongwan's eyes were shining with gold, as if he had already seen the Lin family becoming a wealthy and prestigious family in Jiangnan province and even in the whole of China. But he still humbly asked tentatively. Mr. Han, among my Lin family members, besides the one who is about to break through the external strength of the city guard, there is another person whom you just met. What do you think? Han Feng naturally understood who Lin Zhongwan was talking about, so he responded. Regardless of his ability to respond to situations and his loyalty to the Lin family, Zhou Shanning is worthy of a Pei Yuan pill. If necessary, I can also help him become an internal force warrior. Great! Great! Lin Zhongwan was so happy that he cried and exclaimed. Mr. Han has such a broad mind that I, Lin Zhongwan, am deeply impressed. In this way, our Lin family will have 2 internal force warriors, which is more than enough to deal with those warriors from Japan. Lin Huchen had a confident smile on his face. Mr. Lin, how are the materials I asked you to prepare going? Han Feng was asking about the materials for the Ling Long Dan that he needed to advance. These materials are a little harder to find. Oh, I almost forgot to report to Mr. Han. I have ordered people to clean out the villa number 3 that you like. All the necessary materials have been found and placed in the villa. I will drive your car and take you there in person in a while. But I am worried that you like quietness, so I haven't arranged a servant for you yet. Lin Zhongwan replied respectfully. Very good. Very good. Han Feng was very satisfied with Lin Zhongwan's arrangement. Without further delay, I will go back and start refining the elixir. Lin's bank will hold an investment dinner next Monday, and I hope Mr. Han will be able to attend. Gu Tongjing will also be here by then. Lin Zhongwan said respectfully. Har, that's great. I was just thinking about meeting this charlatan. Han Feng revealed a look of longing. Gu Tongjing is indeed quite capable. Mr. Han must be careful when the time comes. Lin Zhongwan reminded. Han Feng nodded. He was anxious to go back and refine the Ling Long pill in order to deal with Gu Tongjing when the time comes. As the 3 of them were talking, they had already walked from the Villa Hall to the front yard. There was a brand new yellow Bugatti Veyron convertible supercar parked in the yard. This was naturally the gift from Lin Zhongwan to Han Feng. Lin Huchen got on the main driver's seat and said respectfully. Mr. Han, shall I take you home? This is Villa number 1, which is a little way from Villa number 3. You drive the car back and I'll walk over. Han Feng said hello to Lin Zhongwan and walked out of the yard. The gentle breeze from the Jinji Lake caressed his cheek, like a lover's caress, making him feel comfortable and relaxed. Ever since the fire broke out in the Qin family, he had been walking here in a hurry, and only slowed down at this moment. The death of my parents, the backstabbing of the Qin family, Gu Tongjing, Japan. He needs to solve these one by one. When Han Feng walked through the gate of Villa number 2, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him from the open-air balcony of the villa. He looked back, opened his third eye, and saw on the terrace a person with a jade-like face, red lips, round pearls, and a beautiful face that represented a prosperous country with peace and prosperity. She was wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, a light blue silk shawl, short wavy hair, and a dazzling crystal brooch on her chest. She was noble and elegant, like a royal aristocrat, but her expression was cold as ice. Her every gesture and movement exudes a beauty that is so beautiful that one cannot bear to look directly at it and cannot be desecrated. The woman was talking to a tall man with his head down. When she saw Han Feng looking back at her, the two of them looked at each other. Han Feng's heart was pounding. He immediately looked away and quickened his pace. After returning to his villa number 3, he followed Lin Hucheng into the villa, who gave a brief introduction before leaving. Han Feng hurriedly stepped up the refining of Ling Long Dan. Regardless of whether Jiyu Tongjing has real ability or not, he cannot slack off in the slightest. However, the peerless appearance of the noble lady on the terrace of villa number 2 kept lingering in his mind, making him a little upset. When making the first Ling Long pill, he accidentally put in 3 Chinese herbs, and only realized it after he finished refining it. Oh my idiot, how could I mistake the method of refining Ling Long Dan in my sea of consciousness for Yangqi Dan? Han Feng shook his head and said to himself, I don't need this right now. He put a small crimson pill aside. Yankadin is an aphrodisiac pill. If the lethality of epimedium is that of a grenade, the lethality of the Yang Qi pill is almost as great as that of an anti-ship missile. Han Feng smacked his lips, regretting that he had wasted several precious medicinal herbs. Then he regained his composure and began to refine them carefully. Ding ling ling tilde. Han Feng answered the phone. A familiar and sweet voice came from the other side. Han Feng, where have you been these 2 days? I've been thinking about you, can you come over to me? There will be no one at home tomorrow night. My dad has to go to a drinking party, my eldest sister has a dinner date with a client, and my third sister is at school. I will be the only one at home. Can you come tomorrow night? Chapter 40. This is a 3-way trip. Qin Lianlian. Why do you miss me? Are you thinking about me in your heart, or is it that some part of your body is itching and thinking about me? Han Feng asked with a faint smile. Han Feng, you are so frivolous. This is all because of you. How dare you ask? How can I get along with my eldest sister in the future? How can I explain this to my third sister? Qin Lianlian's slightly annoyed voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you looking for me to accuse you of something, or are you looking for me to quench your thirst? Han Feng asked with a smile. You can't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth. If you don't want to come, forget it. I prepared a new swimsuit for nothing. Humph. Qin Lianlian's angry voice came from the other side. I've been so busy these past few days, and my body is so tense, I really want to find you to relax. A new swimsuit, I have to see it, is it the same one you used to trick me last time? Han Feng asked jokingly. If you think I'm still here, why don't you come find me, wouldn't you know the difference if you come and see me? Qin Lianlian's tone softened noticeably. I'm not afraid that you're going to hurt me again. I'll come find you tomorrow night, is that okay? Han Feng continued to coax. You are the only man I have, and you are the man who took my virginity. How could I bear to hurt you? Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, I will wait for you by the swimming pool in my front yard. We will have a candlelight dinner, a bath together, and finally. Qin Lianlian's shy voice became smaller and smaller. I still have to satisfy you in the end, right? Han Feng asked with a smile. I learned a few new moves from the videotapes. Anyway, just be on time. Qin Lianlian hung up the phone shyly after saying this. New moves, har har, I'd like to see them. Han Feng muttered to himself with satisfaction. The next day, Han Feng worked hard to refine the Ling Long pill at home during the day, as he would have a head-on battle with the fake master, Jiyu Tongjing, next week. There are 8 realms for cultivators. The first level, the Qi refining realm, is divided into 3 small realms: Foundation Establishment, Profound Understanding, and Sea of God. Han Feng's martial arts strength is that of a master in the realm of transformation. As an immortal cultivator, he is in the transition stage from the realm of refining Qi to the realm of foundation building to the realm of profound enlightenment. Looking across the whole of China, he has rarely encountered an opponent. He could not rule out the possibility that the fake master, Jiyu Tongjing, was really the legendary real person in the Tongxian realm. If that were the case, Han Feng's current strength would be slightly inferior to Jiyu Tongjing. He didn't dare to take it lightly and had to speed up the refining process. The sun sets and the moon rises. Han Feng used up a large amount of spiritual energy in his body, precious Chinese medicinal materials that were as precious as heaven and earth treasures, supplemented by a small bronze tripod and dried donkey dung as fuel, before he was able to refine a Ling Long pill, which was still not enough for him to become a master of the Tongxian realm. As the sky was getting dark, it was time for his date with Qin Lianlian, so he drove his yellow Bugatti Veyron convertible supercar on the road. Qin family villa. Han Feng parked the car outside the yard and walked in alone. The only thing in the yard that was lit by a dozen giant candles was the dining table by the swimming pool. The rest of the yard was pitch black. Qin Lianlian was wearing a sexy bikini with a green fluorescent swimsuit and a thin white gauze. Sitting next to her was a girl with short silver hair parted in a 3:7 ratio. She had a small and delicate face but extremely sharp eyes. She had been staring at Han Feng since he walked over. Han Feng, why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time, and the food is almost cold. Qin Lianlian stood up, with a happy face, and trotted towards Han Feng. Her figure was looming in the candlelight, adding a sense of mysterious temptation. I'm not late. You can't wait any longer. Let's have a round of communication first. How about standing and fighting? Han Feng said this as he pretended to take off his pants. Wait a minute, why are you so impatient? Qin Lianlian blushed, stopped Han Feng's hand, held his arm affectionately, pointed at the silver-haired girl with her finger, and whispered. Don't you see there are outsiders here? Are you here to be our photographer, or to join us? Han Feng glanced at the fierce silver-haired girl and asked in confusion. You are so powerful, I can't handle it alone, so of course I'll find you to help me. Qin Lianlian lowered her head shyly. Why are you shy about being together? Let's do it together now. Han Feng pretended to take off his pants again. Even the silver-haired girl sitting at the dining table frowned and turned her head away with disgust. Why are you so impatient? I don't mind. We just met, so we have to develop some feelings. Let us drink some wine, chat, swim, and touch oil together first, and then. Qin Lianlian said this while gently punching Han Feng's chest with her little pink fist. Har ha har ha, okay, I was a little anxious. The girl I just met is not for sale, how can I take off my pants right away? Han Feng laughed and teased, as if he was afraid that the silver-haired girl couldn't hear him. When the silver-haired girl heard this, her eyes flashed with a cold light, as if she wanted to kill Han Feng with a knife immediately. Let me introduce you to each other. This is my brother-in-law, Han Feng. Qin Lianlian pulled Han Feng to sit in the middle and said. This is my good friend Haokelian. She just returned from studying in Eagle Country and plans to develop in Argusu City. After that, he picked up the wine glass and continued. Come on, let's have a drink first, shall we? Okay, toned one. Han Feng smiled and raised his glass. He then saw clearly that the silver-haired girl had a nose stud and eyebrow stud, which gave her a cyberpunk vibe. However, she had a look on her face as if someone owed her money, and she stared at him with hostility. So he teased. You must have had a tongue piercing as well? Well, people say that these tongue piercings are very stimulating. I have to try them later. Puff. Qin Lianlian spat out half a mouthful of red wine that she had just drunk. Bang. Haokelian's face turned cold. She stood up suddenly and slammed the table angrily. Lianlian, don't be angry, he was just joking with you. Qin Lianlian quickly stood up and walked over to stop Haokelian, winking at her as she spoke. She then accused Han Feng. Han Feng, what's wrong with you? She just came back from studying abroad, and she's a traditional good girl. It's fine if you said those obscene words to me, but why did you say them to Lianlian when we just met? Apologize to Lianlian immediately. After saying that, he gently pushed Haokelian's hand, signaling her to raise her glass. Haokelian's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, her chest heaving violently, and she suppressed her anger before picking up the wine glass. Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry, Sister Ku Lian. I'm happy when I see Lian, and I speak without any care. So, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. As Han Feng spoke, he patted Qin Lianlian's snow-white buttocks with his big hand, clinked his wine glass against Haokelian's, and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he wiped his mouth, picked up a crab with chopsticks and started to eat it. Qin Lianlian and Haokelian first stared at Han Feng and drank their wine in the glass in one gulp, then looked at each other and nodded silently. Han Feng, is the wine good? Qin Lianlian rubbed her butt, sat back next to Han Feng, and asked with a hint of cruelty in her expression. I don't drink much red wine, it tastes bitter and astringent. Han Feng opened the crab shell, took a bite of the crab roe, and said with a wicked smile. When I'm full, the three of us can have some fun. Oh. Hao Kulian sneered and asked contemptuously. You tried to kill this loser twice but failed. Who knows what kind of luck he has? Qin Lianlian crossed her legs, held a cigarette between her red lips, and lit it skillfully. Just as he was about to light it, Han Feng pulled the cigarette out and threw it on the ground. Lianlian, you shouldn't hold a cigarette in your mouth, you will have to do it later. I don't like the smell of cigarettes either, so I don't want to make my brother smell like cigarettes. After saying that, he placed his hand on Qin Lianlian's snow-white thigh. Bang! Qin Lianlian pushed it away coldly. Hey, Lianlian, what's wrong? Are you unhappy that I don't let you smoke? I'm doing this for your own good, too. Before Han Feng could finish his words, he suddenly widened his eyes, covered his heart, looked at Qin Lianlian in horror, then turned back to look at Hao Kulian, let out a strange cry, and fell to the ground in pain. Chapter 41 Qin Lianlian was frightened and cried by Niu Huanxi. What do you mean, do you really think I'm in love with you and want to have sex with you? Han Feng, you are really going crazy. Qin Lianlian stood up with a sneer, looking down at Han Feng who was twitching on the ground. She put her hands on her hips, posing like a winner, and proudly stepped on Han Feng's stomach with her foot. This Han Feng has a decent appearance and figure, but he speaks obscenely and behaves frivolously. It seems that he is really a pervert. I wish I could chop off his hands to avenge my senior brother Donglai. Hao Kulian kicked Han Feng angrily. Her senior brother was Xiang Donglai, a middle-aged bearded man who was called by Liu Yanyi to surround Han Feng in Gusu Antique City, but had his wrist cut off by Han Feng. Lianlian, your brother's hand has already been reattached, so don't be angry. Your poison won't kill him, will it? Qin Lianlian asked with a hint of nervousness. Don't worry, my fairy paralysis powder will only make people lose their ability to move, and the dosage is not lethal. Hao Kulian said seriously. As he was speaking, 3 dark figures ran out from the darkness. Quick! Tie him up! The housekeeper Qin Taofen gave the order. Qin family's male servants, Qin Xiaoxi and Qin Xiaowu, tied Han Feng up. Why? Miss Qin really wants to keep Han Feng alive. A tall, middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, big eyes and heavy sideburns walked out of the darkness and asked with a smile. Senior brother Ji. Hao Kulian came over and bowed respectfully. The middle-aged man was named Ji Buchang. He, Hao Kulian, and Xiang Donglai were all disciples of Gutongjin. I pay you to do my job. As for whether Han Feng lives or dies, that's my own business. Qin Lianlian crossed her arms and retorted arrogantly. Oh? Miss Qin is going to rape a corpse, right? Har ha har ha. Another person walked out of the darkness. He was about 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a bear. His black t-shirt was worn as a tight t-shirt, revealing his extremely abnormal muscles. This man was Niu Huanxi, the right protector of the White Tiger Hall of the Kaogang, who was invited by the Qin family to deal with Han Feng for the first time. He was the one who knocked Han Feng more than 10 meters away with one punch. He came to Gusu City for the second time at the invitation of Qin Taofen. Originally, Plan A was for Hao Kulian to put fairy paralyzing powder in the wine to paralyze Han Feng. If Han Feng finds out, Plan B will be activated, and Ji Buchang and Niu Huanxi will both take action to subdue Han Feng. Unexpectedly, Plan A was so successful that there was no need for the two of them to take action. How dare you, a loser like you, talk like that? Last time, Han Feng escaped unscathed, wasting 1 million from our Qin family, and this time, you've cost me another 6 million. Qin Lianlian frowned and stared at the big guy Niu Huanxi with disgust. In order to capture Han Feng this time, the 3 masters spent 2 million each, a total of 6 million. Qin Lianlian's heart was bleeding when she thought of this. Can you say that again? Niu Huanxi looked at Qin Lianlian ferociously, and his black t-shirt seemed to be about to burst. Not only did he fail to kill Han Feng last time, but he also had his 1 million bribe confiscated by the Jinling city headquarters of the Kaogang. This time, Qin Taofen promised him 2 million before taking the risk of being discovered again and taking the order. You earned 3 million from our Qin family for no reason, and you still have the nerve to say that. Qin Lianlian was naturally unhappy when she saw that Niu Huanqi had made 2 million for nothing without even throwing a punch. You bitch, if you have the guts to wake Han Feng up, I'll fight him one-on-one. If I don't beat Han Feng so hard that he calls me grandpa, I'll give you 2 million. Veins bulged on Niu Huanqi's forehead, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. Great Guardian Niu, calm down, our second miss didn't mean that. Since the mission has been successfully completed, the commissions of the three of you will not be reduced by a penny. Qin Taofan tried to smooth things over and quickly transferred 6 million into the accounts of the three people. It was solved so easily, it's not satisfying at all. I thought the person who could hurt senior brother Donglai must be a very powerful person, but I didn't expect him to be just a piece of trash. Jibo often stroked his apple chin and said, Junior sister, we have received the money, let's go. Yes. Haokalian responded. The two were preparing to leave. Second Miss Qin, you don't have to give up my 2 million. Niu Huanqi greedily looked up and down at Qin Lianlian, who was wearing a green fluorescent bikini. What do you want to do? Qin Lianlian hugged her chest and took 2 steps back. My aunt Qin Wani is the eldest daughter of your salt gang. If you dare to touch me, you will be in big trouble. Har 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 har, don't think I don't know that your Qin family and Miss Qin Wani of our salt gang are distant relatives. However, your father, Qin Shou, doesn't have a good relationship with our Miss Qin. She definitely wouldn't care about our little love affairs. Niu Huanqi said this, drooling as he moved closer to Qin Lianlian. Second Miss Qin, just obey me. After all, I am also the guardian of a branch of the Salt Gang, with thousands of brothers under me. We too will spend our wedding night together tonight, so we are perfect match. Hey! Where are you running to? R. Qin Lianlian was so frightened that her face turned pale and she ran towards the villa. Great Guardian Niu, please don't do that. The money has already been transferred, and our employment relationship is over. Do you think it's time for you to leave? Qin Taofan blocked the way. Bang! Fuck you! Niu Huanqi slapped Qin Taofan so hard that he fainted. Snap! Snap! He then knocked down Qin Xiaoxi and Qin Xiaowu, who were rushing over one after another. You won't help me. Qin Lianlian watched Niu Huanqi rushing towards her like a sex maniac, and turned to Ji Buchang and Haokalian for help. I'm sorry Miss Qin, our mission is just to clean up the garbage for the Qin family. Now the garbage has been tied up, and our mission has been completed. As for other matters, they are not within our scope of responsibility. Ji Buchang suddenly revealed a wicked smile, his eyes involuntarily glanced at Qin Lianlian's S-shaped figure, and whispered. If Miss Qin begs me, I will definitely help her and ensure that Miss Qin will not be insulted by this person. The condition is to spend the night with me. Sleeping again. Who do you stinky men take me for? Qin Lianlian was so scared that she burst into tears. Help! Help! If Han Feng had not been drugged, she would rather lose her virginity to Han Feng than to this beast in front of her, and this hypocrite. Har 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 har, you are the only 3 servants left at home, and I knocked you out. Now it's no use crying and screaming for help. Niu Huanqi turned around and asked Ji Buchang for his opinion. Brother, if you don't mind, I'll come first, okay? Okay, if I came first, she would probably be broken, and you wouldn't have much of an experience. Jibo often showed his row of sharp white teeth and laughed wickedly. Okay. Niu Huanqi rubbed his hands excitedly, swallowed his saliva, and stared at Qin Lianlian with lustful eyes. My dear, just obey me. I will definitely make this night unforgettable for you. As he spoke, he pounced towards Qin Lianlian like a grizzly bear hunting its prey. Qin Lianlian was so scared that her legs were as weak as noodles. She was pinned to the ground by Niu Huanqi before she could run 2 or 3 steps. She even felt Niu Huanqi's excited and smelly breath on her face. Help! Qin Lianlian cried out in despair, tears streaming down her face. Well! Han Feng squatted beside Niu Huanqi like a ghost and tapped Niu Huanqi's shoulder with his finger. Even Ji Buchang and Haokalian, who were ready to watch the show, were so shocked that they were speechless. The two of them didn't notice when Han Feng woke up, when he untied the ropes himself, or even when he squatted over. Brother, he is an internal force warrior. Haokalian's pupils trembled and she turned to look at Ji Buchang. Only warriors with internal strength or above can force the fairy paralyzing powder out of their bodies in a short period of time. Even external strength warriors in the perfect stage do not have this ability. Chapter 42. My name is Ji Buchang. Don't be afraid, junior sister. I guess he used a trick to deceive me from the beginning and didn't drink the red wine. That's why he woke up in a short time and wanted to play the hero and save the damsel in distress at the critical moment. Jibo often said with a proud look on his face. This lecherous demon Han Feng is still alive and kicking, so I can use him as a training ground to avenge senior brother Dornlai. We get paid, so it's the best of both worlds. After saying that, he put his hands behind his back and watched coldly. After the two of them were invited by Qin Taofan, they learned that Han Feng was not only the target of the mission, but also the culprit who injured their senior brother, and their public and private grudges were mixed together. Brother, the money is already in hand. Now we only have a personal grudge against Han Feng, and the Qin family can't control us. Hao Kulian looked at Han Feng with disgust. Well, if you dare to openly hurt our senior brother, that's a provocation to our master. We must not let Han Feng go back alive tonight. There was a hint of murderous intent in Ji Buchang's eyes. What? Niu Wanqi thought that it was Jibo who was always pouting at him from behind. Just as he was about to lick Qin Lianlian's neck, he raised his head impatiently. Bang! Han Feng punched Niu Wanqi in the left eye from close range. The huge impact of this punch knocked the huge Niu Wanqi back twice. Fuck! Why didn't you warn me when this kid woke up? Niu Wanqi sat on the ground, covering his left eye, and complained to Ji Buchang. Ji Buchang ignored him and just responded with a cold smile. Han Feng! Qin Lianlian opened her eyes and saw that it was Han Feng who saved her. She was overjoyed. She hooked her arms around Han Feng's neck like a koala baby hooking its mother, and hugged him tightly, saying with tears in her eyes, "You're not paralyzed. How could I possibly faint when I haven't even practiced our new couple dance moves tonight?" Han Feng stood up with a smile on his face, and with baby koala, Qin Lianlian hanging on his body, he pretended to be angry and said, "But if you find someone to kill me again tonight, I'm going to spank you." As he said this, he hit Qin Lianlian, who couldn't help but let out a shy cry. What an adulterous couple. This is a good opportunity for you to see Grandpa Niu's true strength. These 3 million are not earned in vain. Niu Wanqi stood up and got into position. Lianlian, please come down first. I have to send them all away anyway. Then we can have a deeper discussion. As Han Feng spoke, Qin Lianlian reluctantly jumped off Han Feng. Boo Tilder. After coming down, she suddenly kissed Han Feng on the face and hid aside. The killer she found the previous second wanted to force her to play poker and drive a train. The next second, the person she wanted to kill became the one protecting her. For the first time, her hatred for Han Feng was greater than her love. The second time she had mixed feelings of love and hate towards Han Feng. This time she was willing, even impatient. You little bastard, I let you pretend to be dead last time and you took the opportunity to attack your grandpa Niu again this time. Okay, you just woke up. Your grandpa Niu is going to tear you apart openly. Qin Lianlian is stronger. Niu Wanqi covered his eyes with dark circles and tore off his black t-shirt with one hand, revealing an extremely exaggerated and domineering body with bulging muscles. You are indeed born in the year of the ox. You are fine after taking a punch from me. You must force me to use some ruthless moves. Han Feng didn't use his full strength in that punch. If it had hit an ordinary person, the person would have fainted. However, when it hit Niu Wanqi in the face, it seemed as if only his left eye was temporarily blinded, but he was able to stand up. It can be seen that this big guy has thick skin and flesh and extremely high defense. You little bastard, you talk too much bullshit, just wait for Grandpa Niu to slap you into autism. You can't escape anywhere. This time I want you to see with your own eyes how Grandpa Niu does to Qin Lianlian. As Niu Wanqi spoke, he slowly moved towards Han Feng, wanting to use his strengths for close combat. I told you last time we met that your dead muscles are useless except for looking intimidating and adding burden to your body. You should practice your legs and kidneys more when you have time. Don't talk nonsense about having sex with 10 women at night. I'm afraid you can't even compare to this. Han Feng shook his head seriously, stretched out his little finger, and said mockingly. Wow. Get out of here, you bastard. You've pissed off your grandpa. Niu Wanqi was furious. He raised his fist like a bull and suddenly punched Han Feng 3 times in a row. Swish. 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 Han Feng actually slipped past casually as if he was strolling in the garden. Niu Wanqi saw that his 3 punches had hit nothing, and he was extremely angry and cursed. Well, you little bastard, you're afraid of death and don't dare to take the challenge, right? Whoever of us hides again will be a grandson. With this punch, Grandpa Niu will send you to hell. R. Niu Wanqi shouted loudly, clenched his hands into a huge fist, jumped up, and angrily smashed down at Han Feng from above. Bang! Han Feng arrived first after starting later, his figure leaving a trail of lightning, his spiritual energy condensed on his fist, and he punched Niu Wanqi in the right eye socket. Boom! Niu Wanqi's huge and broad body fell to the ground, the earth trembled, and he fainted. Playing dead with me, huh? Then I'm going to pee. Han Feng pretended to take off his pants. No, I was really dizzy just now. Niu Wanqi opened his squinting panda eyes, lay on the ground and waved at Han Feng with a sad face. The punch just now made him dizzy and confused, and he completely understood the huge gap between him and Han Feng. It seems that this kid is really capable. Junior sister, when I fight him later, don't show any mercy, it's best to kill him with one strike. Jibo often pondered and said. Don't worry, senior brother. Just capture him for a moment and leave him to me. Haokalian said in a low voice. Who is the grandson and who is the grandfather between us? Han Feng clenched his fists and stared at Niu Wanqi. You are the grandfather and I am the grandson. I will never dare to do that again. Niu Wanqi turned over, knelt down in front of Han Feng, and kowtowed continuously. Very good. Next time we meet, just call me Grandpa. Do you hear me? Han Feng asked easily. I heard it, Wu Tilder. Niu Wanqi finally cried out in pain. Before you left, the 2 million that the Qin family transferred to you, and you just said you would beat me up and make me call you Grandpa, otherwise you would pay me 2 million, but you ended up calling me Grandpa. That's exactly 4 million, transfer it all over, understand? Han Feng said coldly. I'll turn right away. Niu Wanqi gritted his teeth, transferred the money, and ran away as if he had been pardoned. Han Feng. Qin Lianlian looked up at Han Feng with admiring eyes. Just as she was about to go forward, Ji Buqian flashed over, grabbed her from behind and locked her neck. At this moment, Qin Lianlian deeply felt the power of Ji Buqian's name. She suddenly widened her eyes in fear and shouted. Han Feng! Save me! What's your name? Han Feng looked relaxed, crossed his arms and asked. My name is Ji Buqian. This is my junior sister Haokalian. Jibo often kept Qin Lianlian in front of him as a hostage. What an exciting name. Han Feng nodded seriously and said jokingly. Lianlian, where did you find this cyberpunk girl and your brother's martial arts movie villain? Such a unique combination can probably only be seen in drama clubs. You? Haokalian frowned and glared, about to explode, but was stopped by Ji Buqian, who said loudly. That day in the antique city, you cut off our senior brother Xiong Donglai's wrist. This time, not only can you earn a commission, but you can also avenge senior brother Xiong. Are you disciples of Gutongjin? Han Feng asked with a serious expression. Har, are you scared after hearing my master's name? Jibo often said proudly. I know I've offended a big shot I shouldn't have offended. You are disciples of Gutongjin. What do you want us to do to let me and Han Feng go? Qin Lianlian asked with even greater horror. She didn't expect that the killer Qin Taofen hired was actually Ji Yu Tongjing's disciple. Chapter 43. You still have the nervousness to hug me. It's very simple, let's cut off one of this kid's wrists. Jibo often leaned close to Qin Lianlian's ear and whispered with a wicked smile. You stay with me for 3 more nights. After saying that, he slapped Qin Lianlian. Cutting wrists was just part of his plan. If he cut Han Feng's wrists, Han Feng would become a fish on the chopping board and be tortured by him at will. You are dreaming. Qin Lianlian was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on her back. She spoke with tears in her eyes and looked at Han Feng with longing eyes. 3 nights. That long? Can we discuss it? How about 1.5 nights? The first night is yours, the second night will be together with Lianlian, and the third night is mine. Han Feng stroked his chin and said in a serious tone. I haven't really tried Sanpi yet. I can gain some experience, learn from each other's skills, and exchange experiences. R. Hao Kulian looked at Ji Buchang in confusion. Boy, I didn't expect you to be in the industry. That's right, with your figure and appearance, no one would believe you if you said you were not in the industry. Ji Buchang smiled lewdly. I can consider your suggestion. Senior brother. Hao Kulian reminded in a low voice. Han Feng. You bastard. I was so blind that I let them just knock you out. If I had known, I would have let the three of them cut you into pieces. Cut off your dog's basket and soak it directly in medicinal wine. You are such a ruthless person, I am so kind to you. Qin Lianlian cursed angrily. R. You took the initiative to ask me to come over and find someone to kill me. Is this a good thing for me? Qin Lianlian, you forced me to do this. Han Feng said this as he walked towards the three people angrily. Ji Buchang was so frightened that he took 2 steps back while holding Qin Lianlian. Hao Kulian was even more as if facing a formidable enemy, with the darts in her hand ready to shoot at any time. They knew Han Feng's strength too well and had to be cautious. Brother Ji, let's make a deal. You can stay for 2.5 nights, and I can stay for half a night. Han Feng said proudly. I just want to teach this stinky bitch a lesson. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly attacked, and his fist was like a bullet, leaving a rapid afterimage and hitting Ji Buchang behind Qin Lianlian. Bang! Ji Buchang was a little slow to react and was hit by a punch. He flew 5 or 6 meters away and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Whoosh! Hao Kulian jumped away and fired a dart. Bang! Han Feng held on firmly. Call out! He actually flashed over, hugged Hao Kulian and kissed her forcefully. Hao Kulian tried to resist in shock, but her body seemed to be clamped by a huge iron clamp and she could not move at all. It felt like a dolphin was swimming in her mouth. Then she felt numb and itchy, her eyes went dark, and she fainted on the ground. It turned out that Han Feng drank a little red wine, and it condensed into a red wine bead in his mouth. When he kissed Hao Kulian forcibly, he bit the red wine bead and passed it into Hao Kulian's mouth. Hao Kulian was knocked unconscious by her own anesthetic. TSK, look, it's better to return it to its original owner. Han Feng shook off Hao Kulian and embraced Qin Lianlian, who was stunned in the spot. From the moment he made his move to the moment he embraced Qin Lianlian, everything happened in a flash. Han Feng, you bastard. How dare you hug me? What did you just say? What do you mean by 1 night for him and 1 night for you? What do you think I am? What did you do just now? You two are almost in a knot in front of me. Qin Lianlian frowned, tears streaming down her face, and angrily punched Han Feng's solid chest with her little pink fist. Hey, I said those words to paralyze the bad guy behind you, otherwise how can I save you? And you also know that I have always been clear about gratitude and resentment. I treat others the way they treat me. That little cyberpunk girl wants to drug me, so I have to drug her. Han Feng held Qin Lianlian in his arms and comforted her. Even if you wanted to numb her, you didn't have to use your mouth. You just wanted to take the opportunity to kiss her, you rascal, you pervert. Qin Lianlian was still angry, but she hugged Han Feng tightly. That turtle nail teasing thing is quite interesting indeed. Han Feng said with a slightly aftertaste look. You still say that? Qin Lianlian punched Han Feng hard with her little pink fist. All right, let's go upstairs after we take care of these two. Han Feng took Qin Lianlian in his arms and came to Ji Buchang's side and asked. Is your master Ji Tongjing going to attend the Lin family's investment dinner next Monday? Oh, you are well informed. Ji Bo often lay on the ground, enduring the pain, but asked with a smug look on his face. Are you going to the dinner party to pursue Miss Lin and flatter the Lin family? Or do you want to go to the banquet and become my disciple, and kowtow to my master? Har har, it was the eldest daughter of the Lin family who was pursuing me and asked me to marry her. The Lin family also gave me a villa, a sports car, and shares in a big hotel. Han Feng smiled indifferently. Har 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 har, kid, are you talking about Miss Lin from the Lin family in Gusu City? Can she pursue you? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Do you know that Miss Lin is 100 times better than the bitch in your arms? Not only in Gusu City, but also in the entire Jiangnan province, there are people pursuing Miss Lin, including many wealthy foreigners. There is a long queue and admirers are like crucian carp crossing the river. Who do you think you are? The Lin family gave you a car, a house, and shares as gifts. Are you delusional? If Chairman Lin Zhongwan heard what you said, he would burst out laughing. Ji Buchang coughed twice in pain, smiled contemptuously, and looked at Han Feng with contempt. You just fucking ate your boss, and now you're biting me, right? Who did you just call a slut? I'll pee all over you. Qin Lianlian no longer cared about her perfect personality at all and started swearing. With Han Feng's support, he spoke to Ji Buchang in a tougher manner, took off his slippers and looked at Han Feng. He looked at Han Feng and asked if he could hit Ji Buchang. Han Feng smiled and nodded. The punch he just threw was harder than the one he gave Niu Huanxi, and now the latter was just trying hard to speak. You bastard! Who is the slut? You're still walking your bird, are you trying to be a hooligan to me? Let you walk! Let you walk! Let you walk! Qin Lianlian slapped Ji Buchang's face with her slippers. The latter was too badly injured to fight back and could only hold his head in embarrassment. An external force martial artist was beaten by a girl with a 10th degree white belt in Taekwondo. It is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Okay, Lianlian, I haven't finished talking yet. Han Feng hugged Qin Lianlian from behind and said, I want to talk about your master. Do you want to become my master's disciple? Har har, my master is a real person in the Tongxian realm of Longhu Mountain. Even Wei Qingyuan, the head master of Longhu Mountain, has to give my master some face and call him uncle. He has many disciples throughout China and even on the 5 continents of the world. If you want to become someone's disciple, you either need to be rich, powerful, or good-looking. You are quite good-looking, but unfortunately my master is not interested in men. My master will definitely not look down on a pretty boy like you. I advise you to sell your ass as soon as possible and give up the idea of becoming my disciple. Jibo often talked about his master Jiyu Tongjing with a proud look on his face, forgetting the shame of being beaten with slippers by Qin Lianlian just now. How did that rubbish Jiyu Tongjing brainwash you? Han Feng asked with a sneer. You dare to call my master by his name. And you dare to insult my teacher. I think you are tired of living. Ji Buchang glared at Han Feng with sharp eyes. Can't you mention the name of your master, that big liar? Are you going to glare at me like that again? Han Feng raised his hand in dissatisfaction, as if he was about to hit someone. To insult my master is like insulting my life. Ji Buchang climbed up with difficulty, his eyes extremely firm, staring at Han Feng. Bang! Han Feng slapped him hard. Bang! Another slap knocked Ji Buchang to the ground. Get up again. Han Feng sneered and mocked. Stop hitting me. Jibo often lay on the ground with his hands covering his face, feeling dizzy. Han Feng controlled these 2 slaps very well, neither accidentally killing anyone nor causing maximum damage to the opponent. Bang! Han Feng picked up Ji Buchang and slapped him again. Bang! Another slap in the face. Brother Han, stop hitting me. Ji Buchang finally gave up defending his master's reputation and began to beg for mercy. Weren't you quite tough just now? As Han Feng spoke, he raised his hand again, as if he was about to hit. Chapter 44. Is there a band-aid? Brother Han. I know I was wrong. Can I just give up the vermilion? Ji Buchang finally shed his image of an unfathomable and strategic master, and cried out to the sky, with tears and snot flowing down his swollen cheeks. Kneeling on the ground and kowtowed like pounding garlic. You're the kind of person who begs for mercy before being tortured. How come all the people raised in Gutongjing are useless? In the antique city, your bearded senior brother will launch a surprise attack. You, a cyberpunk junior sister, only know how to annoy people. You are such a sanctimonious hypocrite, all you do is show off. TSK, look at you bunch of rabble. He even said that I wanted to become Jiyu Tongjing's disciple. Even if he wanted to become my disciple, I wouldn't accept him. Bar. Han Feng spat mockingly. Yes, we are all clowns. Brother Han is a true hero and a real man. He is much better than that old man in Gutongjing. Ji Buchang said in agreement. Oh, you really know how to take advantage of the situation. You might as well stop calling Ji Buchang and call him Ji Budwan. It's really useless. Alas, I don't even want to look at a hypocrite like you. Transfer the vermilion back and take your junior sister away. Han Feng shook his head and said. Han Feng, you can't. Qin Lianlian grabbed Ji Buchang in fear and said, if he goes back, he will definitely tell Jiyu Tongjing everything that happened today, and even exaggerate it. Then our Qin family, and you, will be finished. No, brother Han, I will never tell you. Ji Buqian said this sincerely while bleeding from his nose. Han Feng, do you know the consequences of offending Gudong Jing? Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you'll still die. We must not let him and his junior sister go. Kill them both. There was a fierce light in Qin Lianlian's eyes, and her fair and delicate face looked particularly hideous under the flickering candlelight. Brother Han, you can't kill me. If you want to kill me, my master will definitely use this mission to find the Qin family and force them to hand over the people. Once they know that the two of us are dead, then the Qin family and you will really be finished. Ji Buqian said in fear, raised 3 fingers and swore to the sky. Brother Han, if we don't go back, you will be in danger. If you let us go back, we will keep our mouths shut. She insulted me with slippers and even said bad things about Jiyu Tongjing. I would never tell anyone what happened tonight, even if you kill me. If I tell anyone, I will be struck by lightning and die miserably. What you said seems to make sense. Han Feng smiled cunningly, shook his head and said. But I don't believe you. Brother Han, I've already sworn, what else do you want? Ji Buqian asked with horror on his face. You swear as easily as you fart after drinking water. After Han Feng finished scolding, his face changed and he said. But I'm still going to let you go. Ji Buqian's face showed surprise and his eyes flickered with hope of life. Thank you, Brother Han. Thank you, Brother Han. Brother Han is my reborn parent. After saying this, he kowtowed again. Remember to return the money. Han Feng said this and took Qin Lianlian in his arm and walked towards the villa. Yes, I'll be back soon. Ji Buqian wiped the blood from his nose, took out his mobile phone and started operating. Tell Jiyu Tongjing that I, Han Feng, will meet him at the Lin family's investment banquet next Monday. Han Feng suddenly turned around and said to Ji Buqian. Oh, yes, I will definitely convey Brother Han's words and make that old bald Jiyu Tongjing clean his ass and wait for Brother Han. Ji Buqian still remained kneeling as he spoke. Han Feng, I feel a little uneasy about letting them go like this. Qin Lianlian covered her chest with her pink little hands and said with a worried look on her face. If you don't let it go, Gutongjing will come looking for you, and you will be even more unsafe. Han Feng said with a smile. It's really not right to let it go, and it's not right not to let it go. Qin Lianlian sighed and said sadly. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have invited them. The boat will straighten itself out when the time comes. Let's take a bath together first. As Han Feng spoke, the figures of the 2 people disappeared into the dark entrance door of the villa. I just bought a bottle of essential oil. Qin Lianlian's gentle voice came from the dark entrance door. Ji Buqian stood up slowly. He took 1 punch and 4 slaps from Han Feng and looked like a drunk. He staggered out the antidote and fed it to Haokalian, who woke up slowly. Senior brother, where is Han Feng? Haokalian's originally cold and sharp expression turned into a rare thin blush when she talked about Han Feng. But in the huge courtyard lit by candlelight, it is not easy to notice. This little bastard insulted our master. I fought him to death for more than 100 rounds and almost captured him. But that slutty bitch Qin Lianlian rescued him, and the 2 of us ran away. Ji Buqian answered sincerely. You didn't kill him to avenge your brother? Even if you cut his wrist? Haokalian asked. Oh, no. Ji Buqian's face flashed with embarrassment, but then he regained his composure and said viciously. Let's go back quickly and tell Master about this. Let him issue a global hunting order to cut Han Feng into pieces. Good. Haokalian hesitated for a moment before responding and standing up. The 2 of them supported each other and left the Qin family's front yard. Qin Lianlian's bedroom. At the beginning of the 3rd match, Qin Lianlian was more proactive than Han Feng and kept demanding to take control of the initiative, which surprised Han Feng. Fortunately, Qin Shou, Qin Jinjin and Qin Ai were not at home, and the servants in the house also had a night off. Qin Taofen, Qin Xiaoxi and Qin Xiaowu were still lying in the yard, unconscious. Qin Lianlian could scream out loud without restraint. The 2 men stayed awake all night and fought until dawn, when it was almost light. Are you satisfied? Han Feng stretched out his arms and wrapped them around Qin Lianlian, asking in a doting tone. The game is over, KPI calculation begins. No. Qin Lianlian uttered a soft mosquito-like sound and shyly buried her head in Han Feng's arms. Her heart beat faster, her red lips dried, and she even felt a little suffocated, but she was still immersed in it. Not yet. You're much stronger than me. Han Feng touched the inside of his worn knee and asked. Are there any band-aids? You are doctor, find the band-aid yourself. Qin Lianlian's eyes were like tiny threads, her lips were dry, slightly opened, she swallowed a mouthful of incense, lazily exhaled the fragrance like orchid, and said. It's dawn, go now. If you don't leave, I will find someone to kill you. Okay, before you kill me, let's switch. What an exchange. What did you say to exchange? Woo. Woo. Qin Lianlian closed her eyes completely. I have one more thing to ask you. Han Feng suddenly said seriously. What's up? Qin Lianlian's face flushed, she closed her eyes and asked in a low voice.